your life, but you just gotta get up.
Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up.
We just gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah. Rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah. Love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on yachts playing violence. Yeah. The flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me. Live your life till you die. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta
get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up.
You keep me up all night, Been through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That when it's degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal in room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in the room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood, and up in the few, might land in a tomb. I'm leaving no remnants, they all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind, it's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm washed up in TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal in room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in the room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood, and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
Shopping when we touch down. We riding around, my windows down and
let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day, and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
Yeah, motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one-up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me. I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
Tell me where the competition. Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope, it's no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatch the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me, things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name, see them trying to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame, only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing, no legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Woo. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Yeah. Now or never. Yeah. Look. Keep quiet, the queen's talking, keep walking. Couple of rings brought in, lines choking. Couple of reporters reporting. Firing line with the red dot, no recordings. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Woo. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. It's now or never.
Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. In my zone. Yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone. Focus on my goals. Whoa. Doing my thing, got the blinders on. Filling my stack, yeah, high and long. Time is on. I am a bomb. Golden touch, got the mind that's on. Man, I don't play. I'm on the way. Beast mode, King Kong coming today. Obstacles try delay. Crush that, we don't just do okay. Hey, on a wave from the cave to main stage. I'm about to engage. Raise the price of my wage. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals. Whoa. My wage. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. They don't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. They don't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. They don't know, I'm a pro. They don't know, I'm in the zone. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
Who will ascend to VCT EMEA 2025?
Hello everyone, I assume we're live. I'm hoping we're live. It happens. Hi everyone, welcome back to VCT EMEA Ascension. I am now joined by Pilski and Sam. That caught me a little bit off guard, but I hope you guys are ready for another great day because Pilski yesterday was crazy.
No, 100%. I think a fair few of those teams definitely got caught off guard as well. Maybe some interesting results we weren't expecting, but at the same time, we had some crazy games, some overtimes, some absolute stomps. So got a little bit of spice of life variety out of the way.
I love that we have that on the first day as well, right? Like just absolute chaos and mayhem from day one. There is no time to relax. There's no time to rest on your laurels. It's just action packed from start to finish. And yeah, it's not stopping there.
Yeah, hopefully it's going to be like that again today. But this is the thing, though. If you guys look at the map record as well, PCF, they are chilling. They didn't drop a single map yesterday, but there were also a couple of other games that were happening as well, Sam, on the other stream, and they look like quite a hell of a game too. They had a good time on the Mega stream.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, one of the big ones was Apex going up against GN, Go Next. And of course, this was a big one that everybody was waiting for, you know, to see Apex debuting here once again at Ascension after a less than ideal performance last year that did so well. And we were waiting for that kind of redemption arc. And they've lost their first game of the season, but of course, or of the playoffs. But of course, there's still so much more to come. So we won't put too much on them on that one. And then, of course, second game, Desire going up against CGN. And CGN is another team that people were really looking forward to seeing because they've been absolutely dominating in the DAC region. And of course, they'll kick off their playoffs with a win under their belt.
Yeah, a similar kind of affair for both of those games where you had really, really close 13-11 on the Omega stream in the first game, and then the other team kind of pulls their socks up and, you know, it comes out with a dominant performance. You had a massive game from Alexi K in the second game of Haven against Apex, and then CGN also stomping 13-3 over Desire and then reverse sweeping both of those teams. So good stuff from a lot of the teams, and I'm keen to see how the groups kind of continue to evolve heading into today.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it either. And of course, two of those teams that were in action yesterday will be here on the Alpha stream today. We will be kicking things off with Apex versus CGN. And let's just talk about Apex first, because I mean, we speak about organizations who might or might not be familiar with Ascension, and Pilski, there's no other org that's going to be more familiar with Ascension other than Apex.
No, definitely not. Might be, at least for the org, a bit of a more bitter memory. Right after they did come second place to Gentlemates last year, had a bit of a roster rebuild and definitely put together a scary, scary looking roster heading into this year. So much experience on this team, and they've done really, really well for themselves in their region.
Although, interestingly, it's a similar storyline to what they had last year. That's new faces, but the formula remains very close to the original formula. You get all of the seasoned talent. You get in maybe one or two rookies that can be kind of led through the season and built up to be something amazing. You find that spark of potential, and hopefully that leads to a victory. Now, obviously, as we mentioned last year, it didn't end up that way, but now Apex come in with a new roster with some outstanding talent. Like, I think for a lot of people, if you've been kind of living under a rock the last year or so, you might look at this and go, hang on a minute, these guys tier 2, but yeah, and they're absolutely killing it.
Yeah, let's talk about these guys, because the accolades under some of these guys is actually crazy. I mean, we're looking at Soulcast over there, how many global events he's attended, Avova as well, and even Mosey. Hype should also kind of be on there because he's been around for a really long time as well. And Sam, the fact that all of them are on the same roster kind of makes them a definite contender going into this.
contender. I'll be real. I put them as a favorite. I know a lot of people maybe disagree with me. I know there's even people on the talent that are thinking some other teams will come out on top, but I can't look at this recipe and not think that that's going to go the distance. Maybe I've cursed them, but just look at the Soulcast in particular, the amount that he has done and gone through over the last few years, what he's managed to achieve is absolutely phenomenal, and hopefully it's going to be enough to kind of drag them over the line here.
Yeah, a lot of experience on this roster, playing for a lot of big orbs, playing at international tournaments. Soulcast got a top 4 at champs as well. So, they're definitely going to be well and truly within their element. At the same time, though, Ascension is such a question mark and there's no guarantees. And they learned that the hard way yesterday, unfortunately.
Yeah, they did indeed. But before yesterday, though, the record comparing this roster to the last roster of Apex, there's a lot of similarities, Pilski. It's almost like they had the same exact season.
Yeah, very, very similar, only dropping 3 maps overall, and I think 1 series across 2 splits, which is insanely dominant. Some people would say maybe that's due to a less competitive region compared to some of the other regions in Europe. At the same time, though, you just look at the quality of this roster on paper and you say, I'm not too surprised they've been able to win the majority of their rosters. Is that going to affect them going into a tournament like this when you haven't really lost too much? You're going to have to learn to bounce back. You're going to have to learn that you're not invincible, and maybe you haven't learned some of the hard lessons that some of these other teams have had to scraping their way through their own regional leagues and also maybe even through play-ins.
Well, we mentioned him
like
already,
yes,
but I
no.
actually...
Sorry.
Sorry, Sam. Yeah, we mentioned him already, but we actually have an interview with Soulcast. I sat down with him earlier, and this is what he had to say. I'm now joined by Soulcast from Apex. Hello, Dom. Welcome back to the stream. It's been a while. First of all, how was your first match, I guess, in the Ascension group stage, this playoff kind of era? How was it? What was that experience like?
Yeah, I think it was a perfect game. Nothing went wrong. I think it was. I think it was just kind of maybe getting used to like playing an official again. I'm not sure. It was kind of like a lot of things happened that we were kind of caught off by, and I think it was kind of a good lesson to have. Hopefully, we wished it didn't happen in terms of that we just won the game, but I think we learned a lot, which should help us kind of secure the top 4.
This is the thing, though. You're one of the teams that haven't lost much at all, really, since you've joined Apex. I think it's almost the same as last year with that roster where they only lost 1 time, and this is your 2nd loss. So how easy or difficult is it to deal with picking yourselves back up when, quite frankly, you just don't lose very often?
Yeah, I guess it can be kind of like a weird feeling when you kind of lose after not really losing for a while, but I think we weren't also like kind of blinded by that in terms of thinking that we're invincible and that like if we have 1 loss, then it's like devastating to the team and everyone's gonna completely shatter. I think it was more the case that we know we're gonna be in much more tougher grounds and we're prepared for anything. So I think we weren't too hurt by the loss. I think we're more we were even talking about it now, like about the things that we learned from watching the game and stuff. So I think it should be good for us.
Off day at the office, it sounds like.
Yeah.
One of them days. Now, the last time I spoke to you, you didn't have Deadlock as an agent in your agent pool. And now you have. I don't think I expected that. Did you expect this as well? What are your thoughts on playing Deadlock these days?
I really enjoy actually playing Deadlock. I think her kit is like super, super strong. It can be quite, sometimes Deadlock can look either like really weak or really strong, but I think I kind of enjoy like the kind of theory crafting and kind of just doing random things when I find like a new agent. Like it's kind of been like my thing where it's like a new agent comes out and if I get to go on it, then I like to mess around with things, and I feel like Deadlock's really, really strong, and I think there's like many kind of creative walls that you can use, especially to like block execs, which that I've been kind of like finding out and testing in ranked and in scrims that have been working well. So I really enjoy the agent actually.
You must be loving Vice.
The thing is though, I haven't actually played it yet. I was playing it with like someone on my team yesterday, and I still don't have a scoob like how the wall works and like if you could put it like how the flash works and like if you can break in. So I feel like Vice is actually like at first sight like quite a complicated agent to like look at, but I think once you get used to it, it makes a lot of sense. But yeah, I think Vice could be fun.
I reckon you're gonna pick Vice up for sure. Now you spoke a little bit about theory crafting and going on the server, etc. So is this your kind of idea you're bringing forward to the team? This is because you want to play Deadlock, or is this more of a coaching team kind of vibe?
I think it's probably both. I think they kind of also like see the potential, and then they also see what I can bring to the team with Deadlock with my ideas. Because I kind of, I quite like to look at the team like in an analytical way, and just like see a lot of like small kind of fixes that we can do, and like small like kind of like 1% that we can increase. So I think like with the Deadlock, the stuff I see, you know, and like the stuff that we kind of talk about with the coaches and the team, you know, we kind of enjoyed where Deadlock fits within the team. So I think that's why we stuck with it.
And super quickly, last question. The team you're about to go against today has a very, I guess, a good Phoenix player, someone who really likes to play Phoenix, it feels like, everywhere. And now you've also teamed with probably the greatest Phoenix player we've ever seen in this game. What are your thoughts on that, Agent, and going up against a team that's probably going to run Phoenix at least once today?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of still surprised that they're still running like the Phoenix, like kind of like perma shoving it in like a lot of comps. I think it's like a definitely a unique kind of play style, especially having Phoenix. Like it's not the most strongest, but it's like it can be quite an individual based player, like a kind of selfish play style. So yeah, I don't know, we'll see. Maybe they'll bring out something new, but yeah, I don't know. Phoenix is quite an interesting pick, but we'll see where they go with it.
All right, thank you very much, Soulcast, and best of luck today.
Thank you.
I mean, he's ready for the Phoenix, of course he would be, but looking at the side of CGN, how do you guys feel about this Phoenix? I'll start with you, Sam.
Don't love it. I'll be honest. You know, Soulcast himself said it. It's a fairly selfish agent. It's not really big on the whole team thing. You know, you could argue, well, duelist, right? But there are other options that provide a little bit more to the team, or that actually do selfish better. So I'm not the hugest fan, but I cannot deny that teams make it work. And clearly, CGN, one of those teams that also make it work.
Yeah, they seem to have a good record on some of the maps they're running Phoenix on, so I'm intrigued to see what they're doing with it. And it's worth mentioning, you know, it's one of Benny's most played agents, but he also doesn't have great stats. It's not like he's playing a duelist and he's like, you know, fragging out of control. So I'm kind of wondering if he's, you know, using it on Ascent, for example, in place of a KO, trying to play a little bit more supportive, create space and contest map control, and just farm up the ult orbs and maybe have some set strats around the run it back and things like that. I'm keen to see what they're going to bring it out.
What I do love about the CGN roster is we talk about how in different leagues, you know, there's discrepancies with best of ones and not getting enough reps, but they came through the play-ins, Pilski. They have the reps and they're here for a reason.
100%, and the core three of their team as well, playing at Ascension last year. So like, this is a team that, as opposed to you know, teams in some other regions, although to be fair, they are used to winning in DAC. They did lose this time to Mouse. They had to go through the play-ins and play against a lot of strong teams. And for me personally, it not only just challenges in Europe, but challenges in a lot of regions. There's a lot of really good teams that don't necessarily win the league. So going through play-ins, they've probably had to play against arguably you know, the same level of caliber just to make it through that tournament to get here.
And what's really great about this roster is they've got a pretty good mix of, like, maybe veteran isn't the right word if you think about it in the sense of like the Apex players, but you look at someone like Element, who's been around for quite some time, someone who has been within the tier 2 scene for a good 2 years or so. But in contrast to that, you've got a player like Davi, who relatively rookie. I mean, obviously they almost made it to VCT last year when he was with Saw, but didn't quite crack it. Now it's kind of his second run at the crown. This, just fun fact, these stats are for the year, not like 1 or 2 games, for like the whole year. He's had an ACS of over 200 and his damage per round is almost a person. Like, his stats are phenomenal. He's been performing incredibly, and I love that we have that kind of contrast between the veteran and the quote-unquote rookie.
Yeah, I'm a Davi. I mean, I'm a Saw fan, you know, for life. Like that entire Saw roster last year, any of them, any team they've gone to, I will support them with my heart. But this is the thing, the Element, interesting one. I just still can't believe, you know, his agent pool after all these years. a Sage main when he first came onto the scene, and then obviously he swapped over, picked up Jet, picked up Raze, and he's still playing those. He's still got the experience. I think that experience cannot be underestimated as well, because Pilski, it's not like a huge veteran team going up against a team full of rookies with no experience. They do have, I think they could almost go toe-to-toe in some areas.
They have a lot of experience at this level, and Element's been very consistent over a long time in terms of, you know, their output that he's had, you know, in the leagues that I've seen. Davi as well, that's great fragging out, but for an initiator who's mostly, you know, playing Sofa and even just flexing Sage on some maps as well. So that's fantastic to see. The thing as well that I wanted to highlight is they've got, you know, Capio in the coaching staff in combination with Zesh, but Capio, literally someone who probably played on the best, you know, TAC FPS German team of all time and won literal world championships like 15 years ago. There's very few people you could call up to coach a team that would have that level of experience for such a long time in esports.
Yeah, and I can tell you right now, as we head to map vetoes, that when we do see them ban Icebox and pick Ascent, which they just do all the time, that Astra on Ascent is Vincent. That is a Zesh thing. He is Astra's #1 fan, and I would literally bet my limb on it that this was his kind of like ideation. Would love to know where the Phoenix comes from though. As we take a look at Apex, of course, they take away the permaban bind as well. There's 0 surprises so far, and surely they're gonna pick Ascent. If they don't pick Ascent, I'm gonna be so confused.
Yeah, I kind of wondered because Apex had banned Ascent recently, and I thought maybe they banned that to kind of like mess with CGN a little bit, but no, they do actually allow it to go through, and obviously, as you said, the Ascent to come through, no big surprise there. Looking into the pick for Apex though, it feels like they've got some options, and well, there you go, Lotus, looking at their statistics, it was always going to be a really, really strong possibility, so glad to see that that has come out.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be great to see CGN try to continue this streak on Ascent. It's not really a map that Apex has many reps on since Stage 2, so not a lot to read into. They're just playing the meta comp as opposed to the funky Phoenix Astra that we talked about a little bit. And look, it's worth mentioning CGN, very, very good record on Lotus of their own, so it's not like Apex is peeking into some kind of, you know, weak map for CGN. And Haven is the decider. That'll be very interesting as well.
Yeah, it will be interesting indeed. This means, though, if we do get to map 3, we are going to get that Phoenix 2 times, unless they change their comp somehow. But I don't remember the last time in a best of 3, Sam, that we've seen Phoenix twice.
Yeah, you know what? It's always surprising when you see it the first time. The second time is always a little bit of a loop, and there you go. There it is.
Okay, that's huge, because Apex, you know, they don't have many reps. There's no tape. One game of playing the meta comp since the Split 2 started over in North. And then, I mean, it might be. The Yoru's an interesting touch, but, you know, we've seen a lot of the double Senti, even something that Apex has been playing on Lotus, and you even mentioned it in the interview that Soulcast has been loving the Deadlock lately. So this will be a very interesting game of Ascent as opposed to just 2 meta comps playing each other. We got 2 funky comps playing against each other. It's going to be a fantastic matchup.
I can't wait to see it. We've got, you know, a couple of coaches here on the desk. We've got Zesh, who was a caster, now a coach. So it's time to send it over to the 4th best caster / coach, is Mitch. Oh, Tom's there as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Hinsu. You know, I really appreciate the compliment. Do we call it that? The acknowledgement, at least. Tom, how you doing today?
I'm doing all right. I'm excited for this matchup. I think it's going to be one where obviously you're sort of looking at this as potentially a bit of a back and forth. I also want to touch on something that Sue says. Like, when was the last time that we actually saw ourselves with that many Phoenixes being played? The answer was yesterday. We saw it 3 times for Benny. He really does love that agent. Yeah. So definitely looking forward to seeing what he's going to have. And yeah, I think that especially on this map, it looked very good. On Haven, maybe not so much. I don't think it was a particularly great choice. It didn't work out for them, but I think the 1-2 punch of him and Element on this map was very interesting. And you now have to talk about this series as a whole. If Apex are to lose here for the 2nd day in a row, they're in a rough spot when it comes to their chances of making it into that playoff stage.
Yeah, coming into this game, we very much expected it to be a CGN getting put in their place, perhaps. An Apex that came in, probably a 2-0 start, and just having a good beginning. We didn't expect there to be a bump in the road already. And my God, it wasn't just a bump, not a map loss, but a series at that. And CGN have a chance to really cripple the chances of Apex making it further. Now, defensive side, there's been a bit of a gamble in this round. Seems like a lot of presence towards the A side. 4 players there, 1 off B, just playing the retake. And CGN, well, they've rolled the dice perfectly. Straight into the B side it should be.
Yeah, and then this allows for almost perfect post. I feel like Hype almost will be attempting to try and find some spam through the smoke, but it has been completely revealed. Any counter utility that's being thrown out is pretty much null and void at this stage. And all the plan for Hype is hope that someone runs in and runs into his trip and he gets a free kill. That has not happened, and so now it just has to be the full retake.
Well, you know, this was part of the game plan. They knew this was a possibility. Now all that's left is to show us what they plan to do if this happened. CGN, full control. They hear this retake begin. The smoke's down, the reveal's up. Already, Kayak gonna fall. Nice shots by Element. He's got some support in the smoke. He's doing it all by himself, holding down the laneway. Davy's been a real thorn in the side. And they know exactly where these players are now. Oh, it seems to be perfectly tied up by CGN. And in fact, only the 1 loss to report. A very clean pistol from the attacking side.
Yeah, no, it was a gamble taken by the opposing roster, and the trouble with that is when that gamble doesn't play off, you have to have a little bit more in the retake, and at least in this scenario, it looked like the post plant from CGN was fantastic. I'll also say as a whole, like, looking at this veto, for me, it favors CGN, like, quite... Well, not heavily, but it was the same as yesterday, where I feel like Apex are very, very confident in their Lotus, understandably so. It's been a streak of maps that's been going very well. But you then go to the record for the year for CGN, and they are 13-0 in Lotus. So you kind of sit there and wonder, is this going to be... If this map doesn't go, or if it's not close, I guess, if Apex get boomed out of this one, which, to be honest, with CGN starting on the attack, we saw that happen yesterday. Is the next map also going to be a very close affair? Because unless Apex really do feel like they have the upper hand, the record for CGN on that map, including playing, is insane.
Watching this spot. It's a very scary thought, Tom. For Apex, well, I mean, it sets exactly what we need to see here. The map win go their way. A strong start, not necessarily possible anymore with the loss in the pistol round. You can see very, very light weapons have been pushed back on B. Not going to be able to hold up close with the shorty when that drone comes around the corner. Orb, this is going to be a big factor in any threes play. We've seen this man, as you said, Tom, yesterday. It was non-stop Phoenix action. This guy was insane every single map. I expect the same here today. Although I don't like it, it worked out as that shorty kill did for Soulcast. He's got the barrier down to slow them. That'll be broken up soon.
Yeah, the worry is the time. 22 seconds on the clock as they're going to go running back in. The flank already there. They're slowly getting surrounded. Main control is currently held as well. They have to be worried, and the utility is perfect. Hype not going to fall for the same mistakes of yesterday, but for Soulcast at least, and they've managed to win that off a Thrifty. A huge stack up, a great play from Soulcast to not only get the first kill, but he catches them both with the net and the barrier as they look to run back into the site. That is a fantastic round from the side of Apex.
I really thought that was going to be a bit of a tragedy when it came to Hype. He's got the flank. He sees 3 players on short. Hell, even if you've got a classic, you might be able to pick up 1, maybe 2 kills there. Certainly disrupt the flow of your opponent's take, but yeah, he manages to creep it all the way up, get it done, and upset early on. And well, I should have known. I doubted that they could have a strong start, and now it's a possibility again. Benny's up close, but Hype's dealt with him. And that's the main danger of the round now. That curveball could have changed the course of the entire round, and instead it sent Anguish to running back, and he's 29 HP after the Odin spam. Good to see Mulsey pulling that out nice and early after the first round win. It seems like Apex have got a handle on this. Good idea that it's a B split.
A lot to play with here. Nice shot from Vince, at least. Hype's got to be a little bit careful. Already slightly tagged up. Needs to fall back, but the hold is already working out elsewhere. Those 2 Marshals, all that's in play. But the attack. The real goal here is just to try and do any damage possible. They don't want to allow this defensive side to really build up that economy, especially after winning a round as they just have. Somehow, you know what? Vince comes out with a second. It's a little bit more in terms of what they're able to get onto the board. And that is going to be 2-1 now in favor of Apex.
That was the danger right there. Dealt with early on. And then it seemed like it'd be plain sailing, but yeah, like you say, Vince, he gets a little bit of extra damage done in the end. Chips away at the economy. This has been an unusual start. CGN taking the pistol. After walking into a free B site, Apex fight back now 2-1. Decent economy, full buy across the board. Odin up for Molesey as we saw last round. And it's CGN's time to fight back for that control. They thought they had a leg up in the series, but they've ended up falling back down. See if they can pick themselves out of that hole. It doesn't look like it. Benny straight into the dirt.
Definitely not the start they were looking for. A lot of the time, it's him and Element working in tandem. The flash is set up, and while without the flash set up, it feels like just almost running in dry. David Lease will be able to find the trade, but the information has been found. Molesey sat back. He's got to be careful. He only tagged one of the players, almost loses life, and it almost definitely will. The wraparound from Anguisse is there, putting them into a 3 versus 2. And for the defense, this is a great spot to be in.
You are divided.
Well, Cosmic Divide won't really do much. In fact, decoy sent through. It gives them a bit of confidence. There's no one up close. They've seen Anguisse. There goes the jump. No more surprise element and emerging from this smoke. Almost certain death. The trade at least makes it doable for Vince. Found that 2-piece last round. Made it more costly. This would be huge to pick up. And he's already found Kayak. Ringer Rosie for the last. It's Avova. Good for the clutches. From what we saw the other day. And it looks like he'll be there again. The time quite low. But it looks like just about.
Oh, no.
Never mind. He won't get it in time. Oh, he put his soul into that one.
Oh, that is unfortunate. As you said, yesterday, it seemed like moments where Apex were winning came down to 2 things. Kayak being by far the best player in the first map. And other than that, it was clutches from Avova. And this one was milliseconds. Just enough time being bought by Vince. And that's a big round for them to take, especially after what had happened in the prior rounds. The economy of Apex really starting to grow. We'll see things evened up 2-2. Wow, it's not going to be too much of a problem financially. Again, you're going to see that further aggressive pushing. I like the fact that Kayak is playing a rotational operator within the first, 10 seconds. Like, he's going aggressive A main, immediately teleporting back into middle to make sure that's covered. That means if there's any aggressive pushes across the map, there's a pretty high percentage chance you're going to run into Kayak.
Element's certainly running around without any fear. The Cloudburst has allowed him to cross, and just about Benny makes it too. Okay, 3 players in towards the market. Now you're confident in the B split. Nice spam, Molesey doing a lot of damage. Element's just 31 HP. 1 or 2 bullets swinging through that wall. And it could be over. Soulcast looks to end it first, but Benny trades. Numbers kept even. Attack side has options as well, but no control on A. This is a problem. You go back there, you spend so much time clearing them with 40 seconds left. I think they're locked into this stacked up B site.
Especially the reason for the rotation is we've already seen that barrier placed on A short. So even still, they would have had to go in incredibly late. And the second it breaks, they immediately commit another player back in towards that site. Vince again, this was his domain in the last round. Holding on to an important victory. Hype now trying to do the same. Surrounded, and the time ticking before he gets a reveal, but it went too far. CGN are going to take the advantage, but it doesn't last for long.
No, it doesn't. We're back down to equal footing, and it's Vince around this box, this time with support in the back lines. That's certainly causing the distraction, getting Vince up closer. He's ready to go. Flash goes far, but Vince is close, and the trade is good. CGN getting away with the B site round, and the lead is in their hands.
It is going to be another impressive clutch scenario, but I also just like the fact that they're actually able to sort of trade things out in such an effective way. Just having those crossfire have put them into such a solid position, giving them that advantage, taking back the lead, and all of that economy that was managed, that was increased, has now dissipated to just pistols. Not going to be a whole lot in this round. A couple of ultimates available. Annihilation for Soulcast. And one for the attack. It looks like they're going in for an all-in take.
Joke's over! You're dead!
And he's being shut down, but he got the one. Problem is the wall hasn't allowed the teammates to fill in the space. Apex have a chance, but the smokes have blocked them out. And Avova, he's the only one standing between them and a sight take. Doors going down, even breaking. It's a bit of a trouble right now. Vince still leading Malsey and stopping that from being a possibility. Hype just tucked in the corner, happy to be alive for the late round. 2 versus 5. Couple sheriffs to play with, an ult on Kayak that if he uses it here, we've got to ask some serious questions about what we're doing. CGN should have this locked in. The question is, can it be costly? Can it keep that economy low? A lot of players below that 1K mark on the attacking side. 2-3 kills. Oh, that would be valuable for the way back in, but the lead extended by CGN, and the economy now looking even more healthy for the attackers with a flawless round under their belt.
Definitely a good position to find themselves in. I think especially after a shaky start like that, it makes it a lot more awkward if those rounds start to string together for the defensive side, but they get back on the board incredibly quick. We've mentioned that next map kind of feels like it's going to be more of a 50-50, so for CGN coming in on Ascent and having a strong performance, definitely going to be important for them. I also think I'm interested to see with the single initiator in the next half how things are going to go. For now, though, looking like a much more aggressive stance for that defensive side, but it's not gone great. Avova's already dead.
Well, it was an aggressive stance, I'll give you that. They got the fights a bit quicker, but that's about all there is to say. Complete shutdown. The side of CGM with a lot of control in this flank. Oh, it's going to be horrible. They think they've got it, but Angui's coming around this side. I thought would catch them off guard. I thought that would be the thorn in the side. Instead, it applies pressure as they now rush into the site. Malsey's there. The shock dart, well, it does damage, but he takes a lot in return. The drone not going to get anything done with the spike planted. The main players very much noted by their opposition, at least one of them. Actually, I think they know that there's at least 2 behind. The information on absolutely everything in a cosmic divide just to lock them out. As you see, they had the info, they blocked them out, and now there's nothing to do but save those weapons for Apex. That's a 5th round for CGN with 4 players alive.
They've been able to pretty much quell any of the plans that have been there. I think that's the thing. Like, Apex are running a composition where, especially for Kayak, okay, if you have that rotational operator, a lot of solid ways to reposition. He can do the same with if they need a quick switch up to B. But the aggressive takes they've had so far just have been immediately countered. Like, the ult to get rid of Avova and just leave Kayak pretty much, like, just dead.
Alrighty.
Okay. Element just got
3 players alive.
But even still, they're going to be looking in a solid spot. Wait, you've got 7,000 credits for Davey, 6,450 for Vince. Like, it's not like they're going to be struggling anytime soon, and already 5 rounds on that attack. And that's the thing. I think if you're in a spot where you look at the CGM Rush and go, hey, they've got really solid attack sides when they play this map. Is it going to be a problem when they go into the defense? No, it's not. Even when they've had poorer attack sides, they've still looked impressive on the defensive side, even with a composition that a lot of the time won't really fit well with them.
Oh, this timeout gives Apex a moment to sit in it, I suppose. They're going to try to figure out how to put these pieces together in a more favorable manner, but right now the picture is not looking pretty. 5-2 down. Strong rounds from CGN too. You think back to some of the other games that we've seen, Tom, even with Apex involved, and in some of the games where it's not going their way, there's a couple rounds, there's a few clutches, there's tighter moments that are the swing rounds that send their opponents into the lead. But here so far, there's been a battle, in a couple rounds, but CGN have streaked together 4. A lot of those feel very dominant, very repeatable. And again, it surprises me with this composition for CGN. I genuinely don't think you can run this as 9 teams out of 10 and find consistent success, but they've obviously got an intimate understanding of how the map breathes with this comp in play, and Apex need to figure out how to take the air out of their lungs.
I think what it is just the fact that Benny does almost work as an initiator. Like, he's not playing this agent as if he's the superstar. And I think that's been the issue with a lot of teams running a Phoenix in the past is you're expected to get 20, 30 kills, otherwise it's null and void the value it's bringing. But we saw yesterday when they played this map, they had dominant victories, and he wasn't the superstar. He wasn't getting 3, 4 kills every single round. It was him setting up elements for success. And just look at what they're doing right now. They've sold all of this information on one side of the map. Kayak is now going to have the majority of the work to do. They're slow walking into his angle. That's exactly the sort of fight he will be looking for. And Benny needs to get this trade, and that's exactly what he does. The thing is, though, the rotation has been quick. And now with Soulcast's utility, he will catch another. They're trying to set him free, but, well, not going to be able to do it in time. Even still, this somehow ends up competitive. A smoke being placed on the turret behind has allowed Avova to sneak through. The attack don't know that he's coming, and the time that could be bought could be everything. But Benny, once again, just seems to have the read. Everything left to him, and he doesn't know where Soulcast is. It won't quite be enough, but, well, there were moments in that round.
Well, exactly like you said, Tom. I mean, Annihilation certainly helped out, and although they managed to break the player out, it's just a bullet delivered straight to his head. But the reality is, yeah, we've seen this a couple of times now from Apex, having the ability to dig deep, pull out a round like that, and I guess completely stall out CGN. It's the fact that Avova is able to come behind it. There's no way, even if you lose the fights on site, they're not ready for that flank. You're going to at least have that last player cleaned up nicely. It does put CGN in a decent position, though, even still. 5-3, ults online, run it back in particular for Benny, and most of the time that we see that ult online, it's a much more direct attack round. Looking at the map now, though, very spread. It looks like Element playing contact on that operator. I guess you're not going to want to go too fast with him in play. Got a little bit of backup. They're holding for the mid push. Watching it out, I believe it's Vince who's covering the walk-up. And across the map, they've got control. But I expect, as time ticks away, Tom, you're going to see this group move into a clump and have Benny just run it down.
It seems like that might be the plan for both of them. You've got Element popping at Bladestorm to go alongside the operator, quickly taking space into middle. They've blocked off short, so it means that Apex are well aware of the gaps that have been left. It's just whether or not they can hold onto them. First point of contact already. And straight away, Moles is going to use his ultimate. They're trapped, and he's done so much damage already. Going to be denying the ult, but also taking down a second player. Soulcast waiting for aggression in the smoke, and the utility has been sublime. Mosey is being set up left, right, and center, be it by his own dart, be it by his own Hunter's Fury, and now a trip. And with 30 seconds, the last two need to pull off something again.
Yeah, well, Malsey's going to be bodyguarding that one. He's got some support with Hype, and, well, Hype's going to have to step it up. Star down, being pulled into the open, stunned up and gunned up. Vince has got it done. They've now got equal footing with the spike being planted. A moment for Apex to isolate a 2v1 duel, but they don't get it done. Deterred after the first engagement. Vince now with a chance. He's shut down. Anguis repositions. The steps are heard. They know he's around the box. They've got him pinned down. 2 players against 1. 2 rifles. And the trade is found in the end. A close one. But ultimately, by 6 HP, Apex have come out on top.
That was way too close. Like, considering this was a 2v4 scenario, I think CGN actually do incredibly well to break that back sight. I was surprised that it even came anywhere near as close as it did. Again, you're just seeing the combination, getting that information, having the utility, having the setup. It was a great initial setup from the defensive side, but the fact that, yeah, that back sight ends up getting broken with only 2 players attacking is impressive, to say the least. Either way, CGN are going to take themselves a pause. Look to slow things down. They had a 4-round streak, looked like they were firmly in control, but Apex have been able to break back.
Yeah, they absolutely have. As we saw, I said that in that 4-round streak, a lot of rounds were competitive. They were clean cut for CGN. They looked repeatable, but that success hasn't been found. Back to the drawing board we go. Loved the last round. The fact that, okay, we end up with, what was it, Malzy popping his ultimate, countering out Benny's ult. The run it back completely deleted and a player picked up in the meantime. That was a huge ult from him and just good awareness. But I think that's also sort of expected when the guy is being often, whenever you're around market, he's spraying it with an Odin, doing damage to you as you're making your way out. Once you see that 100 Fury online, you know there's a chance that that's going to be the play. But, well, what do you do about it, really? Jump a little better, I suppose. 4 to 5. 1 round in between them. Apex certainly on the uptick, making their way back into this. Operator for Kayak and no op for that attacking side. We might see a much more, well, I would say direct approach if Benny still had the ultimate, but after being wasted away for nothing, it looks like CGN just want to fight for mid control early and a big factor in their attack side. And, well, they've already deterred Kayak from sitting around there with his op.
I don't think that deterrent is going to last for long, though. Again, he's been all over the map, looking to try and cause them issues, immediately reclaims B main. And that's the thing. Like, I feel like the last few rounds, we've seen these attempted splits through middle. It's a part of the map that it seems at least that Apex are fairly happy to give up. Like, if they want to battle for the spawn, that's fine. And with the double sentinel they have, getting them so much in terms of value of slowing down these pushes if it goes the other way, they're very quickly able to work out where this push is coming from. The only worry I have right now is going to be that split towards Kayak, but the amount of damage they're already taking just trying to push in this direction could already be a problem. In fact, they're going to fight for the spawn.
Yeah, but you started out the round by saying if they want to fight for the spawn, fine. Well, it seems to be fine, at least at the start for CGN. But Apex have got the recovery. 4 versus 3, damage done to Davey as well. And all 3 players, sure, they've got the spawn, but now they need to push back into his site. And that's where the trouble could brew. Moving towards short, there will be a sonic sensor waiting for them to emerge from the door. So Element needs to be cautious of that, as does Davey on that sliver of HP. Anguist up top, clearing out the site, but with 2 players down below, that's a lot to get rid of. Their presence already noted, and the rotates should be underway. Soulcast, oh, the reveal is huge. Now they know there's 2. The element of surprise is gone, and Soulcast is just tanking that nano swarm. Shock dart sent in, and that's gonna get a Vova. Beautiful play by CGN, and now a 3v2 is their reward.
It's back-to-back rounds where it looked like they had a stonewall defense, and both times CGN have rattled them, have ripped it out of their hands. Now, looking at that retake, it leaves just one man standing. The man we talk about so regularly, Kayak, in a 1v3 turn 2. Rifle retrieved, a player incredibly low, but Element on the other side is not going to give him an inch. Just waiting patiently for him to try and take that space, try and gift him that fight, and if anything, it just isn't going to happen. Element quicker on the trigger. CGN confirm their lead once again, but I do have to start looking at the Apex players and going, you're in a spot where I feel like you can't, back-to-back rounds, you can't get nothing from the back of the B site and under Balk on the A site. Like, there has to at least be a kill or some damage. They're just getting ruined.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think the reveal did them dirty, but maybe the adjustment is just to shoot it, right? Keep that second player unknown. Shock dart, cleaning up second kill. I think Avova was like 32 HP, something like that. But it seemed like they were set up for success, and CGN are able to scrape the bottom of the barrel to find a victory. Now looking towards the A site. Oh, but Benny's not actually going to take the ult orb. I think especially with 2 rounds left. Perfect time for him to try to farm that up, have one last run it back. But, well, this guy knows how to get orbs. If you weren't watching the Omega stream yesterday, he was wall banging people straight through mid on Haven, and straight down mid here. We've seen Element go bye-bye. That's a Marshall kill from Kayak to kick it off. They seem to be moving to the B site, which is a little bit lighter.
Spotted a couple. Immediate information. 2 players, 3 players, wanting to try and find one to potentially isolate. But I think they're more just playing that info game. As he'll quickly fall back over onto the A site. It does leave things on B a little bit lighter. Lockdown needing to be committed. Bear in mind, this is a low purchase for the side of Apex. They don't have all the bells and whistles, but they do have at least a couple of players and the time somewhat on their side.
Well, this is at 20 seconds, but that's a long time to delay for one man with a pistol. And Hype won't be able to manage it. Mulsey and Kayak, they don't even get towards the site. One deep in spawn, spam through the smoke. Avova emerges from the shadows and gets sent right back to them. It's only Soulcast. 1v4. Question of damage, not really there. They've got one round left to play for. This man sitting around, he's got his ult already. A death to Benny, gives an orb over. Will be a run it back almost certainly online for the next round. So you really have to be cautious in the engagements you're taking. In fact, it is Benny that's on his way straight towards Soulcast here. Got to be careful. Benny's hungry for it. He knows that ult is valuable, and now it could very well be online at the start of the next round. Big kill to clean up that round, and 7-4. A strong lead for CGN.
Yeah, they had a couple of rounds where Apex managed to get back into it. Some high-impact util, high-impact ults, but that has somewhat dissipated. Right now, yeah, 7 rounds. They're going to be very happy already with the amount they've got on the attack. As said, there are no slouches on either side when it comes to Ascent. Constantly pressuring, taking control, and a very difficult team to play against. Although, I do think Kayak's Yoru going into the attack might be able to bypass some of the util going to be in play. But now, though, again, their mid control, I think they've spotted that gap and they're just pressuring on it. Even if they don't necessarily go in this direction, just destroying this utility early, it just makes things more awkward for the side of Apex because they don't have any mid cover.
Oh, there's definitely seems to be an adjustment. The first Annihilation used and the player left in the open. Oh, the kill doesn't come through. Yeah, Soulcast was a little cautious. And although he spams down that player who emerges from the cocoon, they're right back to life. Benny healing himself up. Elements on 11 HP. There are sonic sensors waiting. And as soon as they come out of market, that's going to be a big problem for the attacking side. At least that was the plan. Apex have sent them packing to the other side of the map. And there is a big stack up. Big concern is that Benny, he almost got his head ripped off. He's causing problems for them towards the spawn.
A lot of their utility has already been expended on the Apex side. Element being low is definitely more of a danger, but they're trying to sell sound cues. That's the goal in mid. Just the dash and everything being utilized to try and play with the minds of Apex. It hasn't worked. They're patiently waiting. Benny will find the trade in middle and now looks to wrap around behind them. They have to be careful. He is lurking in the backlines, but has been revealed. And now everything looks to fall apart. It will be left onto Vince. He's been great in clutches, but not this time. The half will end with an Apex victory, but CGN still in the lead.
Well, I have to say, overall, a little bit more competitive than it looked like it was going to be at the start, but this is the matchup I'm expecting. CGN performing well, challenging Apex and pushing them to their limit already. We'll be back with half 2 after the break. Seven to 5 in favor of CGN when we left off, and now we're back to see how this map's going to conclude. Ascent is CGN's map pick. Up next is Lotus, but, well, it's not exactly like it's going to be a guaranteed victory for either side. Apex have seen a couple bumps in the road, and the vehicle's starting to lose its suspension. That one was just for you, Zesh. Now it's time to kick this off and see if they can hit the road to recovery with their wheels spinning. I don't know how you assess
right,
performance.
Yeah. And now Zesh is crying. 7 to 5. It is. It wasn't the worst half, but I think that for Apex they would have wanted to come out with a little bit more on the defensive side. Now is the true test of what they've sort of cooked up with this composition. Obviously, again, I think the Yoru is going to be a pinnacle part, but it's how they're going to utilize that second sentinel, because you're going to expect Hype to lurk across the map. He's going to be the one sort of holding on to angles, positions, info, and then Soulcast has to be more of like an initiator. He has to put things into place for the team. He needs to be a part of that setup. For now, already taken a lot of control towards short. In fact, they've got a lot further than CGN may have even realized.
Oh, yep. Looks like the element of surprise is broken, though. Benny spotted them out, lives to tell the tale, and he even wants to get a little bit more aggressive. The flash being used here, but it's just keeping them back for now. Deters any further aggression. Kayak already TP'd in to take the space. They lose Soulcast, and they lose Kayak. This isn't a very good A take just yet, and Vince is making sure there's no take to be had. Nothing on the side of Apex acquired. In fact, not even one bullet landed. 100 HP across the board coming out of that round for CGN.
That was so clean. And I feel like even a lot of the utility that was in play for Apex somewhat ended working against them. Like they had to try and play through, but when a player can just sit behind that barrier and just fire off shots at you when you're trying to go through a choke, it doesn't really help too much. I think being caught as well, I think they needed to get rid of Benny. He did a lot of work to just delay and split the rest of the push. An impactful pistol, but we saw them win the last one and still managed to get off to a slower start. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case here.
Well, to start. And maybe to finish round 2 at least. Apex already damaged heavily. Not very well armed coming into this fight. They know they're going to lose. 5 versus 1 now with Soulcast being the last one standing. This round is just a write-off. Knew that from the start. But sometimes there's a little special pistol round for us. A little eco. More often than not, to be honest, these days, teams have been popping off in those low buy rounds. It's certainly not the case for Apex. The CGN look to secure 9. Steam away with this defensive side, and well, there's certainly going to be some panic stations for Apex. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a pause. If not next round, they lose that one right after.
Ooh,
as well to at least find one decent.
Not going to be anything more. It's whether or not they can actually retrieve that extra gun, because obviously the rest just having SMGs, it looks like they will. Yeah, just at the last second they'll be able to hold on to the more valuable, and it means that one player will have to go down to a pistol. But I think especially on a map like Ascent, where a lot of sort of tighter angles, you can get away with stuff with the SMGs, like maybe a beam or a main push. You can hold closer into market or middle. So I still worry a little bit for Apex here, because I think the rounds that they have won at times have looked a little bit shaky, and CGN, at least thus far, have looked like the better side.
I think that's fair to say, Tom. They certainly have their game together so far, playing a unique comp as well. So much tape on it. There's the thing, you think back to, again, the last time I think of Phoenix having this much of an impact, having made waves in a tournament in VCT in early days, was Ballista. And that squad, they did it. We said, well, as soon as teams look at the tape, it ain't going to work. It didn't work. But here, that should be happening to CGN already. They've got a little bit of diversity to it. They like to shake it up, and you can see Apex didn't have the answer in the first half. Here with the rifles, they should. Lots of weaknesses for the defensive side, but I do see Davey on his way to the A side. It looks like they've got a read.
This is a worry. 3 players already sat on this site. Vince is going to get the info. Just look to try and delay as much as possible. And re-aggression into mid. Has to be careful. And Guiz has been spotted. It looks like they're going to try and put the pressure onto him instead. A double back late into the round with 30 seconds to try and make their move. And now they look to go back once again. It's a little bit labored. They found the kill in middle. And now Vince truly under pressure. If they push from the other angle, he's surely screwed. And well, it's half checked on the first, but they are cleaning up every kill anyway. All the fights versus those weaker guns going the way of Apex. And while for the last 2, the 2 with the rifles, there is even an argument. Well, I was going to say for saving, but Baby's already dead.
Very nice display of one of those yo-yo rounds. One of the main problems you'll have with those where you fake a side or you make slow presence towards it, you go back in the other direction, then you go back in the other direction. When you're going back and forth like that, the problem you have is a teammate overextending. You see it not just in your rank games, you'll see it in officials again and again. Players like push into where Anguiste is now, like when the call is to go up mid, take fights, and they just rush in. Got to fight the guy that's on B stairs for some reason and go down. And it's always frustrating to see that because it's, you know, you can get overzealous in the moment and sometimes it pays off. When it doesn't, you end up losing those guns. It sucks. There's a little flank from Malsey. Oh, he's not going to go through the door. That was close. But yeah, in the end, just the one.
Do you want to know something fun? Like, I feel like there's a couple of... We spoke yesterday about players we remember playing Phoenix on this map. We spoke... Scream is the obvious one. There's one other player that sticks in my mind. He's someone you know fairly well. And it is a man called Baby Bay.
Oh, yes.
He is a great example of it not working. Because the last time he played Phoenix was against 100 Thieves, and he went 4-14, and they lost 13-3.
Was that the 100 Thieves with Steel on it?
I don't think so. I don't know. Let's have a look. Let's have a... no.
Oh, they won?
No, it was not.
You said they won? Yeah, no, it wasn't the one with Steel.
It was the one with Stella, and a Bang got 27 kills, 11 deaths on Smoke, so there you go.
Not bad. Not bad at all. Well, when we left off things, CGN 9-6. They're still there, and they've got the rifle round out and ready to play with. But here's the thing. Benny, 2 away from a run it back. That ult is going to be online so frequently. It could be scary and spooky. But Soulcast as well, just one away from annihilation. Some ultis coming into this, but the orbs not being fought for really. You can see Avova was over there defending the ground after orbs taken and punishing the re-aggression. Flash is good though. That's trouble for Avova.
It still leaves Benny completely out to dry. Has a flash, he's caught in the net. Oh, and he's shot everything. Kayak able to track exactly where his fake out had gone and get the trade immediately onto it. Element has got here quickly though, and just, I was gonna say gets out of there. He doesn't, but even as he fights forward, he manages to get 2, putting it into a 2v2 scenario. Molesy left somewhat alone, completely isolated his teammate by the door. Hype has to get a move on, and the steps should in theory be heard.
No?
Already, he is not in a position to really deny anyone who's defusing, and Davey played that so well. Let go, as his opponent could not see him from that angle, and of course ends up going down, not realizing he's just around the corner.
Yeah, well played in the late stage, and that's double digits locked in for CGN. Apex in a lot of trouble. I mean, the way this half starts out as well is cookie cutter. You lose the pistol, you get your one, and the fight back immediately. This round started out well. Pick from Avova was absolutely perfect. And then the punish. The fact that the dash from Element, he gets through a bit of the wall, but not all of it, gets caught in the middle, and still manages to find himself the one, set up his teammate. It's a nice close out from Anguiste, having closed the distance. I think that, like, realistically, for CGN right now, they have to feel like they're untouchable. It's like a honeymoon period. Everyone's happy. You're excited for dinner tonight. Just vibes are good. And I think for the defensive side, with a run it back coming into a round like this, where Apex are going to put everything on the line, they're teed up for a nice, easy close to the map.
Whether or not maybe the Annihilation could deny something, it would be a nice way to open things up. And straight away, it's been utilized, and it's caught nothing. Absolutely nothing from the ultimate. It's why it's so infuriating. It's an expensive one to get, and a very cheap one to lose. Element's position, they have no idea. Why would they? Why would they expect someone to be here? He's just going to fight them again. The second round in a row, he's caught 2 from seemingly a position of weakness, but he turns it into a position of strength, leaving 3 players to try and fight this one back. You mentioned it. This is an integral round. They haven't even had to use the run it back yet. It's still just sat in the pocket. But Kayak has his ult. That might be a way in. That might be an opener, but it means he can't shoot. And to be honest, that might be more of a detriment than actually helping.
Yeah, Gatecrash used a fake. They're already on their way through. Flash got them out, but now they've got to fight for site control. Up against Anguiste, who's already down, but Davey still holding strong, has support, but fight around the right side, not going to work out. Benny used his ult, and he cracks open Kayak's head, but doesn't get the death blow. Still, a 3 versus 2 with a lot of the dangers CGN brought to the table already dealt with, and he is able to walk past this wall. I think they'll have a read on that. They should know. The sensor was there to back it up. Kayak dies to the wall bang. He was low, so it's expected. The flash above Soulcast's head, but they still convert, and it's Molsey left alone. Tucked on the back of the side. He caught Vince once, and he'll catch him again. A beautiful round. Apex not letting it slip just yet.
Yeah, I guess there was value of Kayak not using that ultimate and just taking the space instead. I am perplexed. This is, I think this is the worst sort of, I guess, backside B holds I've ever seen. Like both, and it's not necessarily because the players are misplaying, it's because the entry shots that we're getting from both teams have been impressive. But that's twice now where it's coming down to the last like 20-30 seconds. You have an advantage, you got 2 players in the back of the site, both die, get absolutely nothing, and the round slips away. Like that, it's got to be frustrating for both sides. And well, with the economy now rough, it's going to be on this man again, and this time Apex have been able to shut him down. Kayak, he didn't get his ult off in time. He died before it went off.
Yeah, the Hunter's Fury
has it been taken though?
It should have. Yeah. Once the voice line starts to play, that's it. Your ult is activated, and if you die in the window where it's giving you the invulnerability, unlucky, bro. That's it's like sometimes you won't notice a breach ult has been used because they'll just get the first like syllable out and then get shot in the head. But yeah. It's an unlucky situation, and it's getting even worse. Okay, Apex lose 1 player at the press of his ult. Now spam through a wall, random timing. Deep molly's good, catching them on the wall back. They've got to step straight into Angui's line of sight, and it buys him time to retreat to the site itself. This is set up beautifully, and now the defensive side, well, it's a formality closing this one out. Molsey's already solo. A hero has to step it up for Apex. The one good thing is they think the spike's gone back the other direction. Apex have waited long enough. Not all 3 players are close by anymore. In fact, they've got a bit of an isolated fight, but they're spread out, Tom. They're looking in different directions, and the TP to the other side of the map is being waited on by Vince. Avova was ready, though. He suspected something was fishy, and now he has a chance up close in the smoke. Oh, Davey expected it. That could have been beautiful.
He's been so good. Like, such a high impact player. Again, it's similarly to yesterday in their last match that they won. I feel like there was so many rounds where you can just go, yeah, that was a Davey round. Like, he just played it to perfection. And yeah, again, just having the high impact kills, like catching players as they attempt to rotate, dropping players as they look to try and get into the site.
Who's next?
Especially again when it's actually so close to him being in the ult and surviving. That is rough.
So many unfortunate situations for Apex here. And commanding Avova for even guessing that there was a player that close. It just walks straight into the spam. It's unlucky. That's how it do be. Apex 11-7. 2 more for CGN to take their map pick. Start this series out in a way that I don't think many people expected. Certainly coming into yesterday, wouldn't have. But Apex's form is being called into question. Pardon me, question. You've only got the 1 rifle in play for Kayak, everyone else on pistols. This will be a challenging round to set it right. And if you don't, 5 in a row, 5 chances in a row for CGN to close the map.
Patience seems to be the name of the game. Kayak almost just going in alone. The rest of the team were fairly far behind when he took that initial push. Now we're getting that support, but he's already gone. Soulcast does well. The shot dart has caught another. Again, a weaker buy, but they're going to be able to retrieve some of those weapons. No ults to put into play, at least. The wall, it's going to funnel them. I don't think that was necessarily the plan, and Soulcast is just in no man's land. They're going to destroy it anyway, just in case there is something to it. But what was an advantage now falls to a lot less of one. The Hunter's Fury, unlikely to be used just because of the position of where Molsey is currently holding, unless he's got some crazy lineup that keeps him safe. And, well, an easy kill for the first. Now it is left to Molsey. Ult can't be utilized. He needs to take one of these fights. He's just not going to get it. The advantage slipping for them once again, and CGN are going to find their way to 12.
Oh, this is looking rough now. That's 5 in a row. 5 chances to close this out, to set CGN up with a 1-0 lead moving into Lotus. And when we started out this tournament, I heard a lot about CGN, but honestly, not a lot that told me that this is going to be a competitor that can take down who everyone's talking about as favorites, top 3 at a minimum. CGN need to enter that conversation if things keep going this way. As I said, up next is going to be Lotus, and well, I mean, I remember from yesterday, Tom, looking at the Lotus sheet, it is a pretty strong win streak for CGN right now. They haven't lost that map in well, this year, actually, right?
Yeah, it's a 13, I believe a 13-0 for them. So they are in a very good position. I will say though that we said pretty much the exact same thing yesterday. I think it was also a solid map for Go Next, and that was proven by how close the match actually was. But even still, it was Apex who came out on top. So I think I don't mind it. Like, Apex have gone for their strength over anything else. My main worry though is more so the fact that they've had their moments, but I feel like a lot of the rounds they've got have been more so blips, like some cool ideas, a few things put into play, but ultimately I don't think there was really much of a moment in this game where I thought CGN weren't going to be taking it.
Yeah, it seemed pretty clear cut. I mean, CGN, when they went 2-1 down, things were looking a little shaky, but that's the most stress they've felt so far this game. They managed to recover on that 3-2 lead and haven't let it slip
like this.
since.
Oh,
Luckily,
thank God, Hype.
it's nothing to be found. Hype and Kayak finding both kills on the entry to mid. Pizza wide open. And the B site, not quite the same. There is still one standing in their way. A man who's been there again and again to ruin the days of the side of Apex, but not this one. They'll give them a moment for reprieve.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, not Vince. Always Vince in these clutch scenarios. This round somehow was massively advantageous, but even still has come close. The shot dart is going to tickle Vince even further. There shouldn't be a way into this, especially with the position of Hype. The expectation will be that both players are on the site, and he's just waiting for that cross, waiting for the moment, an easy kill to close out around the... Well, it had many an issue, it seemed. Like, I was terrified by Element's position. I think 2 players weren't checking. Luckily, Hype was that third man who did. I think there was a moment where it looked like Benny was going to get a multi-frag, but yeah, look, 2 players in the open. You can see Element almost just questioning. Then you have Benny who gets 1 kill and is like, I need to destroy this door. I don't know why, but... And then, well, again, Vince almost turning it back. It's a butt clencher of a round, but ultimately Apex are still in the map.
They are. They've bought themselves another chance. Well, the same chance. 4 denials in a row. Hunter's Fury here for Malzy. 1 away from Kayak and Avova, but the Ultimates are here to play with on the CGN side. They run it back for Benny. Say in terms of impact, a lot of the time it hasn't gone right. It only needs to work the once here to avoid an overtime, move on to Lotus, a map that CGN are very, very confident on. A slow play by Apex. They'll gather the orb, but the spike's going in the other direction, and that's because they hope that Hype can find some space. He very nearly walked into his death.
Judge is always a scary prospect, and I feel like any gun in the hands of Davey is... the combination here, it's expected to be in tandem with the ult, but it wasn't. I guess just wanting to try and disrupt as the players push through it. It hasn't worked. Normally those 2 ultimates used together guarantee 2 kills, and instead 2 kills went the other way. Vince taking the initiative to get aggressive. He's put his team in a wonderful spot. You've got the Hunter's Fury on the other side, which has been used to try and deny the plant. It's failed and actually hasn't done too much damage. Also, the lockdown's been destroyed. The ultimates have been a failure for both sides, it seems.
Well, Apex won their boss fight. Hunter's Fury came through, but they managed to dodge it all while hitting shots back in the other direction. Time ticking, and CGN under pressure. Malzy's going to try to use his low HP to sneak down below. Get an angle that he can fight from. Shock dart avoided at least. Could have taken him down. Lineup going through for the recon, but up top a little early. Element was on the way. Hype shut him. Now Malsey found underneath. He'll fall after just the one bit of damage. Hype! Oh, well, he stepped up to the plate, and Avova was there to cover. Could have been the 4K, but the 3 will do. All that matters is they've got another shot. 3 rounds in a row. Bring them to overtime.
And again, it seems like a very back and forth round. The initial move that came in from Vince was a fantastic start, but yeah, it felt like some of the ults are maybe slightly disjointed. I think the Hunter's Fury by both sides didn't really hit the mark, and then you also have the fact that I believe, yeah, run it back was not used. So Benny died before the run it back, and in a scenario where you can close the game, the expectation there was maybe you could have combined that with the Hunter's Fury. Either way, hasn't worked out. Pistols now on the board. Apex are climbing back into this match. And we've seen it before, even regionally, even versus teams that, let's be real, weren't on their caliber. At times where they were down, this team can definitely find their footing. All it takes is a round or two, belief that they have found their way back, and this squad can definitely face versus any team. Even still, though, it's going to be Element. Always fear when this man's on the other side, but his aggression is met with very little. It's more so Benny that makes things interesting.
They're sending someone out to check. They've even seen him now. Well, Benny's not long for this world. Neither is Hype, though. That's a good kill by Vince. Managing to delete a player. Managing to recover a weapon. And that lurk that they've sent out on the side of Apex towards B many times now cannot be found. So they've got to go right back to the A site. Still players here. Sheriffs are going to make it very difficult to find the impact. Element stuck down here, but they didn't think he was in the sight of Vova with an oversight that's quite costly indeed. Malsey on a sliver of HP, surviving to see another. Kayak and Malsey are both one shot to the Sheriffs, and there's a rifle in play. It's not lost yet for CGN. They'll still scrap for it, but Soulcast swings in to hammer home the round for Apex. 12 to 10. They needed 5 in a row. It seemed like a pretty daunting task. Like we may be going to Lotus quite soon, but now, Tom, down to just 2.
Yeah, they really have started to find some of that individual prowess we've seen from them. A big round from Soulcast to make sure that one didn't get out of control. A solid flash to, even if it was just used as a distraction, to set him up for those fights. But if I've learned anything of the last 2 rounds is that even with weaker weapons, even with very little in play, CGN are always making them work for whatever rounds are available. Still, that run it back sits. It hasn't found the right place to be used, and for CGN, they are going to take themselves a moment, because you have to bear in mind, they used a couple of high impact ults a couple ago, didn't get the results they desired. It means that now the ults are starting to build back up for the opposing side, but more so, as said, we're starting to see some of the players that we know can play at that top level get back to the form that's expected of them. And for CGN, even just slowing things down a little bit, even just making sure this doesn't get out of control is very important.
Like you say, Tom, we've seen this before. Teams slip up. I think the game's already over. You find it so hard to stop that ball once it gets rolling, and for Apex, it is reaching full speed. The ultis may not be there. You still have run it back for Benny. But in round to round, it looks like there's been some good recovery from Apex. Mid control, not going to be a problem. Element's been smoked off and reconned. The operator is pushed out of the round, at least in the early impact. Does look like CGM want to fill that gap with a close, short play. Vince is here, ready, with a star, 2 stars, in fact, in his back pocket. I wonder if one's going to make it to short for reactive play. But more importantly, Benny stood up close, waiting for a chance to rip some heads off, and he might just get it.
Ooh. He's going to go dry peeking. He's got to be very careful. Kayak's waiting on the other side. Clearly, bit of a misread. Vince just goes in for more. There's not too many players that have the gall to do that versus Kayak. Avova has TP'd into the back of the A site. The expectation now that there's no one there. Vince completely smoked off, and they know where he is as well. Not really anywhere to run at this stage. Looks like the A site is going to be completely under their control. Avova's position still completely unknown as well. He's able to take out Element and putting Apex in a commanding position here.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big problem. After Avova uses the From the Shadows, you just have to be cautious to someone being anywhere. They're left, caught, unaware. CGN, 3 versus 4. Reveal goes up, it's broken instantly, and the spam's not really finding their footing either way. The time, most certainly on Apex's side. CGN need to think about this one. 3 players, all low on credits, moving into what will be the final round. Do you really want to stick around for some meaningless economy damage? Looks like they did. There's no punish on the other side, so CGN carry these weapons forward. Still, this isn't how they wanted things to play out. They had 5 chances, and it felt like it was impossible to let this map slip. But now, Tom, they have to do it here, or they're going to be pushed to overtime.
And an extra gun dropped at the end for free. I guess that's something, but you could see a lot of what we sort of gave credit to CGN for, and a lot of their wins is now starting to come back to bite them. Overly aggressive faces in the early stages of the round that are being punished by Apex. I think they're really starting to get a handle on what this comp has, what this comp can do. And while Dave is now going to be the one that takes the brunt. Element still with the operator. And in terms of ults, it does still slightly lean in the favor of CGM, but as we've seen so far, I don't really feel like there's been an ultimate that I can sit there and go, okay, that was the one that changed the round. I think a lot of them have been sort of the backseat factor to most of them, and it's been the individual plays, it's been the takes from Apex that have really been the most impressive over the last 4.
And we're down to the last minute. Apex again looking around mid. This time, Element has given up the control. He's sick of just staring at smokes. He moves over to short. Wants to try to have a new lease of life there. There has been contact from Apex. I think it makes sense. Unfortunately for him, this is the round that Apex decided to contact up mid. I mean, this would be perfect for Element. It would be having a field day up until that smoke pops. Now, realizing that the play is coming towards B, the door is closed, but broken immediately. And both players on the side of CGN falling back to the site. Recon not destroyed, not finding pings. Gives them an idea of where they're not, and that helps pinpoint where they are. A gorgeous shot. It's already caught one. That player is gone out of the round. 12 seconds left as the timer ticks, but Apex will get the spike planted.
10 seconds left.
It's the curse of the backside B. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it. Again, 0 kills in the hold. Again, it's going from bad to worse for CGN. They had this in the bag, and it seems like that bag is slowly slipping away from them. Element and Benny. Run it back used, but no success found. The operator, the Bladestorm. The exact weaponry they would look for. The flash through, but nothing whatsoever. It'll be the Apex hold, the 5-round streak, and CGN have just watched their lead dissipate in a matter of minutes.
We talk about a quick loss, a close game, all this sort of stuff in terms of what's worse. Well, this is the worst. I think if CGN lose this map now, emotionally, they'll never recover. The years from now, they'll be sitting on a beach and they'll just think back to this moment. It was theirs. The map was in their hands. 5 rounds in a row needed. If I'm not mistaken, that's the biggest streak of rounds so far this map. It seemed impossible. Certainly improbable, regardless of where you sit on the fence. But they've done it. And now the momentum most certainly in Apex's favor. CGN, well, they better hope that their attack side can find some legs very early on. No advantage to Phoenix's ult being so cheap. So this will be quite the challenge as the attack side gears up for another slow default mid take. But it looks like Apex have something up their sleeve. It's a utility and a mid push. Leads them to lose 1 player at the start, but the recovery is most certainly there.
Oh, it's turned into a deathmatch server even. They've just gone fighting in. Straight down middle. The initial contact of Soulcast looked like it was going to go badly for Apex, but the turn of Kayak, now 1 away from his ultimate as well. And that's got to be just sheer panic now for CGN. You're sat in a spot where a lot of these rounds have been slow, defaulty, reliant on you to take that space, and then Apex just look to fight you straight off the bat in no man's land. Information gathered. I'm seeing a 2-man B site, and I'm not going to lie, I'm somehow nervous for Apex.
Yeah, luckily, CGN aren't reading into that. They're playing the other direction. Moving into Avova, who's had a bit of a rough time to start, but he gets there in the end. And it's only one left in between Anguist and an A site plant. If he can drop Kayak, there might be a chance. Kayak is playing this safe and smart up top. The reveal's cleared the site. He's just watching the window. No panic. They'll let the clock run down. Anguist has to plant this spike, and they might even let him get away with it. Fighting afterwards as a 3-man seems a bit more favorable.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, it's not to be, even with the first kill being a nice one. It is going to be Apex that now take themselves up to a map point. That is all the pressure now building up over onto the CGN player. And in the way that Apex just have gone from, as said, like a lot of the rounds up until that streak looked like upset rounds. They were able to find things here and there, but it was never anything consistent, to now pushing mid as a 3-4 man unit and just pretty much ending this round within the first 30 seconds. They have definitely found their footing. They found their confidence. And well, if you're a DAC fan, a CGM fan, you're probably feeling pretty nervous. Element though, you wouldn't expect it. He is confident as ever as he looks to take that early fight. Doesn't quite come off.
Take flight.
Yeah, slow by Apex again. They don't want to dive into those decisions all too early. Some utility waiting for them on mid. CGN, go for B main aggression, get a little bit of control. Same on A main. They really want to get those early fights in. Both extremities being, I mean, more so fought for towards A, and it makes sense with a Phoenix. And Killjoy inside main has its risks, but Angui's certainly a risk taker. And often those risks are paying off. Push straight up A. There's a risk if Avova can catch them. It's already dealt quite a bit of damage, down to just 45 HP. Won't have an easy fight, and in fact is just backing off now to concede. The control of Apex, though, they see there's an A main push, and their decision is to go to A. It must be weaker on short if they've got players deep A main, and it's the right call.
I feel like a lot of this hinges on
30 seconds left.
whether or not Avova's able to get anything done here. The walk forward will be met with Benny, the rest of his team, but he wins the fight. The timing couldn't have gone any better. It's all falling apart for CGN. 3 players now to try and turn the tide. Make that just 2. Element and Anguis, they've had stellar performances yesterday, but this would have to be the best of them. Mistakes would have to be made, and well, I think they all were out of the way in the early stages of this map. A recovery and a half for the side of Apex. They're going to take map 1.
Really impressive stuff. Apex looked like they were pinned against the wall, but they managed to fight back. We'll see how they do on map 2 after the break.
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa. as well.
It's another overtime here on the Alpha stream. I feel like we're used to that by now. I'm your hosting, so I'm back here once again with Pilsky and Sam. Now, Pilsky, it felt like all of the overtimes we got yesterday, we kind of knew that was the direction we were heading. But this map, though, did you expect Apex to be able to bring this all the way back?
I definitely didn't. I didn't think Apex was going to win this map at all. Like, I was super impressed with what I saw from CGN. Like, despite a bad start where they got eco'd second round, and I thought, like, Apex has got so much money here. They had a lot of depth on their attacking side, and even early on signs on defense, I was impressed. But I feel like Apex just won that map in the fashion you'd expect experienced players to do so. Just very, very slow attacking side, you know, baiting out mistakes, you know, trading and making really, really good reads.
And I think slowing things down is so important, especially given the comp that they were running, right? You're not running a highly aggressive composition. In fact, when they started to turn things around, it was when they were really using that deadlock utility so much better. And I'm looking forward to talking about that a little bit later on, because as I've made mention, I'm not a huge deadlock fan. So when I actually see it get used really well, that really excites me.
Yeah, and what do we think about these comps? Did we like them? Did we have a preference? Because Sam, you know, we knew what CGM were going to play, but for Apex, this is new.
Yeah, I'll be honest. Overall, I think that the comps are not bad, give or take one or two agents. Those agents being Phoenix and Deadlock. I think that generally speaking, you can get a lot more out of different agents. I don't love the double sentinel. I think that you give up so much utility by getting rid of either a second initiator or a second controller. And the Phoenix, it wasn't really played as a duelist. It was played more as like an initiator, in which case you could just play an initiator. And then again, you have better util to play with. That being said, I do enjoy being proven wrong. And sometimes teams, you know, play things in ways that are unexpected, or they just play it really well. For CGN, unfortunately, they couldn't make it work this time, but kudos for making the deadlock work.
Yeah, I like both of the comps, to be honest. I'm not sure that Apex necessarily played the comp amazingly. I think they've kind of just outplayed them at Valorant, you know, with good spacing and baiting out mistakes. CGN, I love the way they played the comp on attack, and I think some of the aggression worked on defense, but once it started to get abused, they needed something else, and they definitely didn't have it.
Yeah, and we got to talk about your boy Vince, because Sam, I knew you wanted to talk about him before the match started, and I heard that he's an absolute scrim demon. I'm just glad we get to see it in action.
Absolutely. You know, I was talking a little bit about the rookies versus veterans storyline, and we spoke a bit about Element and Davi, and I didn't really get to go into Vince, but I mean, he was someone that was pulled up from the academy team last year, then managed to play Ascension last year, and then they were like, you know what, let's keep him around, let's see how he does. And he played the 2 splits, he played incredibly well. Here he is again for his second Ascension run, and he's been exceptional. He's been such a demon, playing an agent that doesn't get as much love as I think it should. You know, Astra, I'm very Astra-pilled, so thank you, Zesht, for breathing some more life into that agent. But I love seeing that. I love seeing a controller player who can be up there with the best of the duelists, with the best of the players, and still really perform well, and still be a rookie on top.
Yeah, he had a bunch of fantastic rounds that game, and I think I was looking at his stats from the regular season of DAC, and then his stats went up in the play-ins, and he's just had another fantastic game. So maybe he's just continuing to improve as he plays better and better competitions.
Oh yeah, and before we move on to the next map, let's just talk about that overtime. How on earth, you guys, did Apex manage to bring this back?
I mean, I was kind of talking about it a little bit, but it was very, very slow rounds. This was a fantastic round that we saw from them, with a beautiful deadlock onto the back of the B site, and they were really hard abusing the fact that the B hold from CGN just really was not great this game. You know, time and time again, ending towards B, abusing some of the mid aggression. This was a perfect switch up as well. CGN did a lot of slow defaulting on attack. First round of OT, Apex does a mid crunch, and it works beautifully.
And what I loved about that round 24 that took us into overtime, and they'd actually done this a few rounds previously as well, taking space. I was talking about using the deadlock utility really well. The wall that they threw into the defender's spawn to cut off the rotations, then as they move through market and throw out the deadlock ultimate, you have massively isolated so many of those duels. You've completely shut off reinforcements, and it's so easy to take control. And as was mentioned a few times, poor Tom was losing his mind. But yeah, the boat boat household was just not working. As far as I'm concerned, that's the best position in the game, and unfortunately they weren't finding any traction with it, and it was abused beautifully by Apex.
Well, they will be playing that deadlock one more time as we head over to Lotus, and this is where I felt like it looked very, very convincing the last couple of times they brought it out, and we won't get a Phoenix either, Pilski, on the side of CGN.
Yeah, we won't, but, you know, they kind of alluded to it, I think, during the cast. This is actually a map that CGN has a pretty good record on, and they've got a lot of reps on it, both through DAC and the play-ins, so it's not like this is going to be an insta-win pick for Apex. Apex has done very well winning a map that they haven't got a lot of reps on. They've switched up the comp. I will say, though, that Apex used to play that more sort of standard comp, the double controller with the fade, that sees a lot of popularity, especially from, like, some of the Pacific teams as well, so, you know, they have shown flexibility in terms of comps on this map, but they did win their game against Go Next yesterday, so I dare say they're still feeling pretty comfortable running the deadlock on 2 maps back to back.
Honestly, it always makes me sad when I don't see a Viper on Lotus, but again, I'm willing to be proven wrong. I'm willing to eat my words, and both of these compositions I find really, really interesting. I love the Gecko. I think that you can get a lot done with that. And I generally love the fade as well, so to not see that makes me a little bit sad. The Lotus comp from Apex leaves me with a lot of question marks again. We know that the deadlock's going to come out. There's a KO as well, which is really not on Lotus. That's really wild and kind of out there. So I'm looking forward to seeing, you know, how they actually make that work and how they play off of it.
Yeah, I can't wait to see. Oh, go on, Koski.
No, go.
No, you go. No, you go.
Okay. I mean, I did actually, the team I was coaching, we had like 2 different comps on Lotus, and one of them was the KO, and it's something that, like, yeah, as Sam mentioned, it's not something you see a lot on this map, and it can really catch teams off guard if they're not used to playing against it. Like, you're trying to run your A default and you just get like 3 people knifed and the whole rhythm of the round gets thrown off, or you're used to playing on like the C site, for example, a certain way, and the KO knife can just clear the whole site and give you like a really easy entry pathing straight in towards the site. So it's something you definitely do have to learn how to adapt to, but at the same time a lot less flexible than a Gecko at the fade of taking the lanes on attack on Lotus, like a lot of teams like to do.
And this is the thing about the adaptation, though. It felt like Apex, they really did do that on map 1, and we got to give kudos to their mental, to give kudos to the fact that they're able to pull this back and actually secure that map. How worried or not worried are we here as we go on to the next map? Will we see map 3, do you guys think?
I think so. Like, I think CGN honestly looked like the better team that game for the majority of it, and they kind of like slowed down way too much, and Apex kind of beat them with experience. I think this is a totally fine map for CGN, and Apex only barely won it yesterday, despite having a pretty dominant run on it throughout the majority of Polaris. Like, I really wouldn't be surprised to see a 3-mapper. CGN's really been impressing me, and I think they're going to be a bit peeved they let that one slip.
Yeah, I think CGN is nothing if not tenacious, and their run through the play-ins proves that. Despite going almost undefeated so consistently throughout DAC to then lose the grand final, that could be a mental breaker. But no, they came through the play-ins and they made sure they had that spot regardless. On the other hand, we heard it from Soulcast, right? They lost their game yesterday, and there isn't like downs. There isn't like, oh, we feel terrible. It's like, all right, cool, go next. We've learned from our mistakes. So both of these teams, very scrappy, very tenacious, but I definitely see CGN taking us to a 3rd.
Go Next actually plays next, by the way, so...
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
Just letting everyone know. But this is the thing, though. Apex, they've been in this position before, taking map 1 and then losing 2 and 3. So if we want to talk about learning from their mistakes, they have to learn from that game yesterday as well, Pilski.
Yeah, they do. I don't know if you're necessarily going to get like some individual just popping off like they did and turning things around. I think CGN's definitely going to rely on, you know, the way that they want to play and a lot of their strategies. And I even did kind of watch their DAC grand final. They have a very kind of formulaic approach with the Sova, Gecko comp, the double initiators, just trying to work that map control and make some reads. So I think they're going to rely a little bit more on that rather than someone just kind of running it down at them. And that's the great thing really about these Ascension competitions. You get a really different mix of styles, and you'll get some of the teams just running at you to try to win the game, or some teams trying to break, you know, you strategically, I suppose.
Well, let's take a look at the agent select and see if we're going to get any changes coming into this. And Sam, we weren't.
Nope, no, we will not. Very much telegraphed as we were expecting. I think that a lot of this makes a lot of sense, right? Your duelist being as it is, 100%. Even your sentinels, I tend to favor the KJ, but I favor the KJ a lot more when you have the Viper in the mix, because obviously like decay and turret or nano swarms, it's just absolutely disgusting.
Oh, well, I can't wait to see how many overtimes we're going to get on this one. Mitch and Tom, have fun with it.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. Well, I'm very excited to kick this one off, Tom. I think looking at what we just saw in that first map, it would be hard not to sell this as at least a close game. Certainly that's what we're expecting.
I think we've only really had close games so far. We got 6 maps yesterday. I'm kind of hoping maybe we get the same today, but I do think Apex are going to be going into this one feeling very confident. This is the second time in a row they have picked this map versus a team who are very competent on the map. They are not shying away from that fight. Again, like, people love to make those comparisons to Fnatic, but I think this is another one in the fact that this seems to be their bread and butter. I will say the one thing that makes me nervous is let's be honest, the reason they won yesterday was because Kayak went God mode. Like, the guy had plus 15, 380 ACS, 30 plus kills. Like, you couldn't ask for more. He hasn't done that on any other map we've seen so far this tournament. Now, it's not to say that this isn't just his game, but realistically, I think that he's up against a tough opposition in the form of Element. We're back to, well, I'd say back. For the first time, we're seeing a composition from CGN that doesn't have a Phoenix in it. So, well, we get to see if they've got that in their locker.
Yeah, that's a good point. Finally, we've been watching these guys yesterday. Nothing but Phoenix. To watch him here today, well, a little bit of a change. Something new on the menu. I'm ready to eat it up. Apex defensive side, and it looks like they're going to give up control of C. Just a couple of spams, all that await CGN as they'll find a nice open plant. Maybe some spams from Malzy, but well, that's going to be their best shot. And it doesn't look like it'll do anything. So, CGN with the early advantage for sure. The clock in their favor.
I almost feel like this was somewhat the plan for Apex to try and get back in. They have themselves a little bit of utility. The nade, the net is the sort of combo I'm looking at. And there it goes, straight through to the back of the site. Doesn't seem to have had what they were hoping for, but the kills are still going their way, at least for a moment. It's still going to come back to an even footing. And in fact, Vince is putting it even further, has some teamwork alongside him as well, as Nguis will put the remainder in the dirt. CGN, pistol underneath their belt. And, well, after what was a bit of a rough start to the last map, they're going to be wanting to play this one nice and safe.
Yeah, we saw the start out for CGN last time over on Ascent. My goodness, they really had their hands firmly on the reins. At least it felt that way. Quickly, Apex bounce back. They win that second round, and maybe we'll see that same sort of vibe this time. Kayak's gone for a Marshall. Pistols across the board to back it up. Aggression on C or being taken. It is Avova taking it, so I think that's more just denying your opponents more so than a hungering for the from the shadows. This is the man we're excited for, and he's got a chance already. He won't connect the first. CGN need to be careful about how many opportunities they give this man.
Also just where the defense, at least for a moment, was. They had 4 players over on that A side of the map, and they're still pressuring in that direction. Kayak isolated. Element looking to be the tip of the spear, and while no help to be had as Avova will go down, the flash solid to clear out Malzy. Soulcast will at least be able to find one, but it's if there's any more damage. That would be the worry, because Vince had the singular pistol. The rest is rifles. So if Hype can somehow drop even an extra player, and you know what, Element, I'll be honest, I don't know why he's pushing.
Yeah, it is a bold play. The rifle thrown off the map will no effect, because we can see all 3 players that are still alive have rifles to work with. So actually it might have helped Hype to do more damage, but I like the initiative. Of course, there was a pretty high chance that one of those players did have a pistol, an SMG, something like that. And just in case he throws it off. But 2-0 nonetheless. No upset for Apex this time, but I think they sort of expected that. Very light buy.
Yeah, they didn't really put much than the Marshall. I do think, like, with Element being low, the value really wasn't there for the push. Like, one extra ultimate orb in a round like this, I just don't think it holds as much value as he was particularly close to the ult anyway. And by the looks of it, he's invested right back in. So this may end up hurting him going into the next round if they're not able to take this over the line. It does, however, mean they're coming in with a 4-buy. So every single player has a rifle on the side of CGN. Ult for Element 3 away. Benny only 2. So I might want to see that orb being invested towards the Gecko. And they're just walking up. They're going straight in for the firefight immediately. It seems like Element is not shying away from any battle.
Oh, well, maybe he should have shied away from that one. Kayak's ripped his head clean off. Still control over tree with 2 players backside. He's confident to plant his feet and hold his ground. And that's exactly what Kayak's going to do. Apex, 5 versus 3. Huge advantage. One threading the needle. In fact, 2 players threading the needle through that wall of Ova. Didn't quite spot them. Timing's going to be key. I think he just holds this down, right? But Anguish catches him. Malsey up close. Shouldn't expect a second player quite that quickly. Although they go back. The A site no longer the target. Door. Was it opened? Left. I guess not. They're going to have to open it now, but the B site plant seems undeniable.
They've still got a cam, but that's going to be destroyed. So they definitely have all the information. 3 players looking to encroach from the A side. A chance for an easy kill, and it seems to go that way. Anguish just looking to try and hold down his position. It's another isolated fight. Not playing this one together, not playing it as a team, and they are being picked apart. Kayak, again, spoke about him being that hero, being that superstar. 3 kills to his name, and still he finds himself 1v2.
Listen to how quickly that spike is ticking away. With 2 players to find, I'm surprised he hasn't opted to save this weapon already. Gonna take the fight, and it is a costly fight indeed. The final rifle hits the floor for Apex. 3-0. CGN now stand with a big lead, and for Apex, getting back in is not going to be easy, and it's almost certainly not going to be immediate. This round starts out with Kayak decimating them, leaving a 3v5 at their feet. And yet, by some miracle, CGN have managed to recover it. Tom, that has got to hurt for Apex, but also reset what must have been a very poor, very bad taste in CGN's mouth after losing the last map with 5 chances to close it.
Yeah, that miracle had a name, and that name was Anguish. Like, the guy was able to win multiple fights where it looked unfavorable. Like, that push towards the spawn, it was telegraphed. It was a gap that was known by Apex. He wins that fight. 2 players, or 3 players coming from that A link side, and he's ready for it. And he started off this round as well. He's 9-1 right now. The Killjoy has completely taken over the beginning rounds of this map, and while they've thrown in the Thrash, they're trying to play this one nice and safe, not wanting to let anything get away from them. At least, well, actually quite a bit of damage coming out from Soulcast. 2 kills, but it's not going to stop them. That's the thing. They've earned up that ultimate. Hey, it turns out getting 9 kills is enough to get your ult online.
Who would have thunk it? Yeah, Anguish has done incredibly well, and I think the problem for Apex is that, yeah, they've done some damage. Anguish is still alive. Even if you pick off the rest, I ain't believing in you. Up close to the smoke as well. 17 HP. That's a free kill towards the ulti. 1 more. We'll have another lockdown on in a couple rounds if this keeps up. Really nice stuff. 4-0 start. This was a weak buy, though, from Apex. Not a huge investment. This round represents a completely different factor. Full investment. 4 ultimates for the defensive side. If they're going to get back on the horse, it has to be now. You can't allow CGN to just run away with this. A 4-0 start may not seem like much, but economic benefits, sure. Soulcast does well to at least make this one costly. Make sure there's not a million members to CGN alive, but there's not going to be any struggles for that side for quite a while. Showstopper for them, all they have to respond to the sea of ultimates on the other side.
CGN pause?
Oh! 4 ults, I guess. But even then, Showstopper and Annihilation, sure. How are they going to do with the From the Shadows? I mean, Vova had 1 decent one earlier.
Is it really a CGN pause? Like, this seems wild with 4 rounds in a row and then call a pause. I don't know. In my mind, maybe this is an Apex pause, but we'll see. Maybe they are coming up with a very specific niche game plan for this exact scenario. Like, I have myself a plan for if they have themselves 4 ultimates and not including the null command. If they have a null command, it would never work. I don't know. But even still, a flyer of a start for CGN on that attack side. They have had utterly dominant attacks in their last couple of showings. 10-2 versus KPI, 9-3 versus Galacticos when playing through the play-in. Their attack has been filthy, and it's down to Apex to quell that early, to stop them in their tracks. They look to switch it up, though. They've been feeling out the map a lot. They've been playing the extremities, hitting C, hitting A. Well, they're going direct for a B hit.
Oh yeah, there's no messing around. There's no running the clock down. This is just straight in. Showstopper already activated. Kayak packing by the nade though. That's gonna buy a little more time. 35 HP. Sees one in the avenue, but fires early. They've avoided the laneway, and now Element pops off with his own. Already avoiding. Being taken out by that blind. Needs to find an avenue. Where's he going? Which direction is that rocket fired in? It's towards the broken door. Players far away from it, but it's done its job. It bought them space. Soulcast has to draw your eye for this retake. So many little corners can be cleared. The info alone valuable, but the annihilation, if it manages to put someone in a cocoon, it'll be a whole different ball game.
You need to get a move on. That's not the start they were looking for. In fact, it's already over. 3 kills within a matter of seconds. Anguist is just not stopping. This guy came back with a vengeance after the first map, and now Element's on the hunt. He will be shut down. It's not been the greatest start for him, and not really needed to be, when you have a player popping off to the degree that we're seeing on the side of CGN. And while Avova, all he can hope is that he's able to hold on to this gun, and I think he'll just about be able to, unless Benny is going to jumping headshot him. 5-0. Anguist is 12-2. He's on his way back to getting his second lockdown already. And you remember they made that more expensive, right? they made it harder to get.
I guess they just watched a lot of his VODs at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, this is outrageously good against Apex after losing previous map. I mean, they have most certainly not given up on the series. A 5-0 start. 3 ults, but only 1 big hitter for Apex. They have still invested. Some weapons saved over make this possible. It's definitely going to be just a 1 set of heavy shields. Everyone else on light. There's definitely struggles. Apex start with an early 4-man push on C, and CGN have gone in the other direction.
This is the man we've talked about when it came to their victory versus Go Next, the difference maker. Already hard on the flank. Look at they're walking into, though. The difference maker so far in this one. They expect it. And, well, he's finally eliminated. We'll see how the remaining core of CGN are going to do without their talisman. And what? With players coming in from behind, still a lot of ultimates. Molsey one away as well. This is the best spot we've seen Apex in.
Paranoia is going to be good too. And caught by it, but still able to spray. Molsey and Kayak fell in the meantime. Oh no! Apex looked good, and from that point they get nothing. Well, I guess we found out what happens if you do kill Anguist. It's nothing different. It's the same old story.
If anything, it went worse. Well, there we go. This one is going to be an Apex pause. You can kind of understand why. They are getting bodied. This is their map choice. They came in off an incredible comeback. I think it was, what, 7 rounds in a row to win the game in the last map in OT. And now they are 6-0 down. Normally you talk about a team, like, if you choke a game, like, you're in the lead, you're probably the better performing side, and you choke a game, you go, they're not resetting from that. CGN reset from that. For anybody wondering, they are destroying them. And as I said, they even managed to clear out the guy who was causing them all the issues, who was making aggressive plays and being successful. They read his position perfectly, and then just got bodied in the retake. Like, that wasn't even close. It was solid util, but mostly just the shots connecting. And, well, if we're looking over on the other side of the scoreboard, it is a very, very bleak picture right now.
Yeah, what, 3 to 2 kills. Hey, consistent, at least. They perform as a team. win or lose. But yeah, for CGN at this point, what can you say, man? 6-0, dominant rounds. That last one, just ridiculous. Vince gets hit by the paranoia, spams one player down. In the meantime, from the second the paranoia was thrown, the second he got the kill, 2 kills came in on their side. It's like, blink and you miss it. For Apex, this has to be frustrating. So the last series not going their way. Now, you've still being caught. The teleport went through.
Oh.
What if Ova? He's made it around the corner. He's got his weapon back out, and Hype is covering him every step of the way. 4 versus 3. Somehow, Ova should have been dead multiple times.
Now the question is, how much do they commit to this? Guns haven't been found. This fight is everything. Vince being able to even things up, and once again, from an advantage to a disadvantage in the blink of an eye. Avova, he spent more of this round detained than he has not detained, and he's going to get the fight, he's going to win it. Why not? He's finally able to use his gun, and he puts it to good use. Kayak has found another. Somehow it's ended up just on Benny. Already looking to try and switch over some of those guns, and Avova has said he was unable to move for most of this. The time, I think, would just about be there for them to get this over the line. And while that is a huge round for Apex to win, and one that, I'll be honest, they never should have.
Well, Avova not only got the kill later, he's the reason Hype's getting the first 2 kills. Everyone's swinging to kill him, and Hype standing behind him. A bodyguard. That's the first. The second in just a moment. Big swing. Nope. And then...
So it was all part of Danito's plan, honestly.
Oh, yeah, from the start. Avova grabs another kill. And then he uses a paranoia, which blinds the player who's swinging out in the open while paranoid. And then they get the last. That's an absolutely outrageous round. I don't know how he's allowed to get away with any of that, let alone all of it. But it is a lifeline.
You get detained twice and you still survive in an eco.
Yeah, that's like his loss bonus of like karma at that point. He's just earned it.
Oh, CGN, I finally tasted the bitterness of defeat, and I'm sure it didn't taste great, so they're going to try and get right back on the horse. Already, a lot of pressure put in over onto the A site. A lurk, again, from Anguisse, who has cooled off a little bit over the last couple of rounds, but they've only lost 1 of them, so I don't think they will mind too much. From the defense, already bolstering up this B site. A lot of utility being expended. Anguisse, again, he's going to be dropped early. I think that's 3 rounds in a row they've managed to pick him off without any real trouble.
And good blanket cover for Apex. They've got players everywhere with Spike pressured by the time. They have to move forward and right into Hype's waiting arms. So many players waiting for CGN. And, well, most of them hitting their shots. They're running into Davey, who's low HP, and the classic is enough to take down the bulky Odin. That's the second round for Apex, locked and loaded. CGN, well, they haven't quite let it slip just yet, and they've got plenty of credits to fall back on, but...
If this was a mega stream, we're about to see that in slow-mo.
3 times.
Oh, it wasn't slow-mo. It wasn't slow-mo, at least. At least it wasn't slow-mo. It wasn't quite as mean as what we were seeing on Omega yesterday.
This goes here. Dizzy's down.
6-2. The attack. Once again building up towards C. Much more direct in their approach. What they're going to be attempting. Avova sat waiting, but I'm not sure what deterred them. Maybe an early smoke. They've taken the orb and immediately fallen back.
Now they've given the space. They got what they wanted. And now what they wanted has changed. It's all about the site. And it looks like A is where CGN have got their sights set on. All 5 making their way into this position. There seems to be a rotate, though. Can't make that little bit of noise like they did. I think it was Element's nade that gave it away. Apex, a triple stack around. Gonna have Malsey close by. Knife's already used. It's on the refresh. Well, the chances are going to be limited to push in towards the A site. A lot of space taken in the Hunter's Fury, seeking out some tags. Soulcast to find it on the Benny. Showstopper used by Kayak, but he's almost taken out by the shock dart. That's 2 HP remaining, and he fires out and finds Vince. Oh, it's a disaster for CGN.
There, and again, they find themselves with a massive lead, slowly deteriorating. I don't know what was said by Danito in the break. Like, maybe there was something that he just felt with the comms, because I don't think it's been a massive shift in their setup. I think it's mostly just been the way in which they're playing. A little bit more confidence, a little bit more fight in them, and a 3-round streak. I think CGN, and that's the thing. Now that first pause seems very interesting, because you've used your first pause of 4-0 up. By the looks of it, they're using their second pause at 6-3. So they're done now for pauses for the rest of the game, unless that was a tech timeout that was just misinterpreted. But that is not a spot you want to find yourself in when you're up against Apex after what they just did in the last map.
It is very peculiar, isn't it? I am suspicious of the first time out for CGN. It just doesn't feel like that's the logical time. Again, though, maybe, 4-0 up, you think, all right, let's make sure we don't make a mistake. Like, give Apex 3 rounds in a row so they're back in the game. And you try to get ahead of the problem. But then you have the conversation about stalling out your momentum and so on.
Okay, it was definitely, we've been informed, it was definitely a pause by CGN. So there you go. It is, they are out of pauses. They are going into round 10 with 0 pauses left. So this is
and a 6-3 lead, by the way.
Yes. It's definitely a weird one. I understand it after the 3-round loss in a row. I'm not sure what was said. Maybe there's something that needed to be fixed. Kayak, okay. We've said this about this guy. He's happy to fight versus opponents. This is very awkward. Element has managed to survive 2 nades, 1 completely missed and 1 missed slightly. So he's got away with that one a little bit.
He can certainly feel a little bit lucky with how his day has gone so far. CGN on the way. A site. Again, that's going to be the target. They found a lot of success there in the early days, but, well, it feels like they've run headfirst into a brick wall when it came to not even the retakes of Apex, but CGN get boots on the ground, but Spike on the ground's a different story. Usually comes with heavy casualties, but in fact, it's all just a ruse. Perhaps realizing that 3 players rotated to A so early on in the last, they'll try to use that to drag Apex to that side of the map. Even putting a smoke down now from outside of C. It all hinges on Avova's contact, and there it is. He's seen one, but what's the reaction?
Now, at least, it doesn't seem like there's much of one. He's just been left to delay. Doesn't have his paranoia anymore. And under serious pressure, already tagged low. That TP has not taken him out of the sight, but he'll get away with it. Nobody was close enough to deal the killing blow. CGN back into the post plant. It's where they've been fantastic. The last few rounds, Apex have been able to deny them before they can get to this position. That's one hell of a kill, though.
Yeah, Anguished of all players to take down. AV, oh, he's in for the double. And even despite that, they're not coming ahead. I thought that could have been it locked in. A good chance, but Kayak managed to drop 2 in the blink of an eye. And with Vince very much busy out of the round, that's another locked in for the defensive side. You see what I mean? CGN, they get into a site and they just can't get comfortable. Apex always able to slip that rug out from underneath their feet.
The ult's still there. They're going to put their money where their mouth is for this round. It's not perfect, that's for sure, but I don't think that's going to matter too much. A lockdown available. The Thrash online too. But it has got to start eating away at CGN. That first map should have been theirs. The second map, wow, they at least should be going in with a lead at the half. At this point, even that's being pulled into question. An opportunity for Element to get his ultimate online, but he's just decided to avoid the orb and go running straight in towards this site. But it's been locked off again.
Yeah, a little barrier has unfortunately stopped Benny from being able to put the Thrash onto the site. Really nice use of the barrier orb, I suppose. Deadlock OP, one player on site, Herd, trying to take that dart out, but the Killjoy has very much pushed Apex off site. Lockdown, not going to be something they want to trifle with. Benny wants to get control up in heaven, but already peaked. Nice shot from the rope. I don't know how he's managed that. Hype recovers up close. Davy's able to trade it right back, and the numbers won't stay even for too long. A fight's sure to ensue. They know that Davy's down below, just 47 health, and he's quick to fall. The fight inside the smoke as well. It's everything Anguisto. He's got the angle, but the gun's been seen. Avova drops him, and all that's left is Element up against the world. 3 players to drop, none found, and a 5th round now locked in for Apex. They're not on the way back anymore. I'm thinking they're back.
Oh yeah, like when you take yourself a pause and then win 5 rounds in a row, I think you have to give the coach their flowers. Like it's impressive stuff. And if anything, since 2 pauses for CGN, they've won 2 rounds and lost 5. So I don't know. I'm not obviously not implying that that's the reason they lost them, but it's a very funny coincidence that that's been the case. Operator in for Kayak. It seems like everybody as well is firing on Apex now after a very quiet. So we mentioned them all being, well, like 2 and 3 kills apiece. Now I think the minimum is either 5 or 6. So everybody's moved up together. Showstopper is now online for Element, which, as said, they could have taken the orb and got it in the last round. They decided against it, and I'm a little bit perplexed as to why.
Sneaky setup. King's on the floor. Reveal as well, so the Odin can try to spam him down, but it's not going to work. Barrier orb. They thought about putting it in. They've opted instead to fall back to the site, using it, I suppose, again, to cut off that short push. Done well installing CGN out in that aspect, but I don't know how well it will do when a showstopper's in play. CGN are moving back. We see the tip of the spear. There's plenty more players behind Killjoy. And that was almost discovered. They at least know one's outside B, though, so this position won't be given up. The problem is there's a rock. There's no rocket. They've not used the showstopper, Tom. Why have they done that? Now they've ran into the utility. You get a net followed by a nade, and that's the round done.
And he's still blocked out by the barrier mesh. He's just stuck behind it. They can't manage to make their way through. It's finally dissipated, but 15 seconds. The flash is perfect. Mosey's had a few absolute banger flashes in this half. And from 6-0 up, we find ourselves 6-6. What a crumble and a fumble from CGN.
Oh, they've got to be feeling devastated. Even that last round, you entry a site, you know there's a player there. He just threw a knife. And it's just a dry swing when there's a showstopper there. That is crazy. CGN are going to need this break to recover mentally. We'll be back in a bit with half number 2. Well, it was 6-0 to CGN, and if you went to go and get a Frankfurter, let me tell you, you're not going to be too happy about the scoreline you're coming back to. 6-6. Apex have most certainly made their way back into this game, and now it seems like the wind is in their sails. This pistol, it could tell us a story of who's going to win this map, because when it comes to rifle rounds, it's It's up in the air.
If you went to get a Frankfurter, do you often go off to get potatoes during the break? Is that what we're going for here?
That's quite rude of you to assume.
Is.
But
It is quite rude. I agree. Well, we're into the pistol round. I'm gonna go get myself a scone and some tea after this one. And we'll see if Apex gonna be able to keep this string of rounds going. Anguist is the man to stop them. He had an incredible start to the previous half, as did the team. Kayak, though, he's looking to try and take this one over. As said, he was a showstopper in the last, but he's been stopped here. The rest of the team, however, have not. And now Element is the last man standing. Maybe the element of surprise is on his side, but at this stage of the round, while there's a cam watching, the knife will remove any utility he has. All he's got left is a 3-man peak. If he wins this one, okay. Somehow it's doable. The nade into the corner might actually force them out. It was the ultimate crossfire for him to face into. And now a low HP opponent. He's trying to work out where Hype currently sits, where his position is within the map. He needs to move quickly, and he's gonna take him down. What? He's not got time, has he?
I don't think so.
Oh, no.
What a try.
Oh, no.
Well, you have to say he certainly earned his way back into that round, but unfortunately time, but it's not kind to him. Not kind to anybody
That's
on the CGN side. Oh, man. At 7-6, Apex, we're 6-0 down. Now a pistol under their belt. And again, Tom, we talk about things that feel bad. Losing a map out in OT that you had 5 chances to close out in regulation. That sucks. Now losing a pistol to start this out that you won. You killed them all. And the only thing that cost you it is time. That sucks. But an opening pick, that might put a smile back on your face. Long-range Sheriff shot that connects onto light shields. And that's enough to take them down. Also a Marshal in play. So some potential for CGN to make this costly and maybe even good old country try at the round.
The weapons being joggled over. As of yet, all that's been lost is a pistol. Question is, does it become something more? Because, yeah, as you said, they've got Marshal, they've got the Sheriff. A kill here wouldn't be too outrageous. Now, Kayak's trying to sell the idea they're going the other way, but they're peeking slowly into Element. Already damage done to the point of cost, but can they make this into something more? In fact, they're isolating themselves even further. Seems like they might just go back and... No, they're trying to sell the idea that they're still sticking towards the A site, trying to pull rotations. It hasn't worked.
30 seconds
No, and
left.
now, listen, as time ticks on, those A players start to realize there's no presence. The door's been opened, but no one walked through it. Davy's on his way to the C site now, looking to be stacked up. 3 players, it'll be 2. As the first man makes it to the site, it's Kayak. That means it's a clean opening, although it gets a little spooky. 12 seconds left. The Sheriff finally drops to the floor. 8 seconds. The plant needs to be found. Mosh gonna make it quite difficult, though. Now, where are you gonna put that spike down? 3 seconds left, and there's no time left, and you can't get all the kills. Try as you might, this round is not going to Apex. And CGN, well, they lost a pistol, but somehow they've recovered the second with nothing.
That was not a fun watch. Like, don't get me wrong, Anguist, again, like, I think at one point he was like 12-1. So he went on a bit of a bad streak, but he started this round off incredibly well. Same for Element, but you're dry walking into angles. Like, a lot of the times in round like this, I don't mind you sort of slowly pressuring the map if you eventually group up as a unit. But it felt like Apex never really did. They were trying to play rotations. And yeah, just running out of time is not a way you want to see a round where you have 4 rifles and your opponents have a Sheriff and a Marshal.
Well, Anguist is denied the opportunity to catch one player on the cross, and Malsey catches him. It looks like space will be conceded entirely, and with lots of weaknesses for Apex, the rifle being point of contact has served them well. Element, he might be able to go low underneath that wall. He's not risking the nade throw through it. 5 versus 4 rifles, though, for CGN. They just need to find the fights onto the pistols.
It seems like eventually he has managed to get past it. So there you go. There was a big enough gap for the escape to be had. Vince has done well, but even still, it's come back to just one man standing. Benny trying to fight versus the might of the remaining 2, and it's a return to sender. You win an eco, we win an eco, everybody wins an eco. Hopefully we can move on from that.
Yeah, an unusual start. We had it in the previous map, and we'll certainly have it in this half. Vince does well there. Kayak and Evolve. I think that was 2 rifle players dropped as well. Big kills, but a classic to close it out from Soulcast, sneaking his way back through the smoke.
Don't overthink it. That's my job.
Look at that how you will. Lucky or not, Apex have found it. The lead is theirs once again, and CGN are the ones left with nothing. This time, it won't be Anguished having a big round on that Sheriff. He's dropped immediately. They know there's a player close, and it's Kayak to get him from the grave.
Hey, it's a boombot trade. You're not going to see that too often. This time, though, as said, like I think Apex being a little bit more direct with it, it's going to make things a lot harder for those low weapons to really do damage in this scenario. The sensors set up. The wall again. They've managed to get a little bit further. They just have to break that corner, but, well, Element now has so much to do. First kill is the tougher one. Second player low, but he's not going to land the shot. Hype with the trade. Apex, they've stabilized. If anything, getting an extra free round in the mix and being able to save across some rifles and even starting to get some of those ultimates online. I think there needs to be a CGN response and fast.
I know exactly where. Watching this spot, they found my wife.
Yeah, this map has most certainly spiraled out of control for the side of CGN. I cannot imagine what the comms are like on that team right now, Tom. Maybe we can ask them later. But right now, 6-0 up, 9-7 down. Flash in the pan with an eco. Here's the rifles. This is where you want to do it to prove that you're still fighting for this half. Momentum has switched completely. The shoe is on the other foot, and now CGN, they're lost a little bit. Pulled back on B, pulled back on A, but look at the control they have over the C site. Still committing 2 players, though, despite what they can see. And that's going to cost them in the late round when it comes to gambling up on a site. B is left wide open, and it is taken by Apex for free.
It seems like they're setting up for a retake, but with a showstopper in the post plant. No orb yet to be gathered up, but for Anguist is 2 away from a lockdown. Probably not going to play a part in this round. An Element. Okay, maybe it will. That's the first. A kill for Element would do the same. There you go. There is the lockdown, but he dies immediately after. Even still, they're in a much better spot than expected. Being able to win those early fights. Hype's flank, though, has found value. Another for Soulcast. The double sentinel, and more importantly, the ult available. He could try and use this, but it's not going to catch anybody actually defusing. I don't think it works like that. I'm going to try and use it on the wingman.
Everybody thank Wingman. Come on, let's hear it.
Oh, I would have loved it if it caught Wingman and took him away in a miniature-sized cocoon.
Yeah, that's quite unlucky. They think they've got a free pull on that player, but absolutely not. Wingman taking one for the team yet again. He'll bring it across the line, and that's CGN disrupting the rhythm. 4 ultimates online as well coming into this round. The defense has most certainly got its mojo back, Tom.
I'm imagining it's like the no man can survive this, and Wingman turns around. I am no man.
Hell yeah. Fire reference. Well, certainly not afraid to use the showstopper. Element's already popped it, ran it straight down to the spawn. He'll find nothing there, but the space and the info is what they're looking for. Showstopper on the other side. Well, that was blindly thrown through by Kayak for absolutely no reward. This has gone pretty well for CGN. They'll be happy to just run this one down. The lockdown canceled out a play for sure, but... Oh, Anguist drops Kayak, and it's about those numbers. It's about the thrash on retake. The advantage is there for CGN.
It's whether or not they can break in with ease. Again, you're going to have Hype, aggressive. they're playing far enough back on the Apex side just to try and completely avoid any impact from that ultimate. Molzy tries to reaggress, tries to claim some of that space back, but ultimately is met for a 1v1. Already throwing in the net to try and catch a couple of players, but the fights just aren't going their way. They need a hero. They need someone to pick up a multi-frag. That someone had to be Avova. And while the defuse, it's not going to be taken by anyone of the living, as Benny has already gone down, but the other two had their ultimates available anyway. It's a good round for the side of CGM.
That it most certainly is. They've managed to tie it up neck and neck. The side of CGN, they were 6-0 down, as we said. They really, really struggled. My goodness, it looked like they logged off for the day a little bit too early. But now, well, maybe someone's just done that. Little technical pause. Now, it's Apex on the back foot. It's economy starting to string thin. 2 ults for the attacking side, neither of which are high impact. They're not going to get you back into a round. There's definitely some struggles starting to brew for the attack side that seem to have all the solutions and know all the problems before they rear their ugly heads. CGN, you know, looking down at the scoreboard, we've seen Apex do well and Kayak is performing, so it sort of makes sense what I'm seeing on that side. But for CGN, Anguish has just impressed us again and again. Yesterday he had some big standout maps, but right here in some of the rounds that they've been winning, I feel like he's been performance CPR in some of these rounds.
Yeah, and I think especially with how competitive this group is already looking, I think for CGM being able to get a victory here is going to be important. Like, they still have the likes of Go Next to face, which I think that will be an absolute banger map. We haven't seen Barca face off against other opposition either, so I think that getting that 2-0 on the board and basically just needing that one extra win to get you through into that playoff stage, it's going to be important. And I think with Apex already on a loss on the board, they're on the other side of the coin. A loss here could, if other results don't go their way, send them packing. So I think that both teams in very different positions in how the group is playing out at the moment. And honestly, I'm interested to see like how this second half is going to end up closing, because obviously for Apex, this is their map choice. It started horrifically, but as they've already proven, they can end things well going into that late game. And I'd say they're definitely coming into this tournament, I would have favored them versus Desire and Barca. So a win here wouldn't, like them being 1-1, wouldn't really be too much of a worry. But as we've already seen throughout this tournament thus far, I think expected results and actual results, especially when we look at what has just occurred over on the Omega stream, are sometimes very different things.
Oh yeah, let's talk a little bit about that then, because I saw we're the only match live right now. Maus, a team yesterday that, while they certainly, I wouldn't be surprised if they're feeling a little tired after yesterday. They had a 20-18 game, an 18-16 game, and a 13-11 in there as well, just for a healthy 3-mapper. And yesterday, the Ultimates, Tom, who Maus are facing, they did not do well. They got 7 rounds in 2 maps. 7 rounds. That is less than you should get in 2 maps, ideally. So yeah, it seems like, you know, and everybody also, I think even Zeke yesterday when we interviewed him, Tom, correct me if I'm wrong, Zeke said that Maus is a pick for him that's like an outsider that could definitely do damage, like a heavy hitter in the tournament. Yeah, they just lost 13-2 on the second map.
But that's what I was going to say. For Ultimates, they have lost 13-1 and then come back in the next day and won a map 13-2. Like, that's it's just, I think that's unheard of, especially when it wasn't like the other team also got like bodied. Like they won their first game. So I definitely think that Group B is looking like a weird place right now. Obviously, we haven't seen Job Life play, and Pacific, I think this sends their stocks through the roof. The fact that Ultimates have got on to win their second game. But for Job Life, who obviously would be playing a little bit later on, in fact, I think very soon, this is now an opportunity to see, like, okay, are they going to be the standout in the group? Is it going to be them and Pacific as the favorites? Or was the Ultimates initial showing, their first day, was it just a rough day at the office, and then now things have sort of got better for them?
Oh man, well, it seems like our technical timeout has ended at long last. And yeah, looking at Apex, what last round they used up their big ultimate, their showstopper. I mean, I said it got no impact. It did destroy the lockdown, but the space was already conceded. Oh my goodness. Hunter's Fury finding so much, and it's Element who's getting ahead of the ultimate, stealing those kills away and stealing the spike out from under the nose of Apex. But they have an ult on Avova. They can claim the A site, potential to go back in the other direction, claim that spike, and still find themselves a plan. But to do that, they need to take down Anguish, and they need to do it now. The problem is on the other side of the map, Tom. Look at 3 players on the spike. They're blocking it. Oh, one of them just moved away. It looks like it hasn't made a difference. He got back
He didn't
just
realize.
in time.
I'm over for a second. Wait a minute. I didn't get the spike.
I'm planting.
So,
where do you want me to plant?
Yeah, this is now a much, much tougher task. The door being opened, somewhat being used as a ruse to try and put some doubt in the minds of their opponents. But with this smoke holding them off, I would be perplexed if there was a way that Apex would be able to get back around this corner. Paranoia utilized TP straight into the smoke, and it's immediate execution. CGN, after a long streak that wasn't going in their favor, have now reclaimed the lead after 6-0 at the beginning. They're back in the driver's seat.
A wise call to go for that 3 stack up. Like I said, I saw Element just before the ult was activated. He ran away. He was going to start a rotate, and they must have started screaming like, no, you need to defend the spike. But it worked out. They got that one locked down. CGN denied the ult from Avova, deny the spike take. And then, I mean, all that's left for the players at that point is death or saving the weapons. And they haven't gone that route. Weaknesses, quite a lot of them. In fact, nothing but them. The Apex side. These are the rounds that somehow they win. I'll go on record and say that early because I've seen it too many times. A Bucky for Kayak, and he's in a nasty position. Might have an opportunity here. Element is going to go through that door. Question of, does he expect someone up close? And, well, I think he did.
Optimism, that's what we call that. Post plants can always get a little bit scary, but you look at the weaponry in play and you have to hope for CGN's sake this isn't going to be where things get away from them. The same luck. I've seen that exact same play from Hype multiple times. He's very good at getting into awkward positions. The problem is he'd have to do something very impressive from here. Rifle found. First kill goes his way. A player close around the corner, but he's got so much more to find. I think he might have even caught a couple of them with that pin, but it doesn't really matter too much. Timer ticking. It needs to be the denial of the defusal more importantly, and it isn't going to happen. Another onto the board. CGN climbing their way back to the top as they are now just 2 away from taking this over the line.
11-9. Apex calling a timeout. I think this is the last timeout for either team. This would be number 4 that we've seen. Yes, indeed. And this will be the final opportunity to touch base with that coaching staff. 2 rounds in between them, both between Apex and CGN, and between CGN and Victory, and an ultimate haven to decide this on. And for Apex so far, like I said, everything's been working out. You've got Kayak having a good game. Hype's finding a lot of space on the lurks as well. And in terms of like crunch time, seems like CGN are always able to dig deep. Element's now starting to hit his stride as well. Last couple of rounds, we've seen a good amount of impact from him. This one, not so much. Although he got 2 kills before it, so I suppose you'll forgive him.
This is now where we're sort of waiting to see if, again, Apex are going to come alive late in the game. Bear in mind, last time they took a pause, they won the next 6 rounds. They only need 4 this time. And they will have themselves a purchase. Ultimates, I guess, slightly in their favor from the Shadows facing off against that null command. I'd rather have the null command personally. And already Davy's in the right place at the right time. He could do a lot of damage here.
Oh, the spam is decent. 70 left on Avova. A couple of pretty much everybody else is tagged up to some degree. That'll help in the later fights. For Apex, they've claimed control over what they were looking for. 1-man back rubble. Rest of the squad shifting their way to the C site. Ray still has full utility. I think there's a decent chance we're going to see that nade used to deny some of the util from Killjoy. on C. Maybe. Like, I'm just looking at this position of Avova, Tom. He's pushed right up on A. I think they get orb, break util, and then they go back to him. It's all on Avova to find some space, and if they overextend, to find a pick.
Cover going out.
They're definitely gone back. Hype is here.
Yeah, they're pulling that spike back over. The aggressive position, though, from Benny could make things interesting. Kai, because he's about to try and go through this timing. Absolutely everything. He's still waiting to see if there's a mistake on the other side. Already, Element is going to be the one who's caught, patiently waiting as Avova, but he doesn't win. Oh, the timing! He's actually going to cancel the ult and get Kayak for free. And now Benny strikes, putting the advantage back with CGN. 20 seconds. Spike will be planted. Sound likely to have been heard. Fight could be everything. The knife not going to be utilized in time. They know exactly where Morsey is. He's left in no man's land. His teammate is so far behind, and eventually Soulcast will strike. He's found one. If he gets this next kill, his ultimate is available to him. Anguis trying to shut him down, but instead it's going to be the util. The spike being tapped. He wants to try and catch Benny, but instead he's got the other player. He's got the wrong player, and because of that, it's going to be the diffuser right in front of him. Didn't even realize that that wasn't the diffuser.
Yo, we are so close.
That's a heartbreaking way to lose it. Once I saw the ult activated, I thought, that's it. He's read it perfectly. He's done it, but they step up. The body block from Anguis, taking one for the team, allowing that defuse to go across the line. And for CGN, after a 6-0 start, they went down 9-7. It was looking rough and tumble for this squad, but 3 chances now to close it out. Deja vu starts to kick in.
Now, once again, the streak this time needed from Apex is lesser, but the manner in which CGN have been winning this round, it seems like the wind is firmly in their sails. They haven't let the losses get to them. And as said, like, from 6-3 up, they weren't able to take a pause. The only ones that were taken were by their opposition, and even still, it was enough from the leaders of the team themselves to be able to bring this one back, put it into contention. The attack, they've been trying to bait out util, try and bait out players, but they've been gifted absolutely nothing. And now look to try and head back in towards the site. Anguis has been winning that fight 9 times out of 10. Hype gone, and the rest of the team delayed.
Kayak's already made a decent bit of space. Late lurk by Avova could catch a couple off guards. CGN are on the rotation. They'll have 3 players close by and ready in a recon. Soon to go in from Davey. Anguis is ahead of it, and he's caught. Now in trouble. They've seen the flank from Avova. They've dealt with Kayak, and now the showstopper lands, but doesn't take the kill. It's lit Morsey up to 50, but he's still holding strong. Fair play. Got some fight left in him. The flash confirms 1 player down below in the water. Element wrapping around the back of the smoke. In goes the wingman. Clearing out the closed corners, buying them some space. They've dropped Avova, thinning the herd. So few players now left for Apex to hold on to life on this map. 9 rounds, but it's not enough as Element steps up for the triple and closes this one out 13-9.
I thought this was going to be a moment to forget for CGN when they went from 6-0 up and things got shaky, losing 6 rounds in a row, ending up 9-7 down. But they managed to steady the ship, take us to a 3rd, and we'll be back with the desk after the break. We're going to break that one down.
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I do left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. Snow, let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on wet, yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion.
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
What a response that was from CGN. We are going to go to a map 3. I'm once again joined by Pilski and Sam here. Honestly, this is the most unpredictable series, Sam, I think we've had in a while.
Every time we think we know how it's gonna go, it just doesn't. We saw it on Ascent, a great comeback from Apex, and funnily enough on Lotus we had kind of 2 comebacks where like CGN had this runaway start, then Apex bring it back. We're like, oh man, Apex about to win this map, and then CGN go, nope, actually you're not. I love it. I'm here for the drama. I'm here for the wildness, and I'm looking forward to seeing what map 3 brings.
Yeah, getting a lot of streaky kind of runs of rounds from both of these teams, but it was a really entertaining game to watch, and I think with how close it's been, I'm not surprised that we're going to a third map.
Yeah, I'm not either. I mean, as you guys can see in that lower third, this is the first time in this entire roster, this entire year, that Apex have had to play from 5-6-0 down, was it?
That's crazy.
From the start of the map. And maybe a comeback could have come in at some point if it weren't for the fact that Pilski, as the side switched, I mean, one particular round I know you wanted to talk about, CGN just came back to life.
Yeah, 100%. I think, like, you know, they started out so strong, but, you know, it was some of those adaptations in towards the later rounds. This was a 6-set play. This is actually off the back of a very long tech pause. So you're feeling sleepy. Apex is just thinking, oh, I'm going to go run the C default. Go take map control over there. And then CGN here later on, you actually had the From the Shadows used by Avova to try to pick up the spike, and they all stacked on top of it and denied that. So it's those kind of things that you've seen in both maps from CGN. When they look switched on, when they're well aligned, they have some really sick plays and they look really well drilled, even with some of the funky comps that they're bringing. But, you know, it's not that consistency across round to rounds that you always see from them.
We always talk about like a momentum pause and how, you know, a team will take a pause just to stall out momentum, and timeouts, technical timeouts can do like a very similar thing. Exactly what Pilski was saying, right? Like you come on the other side of that and Apex is like, oh, whatever, we're just going to do that same thing again. But for CGN, that allows you to like sit quietly, reflect, contemplate. You come into the buy phase and you go, guys, I have it. I know what we're going to do to turn this back around. And it can be absolutely game changing, as we saw right there.
Yeah, and speaking of somebody that has it, I felt like Sam Angus just had no chill from round 1, straight in there.
Yeah, you know what? We kind of spoke a little bit about Vince earlier, and with good reason, but Angus was close on his heels in map 1, and then we come into map 2, and he just comes alive. I love the way that he plays the map, playing that site anchor. It can be so difficult on that defensive half, but still managing to keep up with those kills, still managing to make so much happen. And even with some of these like really aggressive swings that you kind of think that's gonna get punished, it doesn't. He just wins those. And having someone like that on your team can be such a huge boon because it really like uplifts everyone else. You know, you have somebody on an eco round that gets 2 with a deagle and is like, come on guys, I got 2, you can do it. And the rest of the team just, you know, pumps up.
Yeah, I noticed like he's got great first bullet accuracy heading into this tournament, especially on the KJ. He had actually a lot of first kills, and I'm starting to see why. Like he's got 6 first kills in this game. You saw him on attack, like wide peeking C and just getting entries when he's feeling it, or even just very aggressively fighting. He's not that kind of traditional sentinel player that will just lick the wall and hide behind his util. He's quite happy to go and take like some aim duels and use that crazy first bullet accuracy that he's got. And you've seen him have some hard carry performances before as well. Like I think he got picked up into this CGN roster after having a hell of a off-season tournament in that DAC arcade tournament. So, you know, I'm keen to see if he has some more pop-off maps going forward as well.
Yeah, and here is the thing. We are going to get a map 3. It's happening, which means, Pilski, the return of that Phoenix.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think CGN, they've definitely had some unique approaches, but Haven is no exception there. I'm pretty sure they're running that Phoenix like deadlock comp, so they got a pretty funky comp. The boys on Apex running a bit more of a standard kind of comp that you've seen a lot of times before, and they've got a pretty good record on this map, so I think Haven should be a pretty good decider between both of these teams. The only thing that worries me for Apex is yesterday they played it, and I think CGN played it yesterday as well, and they lost pretty one-sidedly to Go Next, but at the same time, that was that crazy game from Alexi K, and you know, Go Next kind of playing out of their minds, so maybe that's just like a bit of an anomaly.
I'm actually looking forward to seeing how these two compositions are going to play into one another, because again, we've got that comp from CGN that's very similar to that Ascent comp, but they bring in the deadlock, which makes things interesting. You've got that double duelist that can be really, really aggressive and bursty, but you're bringing a deadlock as well, so the identity of the composition really feels like it kind of clashes a little bit. And I mean, looking at their results, they haven't actually had the best results on Haven. They've played it 3 times, they've only won it once, so very interested to see what they do with that, as opposed to a pretty standard composition coming through from Apex. I think just compositionally, if we see the exact same thing, I have a heavy favor for Apex. I nearly said for Haven.
I mean, Haven, yeah, Haven is a map, and I would agree with that. But that's the thing, though. For Apex, I do hope they're able to bounce back. You know, I felt like the loss yesterday on that Haven was a little bit uncharacteristic. And here's the thing. We heard Mitch and Tom talk about iconic Phoenix players on Ascent. And I want to hear from them in a moment before, once we get to Agent Select and all that jazz. I want to hear from them iconic Phoenix players on Haven, because I want to remind everybody off of Angel's Phoenix on Haven. To me, absolutely iconic. What about you two? You got any picks?
The thing actually that I remember about it is that I remember copying like an Ascend comp when they were running like Phoenix on Haven back in the day with like Phoenix Sky and stuff like that, and just like they would like do these flash plays into Gary and you know, play super aggressive on defense. So that's what I remember about that, and also a lot of orb farming on Haven, so potential for a lot of run it backs.
I'll be honest, I tend to black out Phoenix whenever I see it. You know, it never happened. I don't think about it. And then someone, you know, you bring up Angel and I go, oh yeah, that's a thing that happened. I wouldn't actively try to remember that myself. I'm a hater. I'm sorry. It is what it is.
If you ever watch Angel play Phoenix, I don't think you can ever forget that. That's how iconic it was. Now I'm like thinking in my brain, there's more like Sick back in the days. I feel like that was the OG. That was the one that kind of popularized it. Lowell in our region on Haven 2.
I think Sub Rosa as well was playing like Phoenix like right at the start of the game as well.
Leo?
Yeah, potentially so.
Leo's Phoenix. Hear me out. Leo's Phoenix was godlike. He was a great Phoenix player. Yeah. Bit of a shame he doesn't play Phoenix anymore. But maybe Benny can change people's minds. Do you guys feel like this could be more groundbreaking than what we saw on Ascent?
Maybe. I think like so? the thing is, right, like yeah, Sam said they've lost a couple of games, which is true. They have definitely lost some games on Haven, but they've been very close games, which kind of speaks to the fact that they have a lot of quality on this map. Like, they're losing a close game in the Dark Grand Final. They did lose to Desire, very, very close game yesterday in groups, also a 13-11, but they did also smash KPI really, really hard on this map. And KPI, you know, for anyone that's not aware, very strong team in that Spanish region. They've got a world champion on their roster and some really, really strong players as well. So at the end of the day, like, if they're showing that quality,
Sorry.
that's okay. That's okay.
Karma
I'm
just
trying
wants
to make
be
it
a part
a point, but Karma's just stealing the show.
Karma
And
just
you know
wants to
what?
be a
I think
part
we
of the
should just lean
show.
into it.
Just through
I think we
like a
should just lean into
paranoia,
it.
blinded everyone. Bit of a near
All right,
side
Karma,
there.
who's your favorite Phoenix player?
Aww.
Let us know.
Oh, look at the
no,
shoulder
he doesn't,
hug.
He doesn't
There's
like
so much
Phoenix.
love.
He doesn't like. He's off. Now,
What would
now he
Karma
knows
say?
what you're talking.
Karma.
Karma, do you mind?
I feel
Do
like
you mind?
Karma's hype about the Vice coming in, surely.
Oh yeah, he's very, very high for it. Although I think he likes Fade. He's a Fade enjoyer. Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it's just turned into a cat stream at this point. See, this
love
is the
it.
kind of fun that you have on the Alpha stream, which the Omega stream definitely is not having. We're beefing.
So I want to go back onto Pilsky's point about, because you were asking about using the Phoenix better, just to bring it back on track.
Yeah.
So obviously I was saying, like, on Ascent, they were using it very much as kind of like a pseudo initiator, which you can do because of his flashes, but I'd like to see a bit more of the aggressive play. I'd like to see a bit more, we saw a couple of rounds where they used to run it back as kind of like an info thing, or as like an EBP, entry by proxy. You know, you can do a lot of cool stuff with that. I want to see more of it. Really utilize that Phoenix kit to take an advantage, because if you're just using it as an initiator, you could just play an initiator. Bring out the breach.
Amen. I would ask Karma what he thinks about that, but he's gone. He's, I guess he disagrees with you, Sam. You're going to have to hash it out with him next time. But let's quickly get you guys updated on what's been going on the other stream, because on the Omega stream, things were pretty fast again today. I feel like they are the fast and fresh, the quick and brief, as Mitchman would call it. And it was a bit of a crazy game. Honestly, you guys, I did not expect TU to come out and beat Mouse like that. But however, we have Asian Select over here on this stream, and it looks like we don't have the deadlock, but we will retain the Phoenix.
That's, yeah, interesting. Wanting to lean on the Killjoy, a bit more of a stable and classic agent on this map, either Killjoy or Cypher, you're going to see. So Anguist, he's already had some pretty good times on the Killjoy. You know, there's a lot of very strong ults you can use on this map, so I'm not too surprised. And it's not really going to change a whole lot for them either.
And I mean, Anguist was playing so well on the Killjoy in that previous map. Like, why mess with a formula that works? I say a formula that works. You can see there the comp pick is 0. So they haven't really played it with the KJ. But again, it's Anguist. So I see it working.
Well, I can't wait to see if it does work or not. So it's time to send it over for your casters once again. Karma, Mitch, I believe he wants to say hi to Chewy. Is Chewy there?
Chewy is here. Yes, he is asleep in the other room. It's a little after his time to be prowling around. But yeah, no, we can definitely arrange that, Sue. We can get the two to say hi to each other. I think it's long overdue. Tom, I'm excited for this map, though. Let's introduce the folks at home to the players yet again, because we're about to dive in and see barriers up for Haven, the third map in this series. It's been a long one. OT to start it out, and, well, they're not looking to waste any more time. Quite an early fight. The defensive side of Apex looking for short control, fighting tooth and nail for it as they come up long as well. But CGN aren't giving it up. They've managed to find a kill in return, but also space on B, and the fight about to emerge. It really is going to tell you everything. With hype going down now, it's looking a little rough for wear.
Yeah, Mozzie spam that doesn't get anything. Soulcast has been lost as well. This pistol is looking like a done deal. I think the fight for Davies is going to be absolutely everything, and especially with his opponent low and shift walking, I think it's going to be a very easy one to find for Mozzie. Well, if anything, it's whether or not he just wants to opt to go down to the spike or not. Any extra damage, any extra orbs would be great, but I think it's going to be a difficult one to try and hold on to. Now, of course, we've already seen Apex play this map as they did versus, what was it, Alexic, I think, where they just got absolutely obliterated. I think he got 28 kills in that matchup, so I'm maybe hoping that they won't see the same sort of performance from Element. This round, well, I'm guessing Mosey's about to die.
How did you... Tom, have you been rubbing your head again? The Oracle returns. How does this happen?
What I do in my spare time is none of your business.
Putting that crystal ball I gave you for Christmas to good use, and I respect that, Tom. Yeah, I told you you'd have a use for it. And don't worry, we'll get that one patched up, but I'll tell you what. There's more than just the background staff looking to patch things up here. Apex, they've lost out on the pistol. We've seen some very good damage in rounds like these before. A Marshall, a Shorty, and Classics in play for the defensive side. CGN, well, this is a very slow and steady take. They're just going to leave Anguish behind to watch either extremity. A and C pushes will be held by him. Well, him and his alarm bot. While the B side is taken on the drone, this is just to minimize losses. Stick together so you can't be isolated by pistols.
Yeah, it was one of the issues that I had in the last map. I think more so for Apex than anything else was just the fact that we saw them a little bit more loose and disjointed when it came to these sort of rounds. It's like, yeah, sure, maybe you walk into a stack site, but I think just having the ability to trade has so much more value. And now you look at that Marshall and it really doesn't have the same sort of capabilities as what we would have seen earlier in the round, unless, of course, there's some over-aggressive fights, some risks taken, and with the shock dart, it doesn't look like that's going to be the case.
I mean, very ambitious in the first place of Element to have stuck around on backside, 87 HP up against pistols. My main worry was that they'd flood the site, take him down, making it an already costly experience, and then have a rifle to fight the players on mid. Luckily, that didn't happen. Instead, it's just Element falling on the exit, but 4 players surviving for CGN, 4 rifles carried into the next, and a solid round as it transpires.
Not going to be too problematic in the end, and expect now to see those guns carried forward. And it's not going to get any easier for Apex. Of course, we've seen a lot in terms of these early rounds in the last map, especially a 6-0 start being the issue for Apex. I don't think they can bank on getting back into the game as they did once again. Although, then again, they did the same thing on the first map as well. So maybe they can bank on it. I wouldn't. I think getting off to an earlier start is going to have far more benefits. Again, it's just going to be this direct take into the B site. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Molesy under pressure. Element, he doesn't feel anything. Just straight into the site. Even looking for a little bit more. Knows where Hype is. They don't really need to overextend. They've already got the advantage.
Oh, Soulcast drops Element. 4 versus 3 now. The attackers all down towards mid. It's going to be a spam battle to try to close this one out. Time of the essence as the defenders get their first tap. Smoke has faded. Damage has been done massively to these players, and a molly stops Avova or Hype from getting anywhere near that spike. Time running down further with the first flash coming through, and the defuse denied. Kills for Anguish, doubling up. And it looks like Kayak won't have a chance. If that had been halved, maybe, especially with that shot connected. Unfortunately, that's not the world he lives in. They played the time. They've won it out as a result. CGN 3-0.
I like how direct they're being. Like, that's the thing. You're going to see a lot of teams consistently play those extremities. Like, have aggressive pushes going down A long. You can even see it on the map at the beginning of this round. Kayak is all the way pushed up on A. But by the time he can get back into the action, it's just too little too late. Like, the majority of his team have already taken an unbelievable amount of damage. And with Anguish in the post plant, you don't really have too much to worry about. 3-0. Again, CGN off to an absolute flyer of a start, but most of it revolving around the post plants that they've had and the quick takes. This time, a little bit more patient. They're waiting for the aggression, and that aggression is coming.
Absolutely is, and the reward is there for their patience. And then they double up. Soulcast falling as well. This certainly doesn't start out the round the way Apex wanted it to. They've got pistols. They've got lots of weaknesses, especially Hype 17 HP. With both players dead towards mid and A, they've got no space. Filling it back in as Malsey with an attempt to cover this site. cause some resistance to the CGN movement. It will be difficult finding more than one. Now the challenge, and he connects it beautifully. Okay, now he's got reinforcements too. It is the 17 HP of Hype, but it doesn't matter if they don't hit a shot in return. It's all about Apex with these pistols. This disadvantage now turned a 3 versus 5 into a 3 versus
Davy's
2.
gone.
Anguist and Davy have to get it done, and well, at least the Vova's gonna fall.
Davy's already just sending it to the other side of the map. He left his teammate to die, if anything, but Anguist has done well.
30 seconds
The
left.
danger of this round still isn't quite over. Rifles have been retrieved. And the main thing is going to be the amount of time it takes them to get there. And you might just think, oh, they can just run across the map. Full W key, get there as quickly as possible. But they have to be wary of aggressive and advanced positions, like the one that Anguist is currently holding. If he kills off Hype, it could all be over. It only needed to be a bullet, but I guess a little bit worried. And instead, he's going to get spammed through the wall. It's now left on to Davy. He's had his moments. There's no doubt about it. But with the amount of utility that's still in the hands of Molzy, this could be tough. It's actually going to be the low HP player looking to try and stick that defusal. And because of it, it's actually going to be Molzy going down. Just one bullet each time. If I was ever going to report someone for cheating in a match, it might be right now.
Slow-mo that. Because right. Okay, let me gather myself from what did I just witness? He hit a reveal, which revealed the player defusing. He swung, no surprise here, and killed the player defusing. He was aiming. He was aiming at the player defusing, and yet it headshots Molzy. All right. Well, that is one of the I'm going to say it's probably the unluckiest round Molzy's existed through. Unlucky, my guy. Not much you can do about that. And well, we move on. 4-0 for CGN.
Davey gets the job done. The Fash. Right.
Yeah,
okay,
that was a
then.
shot.
Yeah, that's happened. That's the back-to-back rounds now. Hyper's hit a pretty nice wall bang in almost exactly the same position. It will be the advantage going the way of Apex, at least for now. But as we've seen, it's not out of the realms of possibility for CGN to turn this.
One away from lockdown as well. Anguist could do great things with a late orb or a plant, or even a kill. Soulcast and Kayak are pushing up. Drone has at least spotted him, so they won't be going in blind. There's no surprise anymore for Anguist. The angle he's on, not going to work out. CGN creep to the site, but have to deal with the short play. They don't expect him to come back so quickly. The flash, a little late, but it gets there in the end. Apex still ahead. 4 versus 1. With Davey left to recover the spike,
Be
fight
careful of this
past
guy.
Soulcast, and take the rest of the squad down.
Kill people he's not even aiming at, so imagine the ones he is. Shock dart's going to do a bit of damage, but I think the bigger issue is time. 12 seconds left. If he did manage to pull this one off, I would have to ask the observers to report him. And I don't think that's going to be the case. It will be the first round onto the board for Apex. A solid hold within that A site. And important, again, a little bit earlier, getting themselves onto the board. Not quite the 6-0 this time around.
Not quite, but look, it was a good run. This is an A play, botched. These things happen. Apex have to answer the question of, was that just one lucky round? And listen, it ain't going to be easy to find the answer to it. Take a look at what CGN have to work with. A lockdown and a run it back close to the Blade Storm. Granted, maybe not likely to be a huge factor here, but 80 as well, just 2 away. Now, I think that run it back might be used fairly soon. He's going to be hungry to get his health back. A site seemed to be the target with the drone going there, but then I noticed that Benny's gone back. He's reuniting with Anguist, the 2 low HP players looking to make a name for themselves towards the C side of the map.
They've pulled rotations. Apex have 3-man stack. They've left information to be found by Hype, but they also have a lockdown. So that's the thing. They can pretty much opt to give up either B completely, which they have, or even C and play it as a retake. Although with the deep control, a lot of teams will like to play post-plant on C. I'm not sure that would be the best of ideas. For the attack, already taking a fairly hefty amount of damage early in this round, and Kayak, he's not shying away from a fight. In fact, his opponent caught facing the wrong way. That's the deadly double duelist of this CGN roster gone in the blink of an eye. And well, with 3 remaining, there needs to be a serious gap left, and at this point there isn't.
No, they've covered their bases. A gunfight needs to be won, and that could be it. Vince hit a headshot, but not the kill. The weak weapon betraying him. Soulcast surviving. Kayak on his 3rd round, now gone for sure. Any remaining hope is faded, and Anguist is left to carry this weapon forward. 26 HP, trapped in a corner. Luckily, he will be left alone there. The defensive side content with a 2nd round on the board. 4 players alive to build up the money. And some ultimates still there for the next. That said, you know, CGN they have every single ultimate online, so expect a big round.
This has got to be frustrating as well. Just the way that was played by Kayak, the re-aggression in the middle of the round, just completely catching the attack off guard. And that's one of those spots where, yeah, just not having anybody with eyes on towards long. I guess you don't expect someone to be that aggressive, but with the way that Kayak is as a player, you kind of have to have that expectation. A big 2nd round for Apex. Economy really starting to build up as well. Like after a 4-round loss streak, to come in with a couple of players over that 5,500 marker. I think Soulcast just below the 5,000 mark as well. They are in a great spot. And as you said, a lot of ultimates, there's going to be an idea to probably invest at least something into this round for the side of CGN. There's still quite a lot missing elsewhere. I'm quite surprised, actually, that Elements could be... Well, maybe he's going to change his mind and sell the rifle, but I feel like it makes more sense for him to potentially drop the rifle over to Vince and then play the Bladestorm. Or in this case, there you go. Yeah, he's just going to play the Bladestorm.
There you go. Dropped it. Nice. Yeah, you're 100% right. It's the correct call. I do remember a day in Valorant where they would not do this, and I remember almost looking like you by the end of the show. Apparently, we look very similar.
Attractive.
So, wow. Yes, that's exactly what I meant, Tom. And humble. Quick play towards the C site for CGN. Already sees the space with the run it back, and that has pushed the players right back into the spawn. So a plant should be secured here. Again, a lockdown for Hype is going to be the response.
Spike planted.
Ooh, an awkward fight. Benny tagged low, but his only real goal is to try and delay them. It hasn't delayed them a massive amount of time, though. First kill will go their way. The lockdown probably would have done just as much. The stun is perfect. It's caught 2 players, and then they're using the Hunter's Fury in tandem. What a beautiful set of utility usage from the side of Apex. And now you're looking at Davey as the last man standing. He's going to try and get it done. He's done so much damage, but they'll eventually take him out. Do they have time? They're going to get back onto this one. I don't think they have. He's won it with the Hunter's Fury. That has to be the best Hunter's Fury we've ever seen. A 1 versus 5.
But they've fed him, Tom. Why have they all jumped in the Hunter's Fury? He had 1 blast left of it. There's 2 players on the site, and both of them stand within arm's reach singing Kumbaya as they just embrace the afterlife. What in the world? As a wise man once said, and I'll try to do it justice, what is going on? I think that about sums it up.
Yeah. I'm gonna give the roses to Davey rather than try and think about what happened on the other side, because whatever it was, to lose a 1v5, it can never be good.
I'm gonna tell you,
it can never be good.
If he didn't win that round, if they stood further apart, you'd be sat there going, "Why the hell did he waste that 100 Fury? There's no way you ever gonna win that round. Come on." But Evova's got Davey. Well, no way he's gonna use that 100 Fury in this round. That's for sure.
Yeah, Apex looking for a swift response. They don't want to let that one linger in the air. Elements got an angle, but it's evident that they are aware of this position, even pinging it on the map of where he could be. B-sides, they've got quite far into this one. It's finally been realized, and there you go, Hype quick to dispatch of his opponent. Another coming up to the tally, and it's a 1v5. Yeah, you never know. No Hunter's Fury, unfortunately, for Benny, the Phoenix Spire. So it's not quite going to work out for them this time.
Yeah, not quite this time around. It's Apex back up on the horse, 3-5, and again, that last round, it was certainly hard fought, the one before, but they don't end up winning it. So this is them returning and closing in that scoreline back to a 2-round gap. Backside hold by Hype. You could tell he was feeling a certain kind of way about how that last round went, and well, he got his frustration out this time. 4 ults in play for Apex. CGM were in a similar position not long ago. The ult economy was on fire, red hot, and so too was their credit economy. Now neither is true, as Apex, well, truly have control over the reins. Like I said, they may have not found themselves a huge streak of rounds, but they certainly have control now, economically, ultimate-wise, and with the man advantage already locked down.
I feel like we're getting to the point where Kayak is just going to start farming. Like, you can see the confidence that he's playing with. He had a decent last map, but nothing that quite matches up to what we saw yesterday. He's about to be under pressure here, but he has a whole lot of support. There are so many players waiting here from Apex. If there's any real damage for the side of CGN, I think I'll be a little bit disappointed. They're coming in with such a small amount for this round, and it seems like Apex have the right read. Although they've just paused, stopped. Maybe trying to get in the heads of their opponents, see if they can bait a rotation or some over-aggression. It hasn't worked. And well, here goes Kayak. Just turning up those eco-frags. Ultimate already online. Finally, he'll be put in the dirt, but it's only the one. Nothing else to be had.
Yeah, nicely done. Minimal investment. Not a big round for CGM, but this next one, this is where it's all going to go on the line. We've already had quite a close game, and a cloudburst that covered the first guy. But Benny was a little bit late to the party. Yeah, we've had a decent showing from CGN thus far. They've got the lead. They had a 4-round streak to start out the map. That's a great foundation to build a good half upon, but they're struggling with that. This buy round may represent the return to form, but for Apex, 4 ultimates to back them up. The safety nets are there. The opening shot very nearly was just a little late from Kayak. Understandable.
He's going to go into support of Over. I think a little bit worried that there was going to be a blitz play out of the smoke, especially when you're up against a Phoenix. That's not particularly surprising. So much available for Apex. You can see they're playing outside of the A site. They have a Rolling Thunder and a lockdown for potential in the retake. And all Kayak really needs to do is get the opener. If he gets 1 kill, fades away, he has Blade Storm, and just so quick with it. A pre-fire shot through the box. See you later, Element.
He's not going to be happy about that one, but at least for all the trouble, they've got themselves a plant. Lockdown comes into play. There is an alarm bot covering the back, so it's not too much of an issue. They're instead facing forward, and well, Kayak, I thought, was in a bit of trouble. Took his eye off the prize for a second, and that's when Benny stepped forward. Anguis does well to grab Hype. And Vince sticking around to try to deny that defuse, but the Rolling Thunder has kept him back. It's halfway already, and there's a bodyguard. They're just sticking it, and all the way it will go. Apex even dominating the late round fight, saving the op. Everything went their way.
Yeah, when you have that many ultimates online, it's always going to be difficult. But using the lockdown to take the control, it also denied the flank. That's probably the more frustrating thing. It went deep into the B site, so anybody wanting to come in from behind just didn't have that opportunity. And Anguis had to just basically run back around and hope that he could have impact in the round, which unfortunately he could not. And then the Rolling Thunder, just to, if they finally get out of that corner, stuck there once again. 17 and 5 for Kayak. I said there was a feeling of domination coming. Back-to-back rounds. Element has been sent to the grave within seconds. Well, Benny's going to try and find himself an opening, but I don't know if he's got a sixth sense about him. I think he knows not to peek this angle.
Yeah, not till his wall is up. The timing. Oh, I could feel Kayak's finger on the trigger. The shot is never loosed. CGN. Well, I thought for a moment, repositioning for the C site, certainly from Benny's spot, but I've just seen Anguis go back in the other direction. Benny instead is left behind to play the fake game when they're already on A. It's strange, but it has worked. Take a look at Apex. The passive A player and everyone else around B starting to shift C side. The body language, you can tell they expect a C hit. They've made the wrong gamble, and now, you know, especially when there's weaknesses, especially when they can get the plant, it's going to be Anguis that takes it either way. They have a lockdown or a Hunter's Fury as well. Davey took the orb on long. Two big ultimates now. This is trouble for Apex.
And they're going to use the first to allow themselves to get into their post-plant positions. I'd say that Kayak wanted to try and get ahead of it. He's definitely getting detained, so that's going to be another few seconds bought on that clock. Already, it's ticking. Hunter's Fury used proactively, and again, it could be Davey to just take the round home. This guy has been so good with the Hunter's Fury. Won the round off individual prowess, now has delayed and tagged, and his teammates are left to just clean up the rest. Benny with a triple. His ultimate, well, long online, and CGN at least are going to have themselves an even half.
Davey deserves a damn medal for his play here today. I don't know what the hell I'm looking at. We have Leo, one of the best players when it comes to popping out those shock darts. More so a year ago, I'd say, than now. My God, a year and a half ago, it was incredible. Every shock dart got at least 80 damage. Wasn't even possible. I don't know how he was doing it again and again. But then you look at Davey. He is the Leo, but with ultimates. He doesn't miss. 3 kills with an ult and a 1v5. Now here again, so much value found. Kayak not finding a damn thing. Anguis, who he was trying to punish for a number of rounds, gets the better of him here, and that's the man advantage for CGN.
And leading the way. Soulcast won't shy away from a fight with Benny. Might just get the second bite of the cherry, but again, it seems like they're going to start rotating away. Expecting a move. Davey this time is not going to have the impact in the late round. They've equalized, but Element's going to go back. He's on his own. Drone's being used on long. I don't know if he'll expect the second player to be here, and the steps are going to be heard. Is there a chance for a punish? There definitely is. Element goes back for a little more. It seems like CGN have overplayed their hand here.
Definitely does. They had the numbers. They had the openings, and now they're left in a recovery position. Malsey on the back of B has got all the info, but it comes at a heavy cost. They saw the barrel. Or they just... Well, they clearly did, yeah. Malsey gets taken down. It's not even a wall bang. Unfavorable angle for him. Paranoia is good. 2 players caught. 1 running back. The ult. Ooh, okay. Although it's cancelled, the player still sticks around on the site. Little unforeseen angle, and that gets Vince 1, but he needs a little bit more. Caught TPing in the open. A bold play, to say the least. And Soulcast gets his 4th kill as a result, punishing that ludicrous play and leveling us up at halftime.
I don't think he's replacing Houdini anytime soon, but thankfully, I think we're going to get a little bit of time to forget that final play as we go in even at the half.
1 enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Welcome back, folks. It's 6-6, even at the half, as we move on to Apex on their attack side with CGN defending. A good showing so far. Anguist has had his rounds. Davey might get banned after this game playing like that. And Apex, on the other hand, well, they certainly have the thing that we said they needed, which was Kayak stepping it up 18-7 right now for such a big performance. It's a surprise it's such an even game, but there's been a lot of wacky rounds along the way.
It kind of felt like this when they played yesterday, the Lotus map that they won, where it was like Kayak had the world on his back, and even still, he was getting dragged down the hill. So they're going to have to, he can keep up this performance. Luckily, we know for the most part he can. For CGN, they've had some crazy rounds of their own. Davey genuinely managed to put them on the map a couple of occasions where it seemed like things were over and out. Kayak's going to be taking that initial aggression, though. Space garnered on the site. Element's been forced back, and Davey, he's so low on HP. Holding on to this is not going to be easy. He still gets a kill, but the rest of his team have fallen.
One enemy remaining.
Soulcast cleaning it up now. Yeah, it's all on Vince to try to fight a way back in, and he will not land anything. Apex 7 on the board now, the lead as the first round of the half comes to a close, and we're about to see their attack side full display. Big round from Kayak as well. Brings in the double kill. Nice to see him continue that form, as I do think that's going to be a big factor of what CGN are trying to deal with here. And I'm very curious, and I think what I'm most excited about seeing up against Apex, how is this Phoenix going to work defensively? Is it going to be a lot of risks, a lot of early aggression, or are we going to see more reactive play? I'm expecting to see Benny up in a lot of people's faces.
Yeah, I feel like that was more of one of the weaknesses, though, of when we saw this the last time they played. It didn't go great for them. Already, space taken this round is looking like a done deal. Unless, well, I was going to say Vince pulls some magic out of the hat, but I feel like he needs different magic to what we saw at the end of the last half.
Right here.
Well, Malsey's not going anywhere. He will go down with this ship. He will not throw his hands up and surrender, I'll tell you that. Shock Dart about to fire through, and that would have gotten the better of Vince, but he's waiting it out. He knows they've got plenty of utility, and the spams eventually. Well, my goodness. Wolva's got his double cleaned up, and the triple's what he wants. Okay, nicely done. Apex, no sweat in the final section of the round, and they walk out with 3 rifles as well. So smiles all around for the attacking side. CGN now have to put a stop to this.
But yeah, this is the thing. You go back to that Haven, you were mentioning it, the one that they played versus Desire. Benny in the defensive half took the most opening duels and won 0 of them. He was 0-4, so he definitely has to be a focus. I think since then we saw a stellar performance from him on Phoenix on other maps. So maybe it was just a blip, maybe it was a bad day, but this is one of their weaker within the point. In fact, both teams don't have a whole lot of reps on this map in general. For now, though, it's a big round for the side of CGN. You don't want to allow Apex to get off to that strong start. Again, they started this game 4-0, and since then haven't been able to have the same sort of success. Other than, again, you're talking about a man winning a 1v5 with a Hunter's Fury and a low-buy round, again, where a Hunter's Fury played a huge part in it. Like, those are the 2 rounds that they managed to get across the line, other than that start. So it has been barren in terms of what they've been able to find. Davey, it's a bit of a gamble angle. Like, it's his teammate is shooting through his legs. It's not my favorite crossfire, and that's why.
Well, they abandoned it at the last second. Element does well to find the first, and he's on the way, and well, he better be quick. Element, my goodness, that's 3. Lining them up, letting them walk into his crosshair and shooting them down. I thought Benny needed to be quick, but Element had those electric boots. 8-7 now.
Turns out that you just don't need wall. You don't need crossfires when you're Element. You just kill everyone. You are your own crossfire. He got stunned up, cosmetic of course, because if you shoot people in the face, stuns don't matter, flashes don't matter. Any utility thrown in by Apex didn't matter, and well, after, bear in mind, he had 2 kills after he was 2 and 14, and he's just got that 4K.
They'll get your confidence going, I suppose. Boost you up a little bit. That's what's going to be needed. 8 to 7, 1 round gap. This is how things typically go. You win the pistol, you win the follow-up, and you lose a round, but then you fight right back, and they've brought everything to bear. No big ultimates in play for either squad. Soulcast, though, just 1 away from grabbing himself. All-important Hunter's Fury, especially in those post plants, but he will not be the planter. That it's a Vova. Question marks all around. Not good for the ult orbs, but maybe for the positions. They've got some util firing in from back. Paranoia from the site. Crossover as Avova will double up down below. That flash not executed on quick enough. Benny was looking the wrong way going through. And now Kayak down below cleaning house alongside Avova. They've got this control locked, and it's actually Hype who ends up with a clean slate of his own. Not a single player falling, and that is a resounding answer.
Yeah, it felt a bit more disjointed than usual on the retake. Like, CGN have been a team that I think we've marveled at the fact that they seem to play off of each other quite well, especially Element and Benny, but the Phoenix is in, and no one, I think they were just waiting for a swing, but when it never came, it just had him out pretty much to dry, and then the second he's dead, then the swing comes through. There's no more flashes to be had, so almost made it very easy for Apex, just banking on that one piece of utility, pretty much deciding the round. For the defense, this has destroyed their economy. And somehow Element is still going to get the opener. Vince even looking for a little bit more. He's been having a rough time of it as well. They still have Davey as the snake in the grass. And normally I wouldn't be a huge fan of the Frenzy, but his position with a couple of tagged players, maybe.
Well, I mean, Soulcast is being dropped at this point. Benny getting close, popping the flash. Might buy the space, you would think, and he certainly did, but Hype and Malsey are able to spam down. I mean, the benefit of the fully automatic weapons, I suppose. The lack of shields in play on the other side. They're squishy and easy to take down with just a couple bullets. CGN, 2 versus 3. And Apex, I think what they're doing here is wise. You know, normally players would be around B, around mid, maybe further up in A, and after no contact for this long, they just decide to rotate, to leave. Maybe in this case they would stick around though to try to get the guns. But when they don't see anyone, Apex assume nobody's home. Unfortunately for them, they're very wrong. Luckily, Anguish doesn't have element of surprise anymore. That's been shut down, but he's got the shots, and there's only one more. But luckily, Malsey able to bring it across the line before my heart gives out.
Yeah, that was, again, another round where it looked like there should be no opportunity for anything, and it comes down to a 1v1 that, well, if Anguist had any gun in his hand, you feel like he might have had a better opportunity than that. A tight win, but a win nonetheless. That's going to be the main thing for Apex. They're getting those rounds. They're climbing ever closer to a victory. Of course, we've already spoken about the death sentence, or it feels like a death sentence, having that 0-2 start in the group. This would put both teams 1-on-1, leave things wide open. And that's if CGN aren't able to turn the tide. And with 4 ultimates under their belt, the 5th not far away. And in fact, every single ult within the whole server is 2 orbs or less away. And I think this is going to be an interesting round for either side, and one that CGN need to win.
Definitely a swing round for the side of CGN. That is for sure.
Deploying drone.
I think the hot hand's deployed by Benny. Maybe even an attempt to stop that drone. It doesn't work. Apex. No presence outside of A, and it seems like CGN have an idea. The rotations are underway, but they'll be slow. Getting here not on time. Anguish doesn't have ult, no lockdown, so he kind of wants to fight for the site, and usually that's where he goes down. I was teeing him up for it, but this guy's got other ideas. 2 quick kills, and the round's already over. Soulcast 1v4. It was a 1v5 just moments ago. If he can channel his inner Davey, perhaps he's got a chance, even as the Hunter's Fury, but slightly different scenario.
Yeah, I think if he uses it here, we understand that he's completely lost the plot, and he's going to be put down by his counterpart. 10-8. Apex still holding on to the lead, but a strong round for CGN to take away from them. And again, I feel like there's plenty of players to highlight when it comes to the CGN roster, but today, Anguist has been the guy. Like, he has done so much. Like, again, that disruptive Hunter's Fury element came in quick to support, but the fact he's able to hold the line delay for such a long time, solid round for CGN. They didn't even have to use too much. Now both teams with economy to buy again, but Apex definitely worse for wear. Financial department.
As we said, they've really been pushed to their limits by some of these teams so far in Ascension. It's no different this time around. This round win, it wouldn't even do anything in terms of guaranteeing them a big lead or getting them back into it. It would just stop CGN from having that kind of power. Evova's gone for a big TP. He's right up behind them. They've cleared the spawn. They don't think he's there. I saw some eyes get cast back and quickly look away. They're wide open to a backstab from this man. They think he planted and used this ult just to get out of the lockdown instead, or to get out of the crossfire that was in play. Instead, he is walking up behind them completely unaware. Takes his time on the kill. Although the defuse is underway, it's half. Just about to be there, although the kill comes through. It's bought them a little bit of space. They might find a timing to get the defuse in. Kayak spinning around, and he's catching them all. They better get out of his way, as it's 11-8 for Apex.
Great round from Evova, who can only be claimed by the spike. And then, of course, Kayak with the showstopper of the round. 25-10, another triple kill to add to the tally. But it seemed like they had it under control. They even used the aftershock and Hunter's Fury just to make sure there was no chance of a defusal, not wanting to fall to any sort of shenanigans. For CGN, what has only been blips so far on the defensive side, they need to basically do what was done to them in the first map. Find their footing, streak some rounds together. Because right now they are edging ever closer to this map slipping away from them.
It is definitely getting dangerous, Tom. CGN put up one hell of a fight. 12-14 they could have had that first map. This could have been a 2-0. We saw the same thing yesterday, Tom. Now on Haven, they have to put that little bit more into the game. A trap setup on short could help them out. Vince has a paranoia. We can see him ready for the Kamehameha, and that's when Benny goes swinging around the corner. But they've given up on it. They've backed off, and well, that timing is poor for them, dodging the rolling thunder, but not the bullets from Kayak.
He's low on HP, but even still, it can be terrifying. They haven't checked the corner, though, and that's going to allow everything to go the way of CGN. The Davey-Benny duo is going to shut down that A-site take completely. Again, another response from the side of CGN, and more worryingly, I think the economy for the side of Apex is not in a good position whatsoever. Great hold from the defense.
Oh, and a timeout as well a little bit later from CGN this time. This is going to be their last one burned through, while Apex have a couple to stall out the end of the game. Maybe redirect if they go off course. 26-11. Like we said, Kayak had started to heat up in this half, and well, he didn't stop all too readily. For CGN, this is their moment to try to put a stop to this man. The scary prospect is, sure, there's a lot of economy damage. A lot of the side of Apex won't be able to fully buy up, but Tom, I'm expecting to see that Blade Storm used in this round here. We've already seen a rifle dropped by Kayak. I think that's because he's going to pop the Blade Storm, and then things can get spooky.
They're relying on him once again, which, hey, he's someone you can rely on, it seems. CGN, I think it's a good time to take a pause, realizing that with the way things have been going, a back and forth streak won't be enough. The finances are in their control for now. The only thing that isn't quite there is going to be the ultimates, although Davey is the closest to getting his back online. Straight away, that Blade Storm pop. Kayak, well, it's going to be a player stun, but there's another ready and waiting. Even still, they haven't spotted Element. Another chance for him to go huge. He's going to come out with two, but the trade is there. even still, getting rid of Kayak, getting rid of that Blade Storm is big. The question is, do they expect Avova? Oh, they haven't seen him. That could be a huge problem. He's going to be able to just hold this ground as the rotation comes in. Molzy and Soulcast now both with rifles, and they are none the wiser. It seems like there might be a potential for the drone, and there you go. That's at least going to be the information. That's at least going to be maybe some extra damage. But Molzy will live to fight another day.
And they won't be going in fully blind. CGN on the wraparound. Vince has ultimate if he wants to use this for the information, but it's contact play. Contact has been found, going the way of CGN. Flash, still one more. And he won away from his ultimate. Same for Davey. Try to find these kills on site, though. There'll be no time for ultimates. It's all about the fights. And caught in the open is Avova. Molzy has to do it all. 50 HP spotted. Can't even deal with the first. It's a wall bang from Davey to lock in double digits from CGN. Now hot on the heels of Apex. And again, this game, it just keeps on giving, Tom. There's no telling who's taking it.
Yeah, we're in for the long haul. OT seems almost inevitable, and there was a moment where I thought that this round was done, but just Element able to hide within the smoke. Was that the smoke of Kayak? I think it was. It actually shrouded him in the corner. Because otherwise, if it wasn't, then them not checking him is insane. So it has to be. But again, I think even the post plant from Apex, like losing Soulcast so early on just meant that there was no space to play on the site. The flank was completely in. They didn't really have a chance to find a gap. The ult economy now firmly in the favor of the defense, although the rifle's finally back on the board for Apex. Question now will be, can they put those ults to good use?
Well, they've teed themselves up for it. Mid push seems to be the play. CGN already destroying the turret, but Hype doesn't take kindly to that sort of behavior. He's not happy to see his turret go by the wayside. Delivers a bullet, and it's dead. Back off to the spawn and keep the control now that his turret's not around to do so, and they're still walking into it. Benny, contact, and it seems he's caught Hype sleeping. The timing working out well. 4 versus 4. Run it back, still online for the retake, and that's what you just see. Look at CGN. Everybody's going to the spawn. They'll group this one up. I didn't expect the Hunter's Fury right here and now, but it's worked out for a kill and for damage.
And it revealed exactly where Kayak was. Again, Davies Hunter's Furies have been spot on every single time. 2 players remaining. Avova, the one with any sort of HP. Soulcast has done what he can, but now there needs to be spam. There needs to be something to deny that defusal, and it isn't going to happen. Avova, his best bet is to just try and hold on to the gun, and he won't be able to even do that. 11-11. Apex now facing up against going 0-2 in the group after the first couple of games. And they're going to have to take themselves a pause.
Luckily, they still had some paused up, but this is insane. He had an idea. Oh, man, the reveal that came through, it gave him away. The updraft was used, and at that point, yeah, okay, it makes a bit more sense why he's able to find that third pulse onto him. And that's a player who's up close trying to face your teammates, so they're certainly thankful to have Davey in the back line. 17-12. He has had a fantastic game, but you have to feel for someone like Kayak. He's putting up the numbers, and it's still such a tight game. Speaks to the resilience of CGN. Even after they lose a player or two, they're able to get back into some of these rounds. Apex with a timeout. They have one more. If they lose this, I think they'll be using it.
This is now looking like the reverse of that first map. As you said, there was an opportunity that CGN could have 2-0'd and taken this over the line, but after losing 7 rounds in a row, 5 to go to OT, they allowed Apex an opportunity. As we've seen before, Apex come alive in the late game, but the buys are not getting any better. Our rifles are there. Avova is going to be left with very little, and it looks like Kayak's just trying to take this round into his own hands, already taking deep short control. Rotation already coming in thick and fast from CGN. They want a 4th player on this site.
Well, they've got the read. Now it's the execution. Defensive side. I mean, the pressure more so for Apex. This squad now, they know losing out on this series, it's going to put them in a very tough position to continue on with Ascension. A team that everybody expected to make it far deep into this tournament. Currently sitting 0-1. The 0-2 could be damning. Let's see. As they put everything into this A hit. Nano's up and over. CGN, still 4 players waiting.
Oh, and Gwist again. He's there to start it off. This man as the side tanker has been unstoppable, and he wants to try and do it all. A 3rd kill already, looking for his 4th, and he'll find it. The only man standing is Hype, and Anguist, he wants it. He's gonna ace to take them to match point. This guy has been unstoppable today, and that doesn't end until the match does.
Unbelievable. Like we said, some standout performances. Sing the praises of Davey all day, but Anguist, yesterday, he was popping off, but right here, 3 kills, and he's just going, not stopping. And I'd love to see this fired up across the CGN roster. This is a series they feel like they should have already won. This should have been 2-0. They had 5 chances to close out the first map, and they failed every step of the way, including an OT. Now, they only have 1 chance to close out Haven, to steal this away from Apex and deliver a defeat unlike anything Apex have tasted all year long. This is a phenomenal achievement already for the CGN squad. It might just be about to get a whole lot better.
From play-ins to potentially 1 foot in the playoffs, a 2-0 start would be, well, as good as it gets. With only 4 matches on offer, another victory would almost certainly put them through into that top 4, still within a chance of making it into the VCT. For a team that came out 2nd in their own region, they're looking like a top dog. But even still, the attack has managed to get incredibly far. They have taken this A site by storm now. And Gwist, he is 1 away from the lockdown, but that is still 1 away. There hasn't been an orb found. There hasn't been something that suggests that this site can be completely given up. I guess after the last round, just destroying them on A, they didn't expect their opponents to just go walking in. This is going to be a rolling thunder as well for Molzy, unless he gets killed by the shock darts. But he will survive.
Already? They're staying close? I thought this was going to be a much more passive stance, but I mean, there's not going to be any execution on the back of the Rolling Thunder. It's just used to buy 5 seconds, 10 seconds max. That could be enough, though. Out goes Element already. He's jumped the gun, and he's in the back lines of the attacking side, causing chaos. Davey picks up 1, and Element got his before going down. He's thinned the herd, although Avova steps up to the plate and delivers as he always does when his back's against the wall. This man starts to swing with everything he's got. 12-12, OT again.
Overtime.
Well, if you've been chilling on the Omega stream, the day seems like it's almost done. With Job Life looking to try and run a speed run, this is all but just beginning. OT, a crucial round. 1 bite of over. We've called him the Clutch King, but that might be the most important clutch in Apex's Ascension run. This will be remembered if they're going to make this all the way back to the place that was promised. A team with heavy pressure, an organization with heavy investment. When CGN were literal seconds away from almost slam dunking them out, it wouldn't have quite been the deal breaker, but it would have put them incredibly close. Instead, he's brought them back. Straight away, we see the same sort of take immediately in towards that B side, but once again, it's the advantage for the side of Apex.
Thanks to Molzy. Big pick, and he gets out for free. That's the main thing. All that breach utility still online. 2 flashes and is stun to come through soon. And they will be waiting for that. A retake from Apex. Already the decision is made. But they get a few spams in. Benny down to 67. Davey tagged up a little bit as well. And spotted, most importantly. Big swing from Kayak. He just goes wide, and they didn't expect that. With a spam onto Benny, connects another. And now Apex, they're knocking on victory's door. The spams will need to be sublime. In fact, they do eventually land, but there's 4 more players to take care of. Still staying alive and chipping away at the defenders. It's getting a little bit scary until the defuse goes across the line. This could have been a big round for CGN, fighting from the bottom of mid, but instead it's 13-12. I said they had 1 shot to close it out, Tom. Now the same is true for Apex.
Yeah, with the way that things have been going, that CGN went on that streak to turn things all the way back, and it seems like Avova and now Molzy are breathing life, the experience in bucket loads over on this Apex roster. It's something the desk highlighted, something we've highlighted. Experience has serious levels of value to it, and while for CGN, it might just be their undoing. A heartbreaking defeat if it goes this way. There's so many opportunities for them to take this series. Kayak, however, has been the thorn in their side. 30 kills already to his name. The 2nd time this tournament that he's broken that number. I can tell you for free, that number's not going to be where he finishes.
A big retake. 1 kill for Molzy. Rolling Thunder's online. We saw that at the end of the last round. He's up close. He will be point of contact, but paranoid to start. A chance for Element, but Hype takes down Anguish. One side is dealt with, but the other busted wide open by the side of CGN. They've got a way back through. Fighting from the spawn and the flank from Benny. Will catch them unaware, but Kayak springs into action. Soulcast is dead. He's on a sliver of health, but Davey has to find the other, and that's the big challenge. Hunter's Fury online, but the swing from Kayak won't let him have a chance. 14-12, a yawn spray, and no surprise, Apex must be tired after that lengthy series.
It's got to be a bitter defeat for the side of CGN, but this time Apex do manage to weather the storm. They managed to fight back into the series after losing a large streak of rounds, almost losing Ascent as well. But this is why we talk about them as the big boys. This is why we talk about them as one of the favorites. That experience shining through right at the end, right at the final depths of the map. And while they're not going 0-2 just yet, it's 1-1 for both teams in the group.
The dream's not over just yet. It's time to toss this one off to a break, and we'll be hearing from some of the players as well as the analyst desk after this.
Was that supposed to be a fight?
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast right past anybody taking life for granted. Yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything is art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. better watch out. I'm on the climb to the crown in my prime right now. Hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets. It's funny, I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak. I like to build things, empires out of buildings. I wanna leave a legacy of helping others finally feel things, of motivating and killing depression, exhaustion. We need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah.
Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Doing my thing, got the blinders on. Filling my stack, yeah, high and long. Time is on, I am a bomb. Golden touch, got the mind is on. Hey, on a wave, from the cave to main stage. I'm about to engage. Raise the price of my wage. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
Who will ascend to VCT EMEA 2025?
That was another banger. We are back, and I am delighted to tell you guys that I'm now joined by Mosey from Apex. Let's bring him in. Hi, Mosey. First of all, congratulations on that win. It was a long match. How are you feeling after that?
It was a really hard match for us. I think we didn't expect it gonna be that tough. I was all the time thinking that 2-0, like we're gonna win Lotus. I feel like Lotus was more under control than other maps, but somehow we lost it, so I guess that's who it is. But yeah, it was a really hard match for us, you know?
Yeah, it's very competitive right now in Ascension this time around. I do want to ask you about Lotus. I'm glad you brought it up, because that was the first time we have ever seen your roster go 6-0 down right from the beginning of the map. We've never seen that from you guys before. We've never seen you have to kind of force that comeback and get back into the game. Why do you think there was a couple of slow starts today? And how did you guys manage to bring it back?
Well, I think we like lose the pistol most of the time. Yeah, when we start, like, of course with losing, like it's hard when you lose pistol and then lose first buy bonus. It's like, you know, like the effect of domino, and it's hard. It's hard, but I think it's good that we showed that we can wake up on the good moment, you know, and you can also like see that the level is higher than in the Polaris. So it's also for us. We need to burn more energy during the games. So it's, yeah, that's like was yesterday like one of the reasons. Like we burned all energy on first map, and then, you know, it was kind of harder to play second and third map for us. And today we try to balance energy, so we don't lose all energy on first map. We were kind of let's say less screaming, because yesterday was full. If you go on first map, there's like some party or something, you know, if you hear us. But today was kind of more quiet, and yeah, we come back most of the like times.
But the vibes are important, right? I mean, we've seen it this year. I mean, your former teammate, Heretics as well. Those teams like Heretics, Sentinels, they have these players that can keep things positive, keep the vibes up. So who's that player or players on your team when you're in those situations?
I think during the official, everyone tried to, you know, be like someone that can like bring the atmosphere to the team. Like if not me, like then someone else. But I think like most of the time it's me. I think I was always like bringing mood to the teams. But overall, like I wouldn't say it's mainly me. You know, I think everyone has some like piece of brick in this house, let's say.
And how much do you think your experience as a team, you know, you have a lot of veterans, how much does that help you guys grind it out and make sure you bring home those wins?
I think, yeah, we have this experience, but sometimes we still like we can see like that experience is not everything, you know. There is like, as you said like before, like we need to get good atmosphere in the team and everything else. And if you are in the good mood, like we're gonna be on same page, it's gonna be good, you know. It's like, you know, because when you mention experience, like I would say like it's also like first year for me as IGL, so it's also like I'm also learning a lot. And I think like every like if it's Avova or it's Soulcast, they bring a lot of help during the mid calls. So yeah, I think like everyone give something into this team with experience, and even with Kayak, like mainly why we took Kayak to the team, like because he on trials he has own like ideas. So I think even his lack of experience, he's not stressing. He has own ideas. What is important on Duelist? You cannot play like Duelist and wait that IGL tell you what to do. You know.
You can't micromanage. Can't really be micromanaging.
Yes. So it's best when someone has like own ideas on the role he play. You know, it's not only the Duelist.
Yeah, just to follow up for everything that you just said before I let you go, because we do get those IGLs that do micromanage a bit more, but I guess is that because you are on a team with so much experience, you know, you have all these other players who can mid-round, can help you, can a kind of secondary call, that the ideas is easier for you to execute as an IGL?
Yeah, I think it's like a lot, to be honest. Like I think we won Ascent mainly because of the mid calls that we had from the like ideas, basically. Even we were down the 12-7 or 12-8, there was someone speaking like what's going on, you know. It was helping a lot and executing ideas. But yeah, like I think it's really good to have them. It's for sure it was easier for me to like start IGLing when I had experienced players, so it can help me from the beginning, and I'm pretty happy like how we are working. And yes, like let's see what tomorrow brings.
Yeah, Kayak go kill, best strat, you know. Absolutely love that strat.
Maybe it would work in Fnatic, you know.
But thank you very much, Mosey, for joining me.
Thank you so
congratulations once again today, and best of luck on your next game.
Thank you.
All right, that was the first game. Would you believe that we have another best of 3 coming up? But before that, let's toss this over to a lovely content piece brought to us by the people from Barça Esports. Check this out.
¿Qué opinas del Barça de este año?
Ay, ¿qué quieres que te diga, hijo? Esta temporada no fue nada fácil, pero ¿cuándo lo es? No es fácil armar un equipo con el que competir, un equipo que funcione, que dé seguridad en defensa y emocione al atacar.
Ya te digo, tenemos un killer polaco que hace temblar a todos los rivales.
¿Un qué? Lo que tiembla es la grada con las promesas que tenemos. Los mejores de por aquí. Pero nuestra ambición no podía quedarse solo en hacer un buen papel.
Claro, estamos preparados para todo. Guardiola está listo.
Oh, sí, aunque ahora está en otro club. La huella del legado de Pep y su tiki-taka sigue presente.
¿Qué Pep ni Pep? Don Antonio Guardiola. ¿Guardi?
¿Cómo?
Si es Antonio Guardiola cogida, la ronda siempre es probable.
Claro, Guardi, el ídolo que todo equipo debe tener y que vino desde abajo para coleccionar MVPs.
¡Troca de Guardi mano a mano! ¡Ey! ¡Para Guardi!
Junto a él, Maniac y Jesse. Uno ya sabía lo que era ganar y nos guió a levantar la Rising. El otro llega al equipo con toda la energía que necesitamos.
Que viene enfadado Maniac. Maniac que electrocuta al primero y al segundo doble.
A su lado Saiz, el niño dinosaurio, que se reivindicó una vez más.
Busca la tercera, la firma triple para que
Y Borwen, nuestro gran capitán, curtido en 1000 batallas antes de llegar aquí. Liderando desde fuera a Luca, Rojo y Mason, que aplicaron de nuevo la fórmula para ganar.
¿Está este Barça también entre los mejores?
Sí, papá. Ya hemos demostrado lo que sabemos hacer. Ahora es el momento de Ascension. La dura batalla para conseguir una plaza en VCT EMEA, donde pelearemos con los mejores. Y una vez allí, empezaremos a escribir nuestra nueva historia.
La historia de un equipo que es más que un equipo, como ha sido siempre.
I just know that our producer Evan absolutely loved that video. I could just tell he would have had a ball there. But what a great way for us to kind of get to know some of the players too, because if you guys have been keeping up with what's been happening over in the Spanish league, maybe you thought KPI was going to make it. Maybe you thought UCAM was going to be the one to make it here. But no, it wasn't Pilski. It was Barca.
Yeah, 100%. Like, not only like watching that video as well is fantastic for like getting the vibe of what the domestic leagues are like, because you know some of them are a little bit different. But it was great to see the shots of them winning on land. You could tell it meant a lot to them to come to Ascension here, and 100% echo your sentiment. After these guys finished 6th in stage 1 and did get knocked out by UCAM, they take revenge in split 2, beating both KPI and UCAM to get here. That's a massive result, especially considering they didn't even change their roster or anything.
I mean, coming into this year, I'll be honest, this was not the crossover that I was expecting, but I love it. And again, just on that content piece, just such a great way to tie it all together and to create those storylines that we love watching. But I mean, yeah, this roster has done some incredible things this year already. The fact that they also had to play a couple of best of 5s to get their way here, and we know how grueling those can be. So also a tenacious team, not only a team that you cannot underestimate. So I have high hopes for them in our Ascension tournament.
Yeah, and the craziest thing in that best of 5, those best of 5s, is that you had Bisk dropping like 105 kills, and then Famzy dropping 110 kills against Barca, and they still couldn't beat them. It's almost like you need your carry player to have a live game, and then you'll still lose to this team. But the caveat is, Sam, though, they have not played a single best of 3. This will be the first best of 3 they play the entire year, which I think it's like a really big anomaly in this tournament.
Yeah, that is really weird. I mean, most of the regional leagues, obviously, or the challenger leagues, pardon me, have best of 3s, which is the kind of standard format. But obviously over in Spain, they do the best of 1 format, and then you get to the semi-final and the grand final, and you immediately shoot over to best of 5. They go from one of the... Look, a lot of people will look at a best of 1 and call it a coin flip. So you go from that format to like this grueling absolute marathon that you have absolutely no preparation for. And so going into a best of 3, it can go one of 2 ways. Either you're like, oh, we've just done 2 best of 5s, we're fine. Or you're like, you're getting whiplash from just the crazy amount of changes and how do you adapt to this? But they've already won their first series, so I think they're feeling pretty good.
Yeah, and of course, we talk about them not keeping the same roster. Kappa, me when I lie, Pilski, because Jesse is going to be stepping in this time.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to me. Like, they kept the same roster after not a great result in split 1, and then they win split 2, and they change out KPZ, who has a fair bit of experience from last stage in Ascension, did pretty decently in split 2 as well for Barca. You know, definitely played his role. What I will say though is, looking at the stats from Jesse playing in over in the France League, he's slightly better than KPZ statistically, so I'm keen to see what he's going to bring to this team in the same role.
Yeah, let's move on to their opponent here, because go next, GN. I think their result yesterday, Sam, I think speaks volumes. We just saw Apex on stream. They were a formidable opponent, but GN were the ones that won on their first game.
Absolutely, and I mean, we spoke at length about Apex and their like star-studded roster. We cannot talk about Go Next without talking about a player like Zeke, right? And so he comes up against this almost super team of Apex. Obviously not just him, but he's a previous world champion. And the experience that he's brought to this roster, a relatively inexperienced roster when you look at the big picture and the grand scheme of things. And I think that amount of experience is invaluable. We speak about how, you know, they were kind of the underdogs. They had players dropping over 100 kills in their best of 5s and they still come back. To me, that speaks to the ability to adapt, improvise, overcome. That feels like it's Zeke's experience really shining through.
Yeah, for sure. He's going to bring that experience factor to this roster. They've also got some heavy hitters in Alexi, who had a monstrous map yesterday. And Profec's got really, really good stats for, you know, how hard he frags on controllers. So, you know, you're starting to see the team come together, and there's a reason why they won back-to-back splits over in East Surge.
Yeah, and let's talk about those monster stats yesterday, because I feel like we need to show them, Pilski. They were just ridiculous considering he was playing up against Apex.
Yeah, I mean, some people were saying like that might be the grand final prelude that you're seeing early on in the group. Obviously, we've seen results all over the place, so you're never really sure what's going to happen. But yeah, seeing a series like this from Alexi, especially after they lost the first map, and that seemed to just light a fire under this guy. He went absolutely ballistic on the Jet on Haven in the second map and was very, very key to kind of turning that momentum around, and they were able to secure the series in 2-1 fashion. So we'll see if they could double up today against Barca, or if Barca's going to potentially beat another one of those champs 2021 winners, because they already took out Quiles over in the Spanish league.
The only thing that worries me when it comes to, Alexi is that he's got a really high first death rate. Really high first bloods as well, not taking that away. Getting that numbers advantage, that man advantage, absolutely instrumental. But when you're kind of pretty consistently being the first to go down as well, it kind of instantly evens out those numbers. Now you no longer have a duelist, and things can start to get a little bit sticky. It's the one stat that kind of had me a little bit worried. So hopefully today we see a little less of that, but please keep up with the first bloods. That's entertaining as heck.
I mean, I think we definitely will see that. But I also want to quickly shout out, as we look at the map vetoes, that GN's assistant coach is Chak, a familiar face, if for those people that remember him in VCT as well. And as we take a look at the map vetoes, a GN, a team that doesn't really have a permaban, whereas I feel like Lotus is going to be gone right from Barca. They haven't really liked to play. Here we go.
Yeah, it's interesting. GN have got a little bit more freedom in terms of the map picks and bans. Barca's been very strong on bind in Spain Rising, so not surprising to see that get taken out. We'll see what Go Next are going to go for here, because their map pick, they're a little bit more flexible. Haven's an interesting one, maybe riding some of that confidence off of the game yesterday, because despite the fact they dominated Apex yesterday, they hadn't played it in ages before that, and Barca looked pretty decent on it.
To be perfectly honest, I had Haven or Abyss as my potential bans from them because they have so few reps on it. So it is a huge surprise to see them actually pull that one out. And unfortunately, we're not going to get to see the bind, which Barca love to pick into usually. So instead, there you go. They have picked into Icebox previously, so they're going to be picking into that one again. And this is a map that has been banned out by GN in the past, but with their map veto, I don't know, history kind of all over the place, it really does speak to a bit of a deep map pool and comfortability on most maps. So I'm not sure that it's going to be that much of an issue.
Yeah, I don't think so at all. I think it's good to not have a permaban, especially when you get to a tournament like this. But of course, let's see what map 3 is going to be. The speed of this is like really teasing us, I feel like. It's
there you go.
Yeah, we'll see it regardless.
Yeah, I mean, that was the one left over against Apex yesterday, so I'm feeling like Go Next are going to be happy with that. They are playing kind of that more Heretics-esque comp, and they seem to use it pretty well against Apex. Barca's another one of these teams that coming out of their domestic league, we haven't seen them play Abyss yet, so there's no data there. It's going to have to be some of these teams, once again, early on in Ascension here, feeling each other out on a map that there's not been many reps on, and trying to work things out a bit more on the fly.
It certainly feels brave to allow that Abyss to go through, really, for both of these teams. I know that Go Next has played it, very recently, and they did get a win on it, so they're feeling pretty confident, but it's the one time that they've played it in the last 6 months, I want to say. So it is risky, absolutely, and you're putting a lot of confidence in that one win. And then obviously for Barca, having never played it, that always kind of speaks to me of, oh, well, maybe they've put a lot of time into it behind the scenes. They haven't really been playing it because they haven't wanted to make it obvious that they're comfortable on it. And if you're allowing it to flow through, you have to assume that they're somewhat comfortable on it. But we'll only find out if we get there.
In fairness, the map hasn't been eligible for that long. It's not like they could have played it more times in the 6 months. Has it even been out for 6 months? Where's the time
been
gone?
that long.
Yeah, I was gonna say. But we saw this yesterday, right? Teams taking a risk when it comes to the Abyss, and Pilski, it did pay off. But the question is, will we even get there? Do you think we're gonna see a map 3?
Yeah, I don't really know, because I don't have a great reference of like Barca's level necessarily. They've beaten a couple of good teams in Spain though. I think Go Next is like kind of a hot favorite here, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them 2-0, but You know, we'll give Barca the benefit of the doubt to at least steal a map here. And I'd agree with that a bit sentiment as well. Like, there's just not a chance for teams to play it in challenges. And it really feels like it's not like a risk leaving it into the third. It's more like teams kind of playing veto chicken with it. Whereas I would say the example of taking a risk with it might be Mouse, for example, like first picking it in a series against Saw the other day. That's a bit more of a risky prospect than, you know, leaving it into play veto chicken with it, like we've seen a couple of teams do. Even Apex in the last series, leaving it in as that potential third map, even though they lost it against Go Next yesterday.
Let's talk about this Haven here, because we are about to head into Agent Select in just a moment. And we're going to move, Sam, from one Haven that we just saw in the last game, where it was kind of wacky, you know, out off meta stuff, left, right, and center, into a more, it feels like regular schmegular Haven comps.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, on the one side, we'll probably get a Neon, and that's as out there as it's going to get, and that's not even that out there when you think about it. Quite a few teams have been playing Neon basically since her release on this map. It's not as often as, you know, your Jet, for example, but it does happen. It's not unheard of. So, yeah, pretty bog standard comps here. A near mirror matchup aside from those duelists. There's not much to say on that one. I like these. I like these comps. Somebody said in chat earlier, is there any agent that this caster does like? These ones. I like these ones.
I thought you liked Gecko. I thought you were a Gecko fan.
That too. Yeah,
there we go. But it's time to jump into game and to bring two other casters into this. Same casters. I don't know why I'm saying it as if it's other people. But yeah, I'm happy. It's Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much,
It's me, Pansy. Hey, I'm back.
You're looking
a bit rough.
Much worse for wear, I have to say, Pansy. I'm gonna leave it there. I won't go in too hard on you, Tom. You set yourself up for it, though. Barca versus Go Next. Go Next have surprised me and you quite a bit, Tom. They played even better than our wildest dreams. I'll say than your wildest dreams. My wildest dreams were that they still lost the series yesterday. So you were definitely in much higher spirits about them, and well, it proved to be the correct play. An incredible series for them. Let's see if Barca can disrupt the rhythm.
Oh, I'm looking at Alexic. Yesterday on this map, he was just a different beast. Like, he managed to pretty much diff anybody who even looked in his general direction. Don't catch eyes with Alexic, because you're going to get a bullet to the face. And already he's got the opener in this one. We'll talk about his stats versus Apex in a little bit, but for now, we're right in the thick of the pistol round, and this is not looking like the greatest of starts for Barca.
Oh, well, that's quite the return, Tom. Just as you speak, you're showing why you shouldn't. It's down to Mini. 1 versus 2, and a chance on distance to try to get these shots, to land them, to connect them here, and put that defensive side to shame. The defuse, though, is going to be pulled across the line, and Barca on the defensive side have managed to find themselves a 1-0 start.
That was really impressive. Vorven especially being able to get back in 3 kills in a 5 versus 3 post plant. And I feel like in the initial stages, Go Next did everything correctly. They had the lurk, and then just this double peek where he takes 2 players down in a matter of seconds. I think that was what? That was a high-low. That was a player above and a player below. You talk about those positions not being easy to clear. Well, Vorven basically did it on his own. So fair play. We've had some solid Sovas so far. I think Davey taking the biscuit, but hey, we'll see if he can continue that. Maniac, someone I'm so happy to see back on the server. A player who has had, well, a pretty decent career in some solid teams, and someone, I'll be honest, the fact that he hasn't been in the tier 1 before is a bit of a crime. I'm glad to see he's on the road to it now.
Barca have everything locked down. It'll be tough to see Go Next even land damage at this point. Just look how passive that defensive side is being. No one wanting to be the one to give away the pick. Trapwire. I like this one too. It's at an angle, so you can only break the one side of it. That walking on in. Not punished up aggressively, but it will be in future rounds. This time, just passive hold. Or using the recon just to make sure there's no one else sneaking up on B, although he'll start to get a little worried. You'll see him move towards one of these extremities, and it's right into the site that's being hit Profak already super low and cleaned up with a 4K. That's a quick way to build up the Neon ult. Let me tell you, 2 away from it and a 2-0 start for Barca.
Yeah, it's not the most desired ult, but especially when you're going to go into a lower purchase round, it's definitely not something to shake a stick at. And I think Maniac getting off to a good start is going to be important here. I think especially with the fact that Barca are one of the teams that are yet to get reps on the board. Obviously, a lot of teams at this point have even played a couple of games. So I think that them a little bit behind, obviously, with Go Next already having a victory and a victory versus Apex at that. I'm gonna want to get off the mark swinging. A purchase in here now for the side of Go Next. And it's not the worst buy. Like, having a couple of pistols, definitely not ideal. Maniac actually going to be handed over a rifle, and Vorven is going to take over with that Outlaw. But it's more so, can they do much cost here? Can they make things a little bit more awkward?
That's certainly going to be the name of the game. A good stack would help out, but very, very slow play coming in from the side of Go Next on the attack. You can see that they've pumped brakes, waiting for any aggression, for any advantages to be quickly given away. Lurk sent out by Mini as well. Pressure on A likely. But these are the rounds where typically you're going to expect your opponent to go for those over rotations, right? Drone goes in, smoke goes in, stun as well. So at this point, Barca are calling like everyone's here. There's 3, there might be 4, could even be 5. And then you get the rotations. That's when Mini can strike. I thought they would go back, but they run into it anyways. They run into a lot of these defensive players, and they are very much winning the fights, at least to start. Bulldog on Jesse. Vandal on side. Great opportunity, and Jesse's all that's needed. That is insane. 4 kills under his belt. And then 3rd round locked down.
So they've had a 3K and 2 4Ks, and we're already 3 rounds into the game. Barca, we've seen this squad do tricks when it comes to the football. They've always got the style points, legends, the likes of Ronaldinho, a man called Leo, but the fact is, right now, we've seen Jesse styling. Obviously, he's the new man on the block as well. Like, he was a player that's literally been brought in for Ascension. I think a contentious thing to do, to change your winning formula, but if he's going to keep it up like that, fair play.
That's a bit of a shaky shot from Guardi, but luckily it's returned by Maniac. And we put back to the 4v4. Ult used now. Neon on the slide. And Hunter's Fury going to be activated as well. That's Warren from downtown. Alexic already going to be dropped, but a good return by Profak, who will not meet his demise anytime soon. Finding himself the double before he falls, and that is a lot of leg work done. The attacking side running down the clock, the reveal on Jesse, and it gets pulled into position just on time. A 1v1 with the defuse still needed. Vorwin just sticking it all the way right under his nose, and he's got it across the line. That was a close round, one with a lot of potential for Go Next, but in the end, Barca, well, the result for them remains the same.
This is exactly how things started off yesterday in Go Next's first game. A very slow start to the match that ended with them having to climb back into it. We're seeing it quite a lot, teams coming in cold, but right now, Barca, well, they've already had big plays from the majority of the individuals on their side. It's been impressive thus far. Obviously taken a lot of damage in that round, but it's not something that's going to cost them too vastly, at least for now. Alexic already being denied by quite a lot, and Profak's going to stick that? It just tries to TP all the way into heaven, not expecting anyone to be there. That is an opening pick that's about as free as it gets for Barca.
I have a little more delivered to them. Alexic's low. But that player, the games that we saw yesterday, he hit his shots far more than he missed them. 70 HP. He needs to be quick on the trigger as he rounds that corner. There's a smoke up too. No choice but to walk through it at this point. Although Zeke ready with the stun, no flash. They can still see, but Alexic gets the better of them. He needed to be quick. That's exactly what he was. A 3 versus 3 now. Tags have been issued, sure, onto Jesse, but Alexic more so, just 30 HP. Mini and Bold need to be careful not to throw this one away, and it looks like that is what Mini is doing. It's what Bold's done as well. Alexic has to pick them all up. He's got one for free.
Thought for a second he might lose it, but that's his third kill of the round already. Even still, 30 HP. The other players are also tagged, especially Thighs on the other side. The first goes, but it's the trade immediate. It would have had to be an ace for Alexic. It wouldn't be his first. Not even his first on this map. But unfortunately, it isn't to be. Another round where just a single player survives for Barca, but I don't think they're going to care.
Well, you know, Tom, at a certain point, the economy discussion doesn't matter so much if you aren't losing the round. We still need to see their opponents, you know, tip over that final domino. Lagging behind just slightly. Alexic, one hell of a try. And they have to take risks. You got a guy on 30 HP. This is where you push forward. You try to find an angle to fight from. Both going in as individuals, both losing individual fights. And an ace needed to bring it across the line.
The thing is, when you have the plant down, though, a lot of the time you're going to try and use that clock to your advantage. Like, I understand having a low HP player, but, well, that was a 3v3 scenario that they basically just fed kills into the defenders, gave up all the spots that they didn't have to clear, gave them so much extra time to play with. And again, you see what Alexic was able to do just playing with that clock on his own, having a teammate or two. It could have been a very different story. Gambling on the element of surprise, and well, it ends up completely biting them. And again, I feel like we saw this yesterday, a very slow start for the side of Go Next. Again, you're talking about just the performance that individually was there for Alexic. He was 28 and 6 plus 22 on their map of Haven when they were dominant. But they've already lost as many rounds as they did versus Apex on this map.
Yeah, this is the thing. I can understand you want to be proactive. Maybe you're worried about the utility they have on the retake, but you don't win those fights. The round has already fallen apart. And Alexic's ace was all that was there to pick it back up. Now he's got Blade Storm to work with. The rest of his squad rifled up in the C site. New target. Very early on committing to it. Mini left behind to watch flank and play that late lurk. A lot of control, a lot of damage too. 2 health left on Alexic. That's a staggering amount of damage for just blind spams, but they just knew he was going to dash in.
Prophet going down as well. Rolling Thunder. Impact is null and void. Alexic's been caught. Mini from the back might be one of the only players that can really do too much here. Hunter's Fury still available for Bold, but unless they get themselves into a winnable position, they've just forgotten about him. He's managed to go back around, and now Zeke's caught 2 on the way in. It was not the round that I expected to fall for Barca, but Go Next have found the gap anyway. Mini with a double dip. I'm surprised that he comes out smiling. And then Zeke, well, we've talked about this guy as the experience, the backbone for the team. That was such a crucial 2K, stopping them getting into the site.
Big round for Go Next. We said, you know, economy damage doesn't really matter if you never win the round. And now they finally manage it. Massive picks. I mean, they were destroyed on the site. The actual push, no legs to it whatsoever. And even the argument of Zeke finding the double, it doesn't matter. If the flank is not there to pick them apart, there's a third guy coming around that corner. And it's probably the second guy, so the timing's a bit better. And then all of a sudden, it's a different fight that you're entering. That wasn't the case. Iced up nicely by Mini. Going back for the second time, I agree with you as well, Tom. And I would say, like, majority of the time, that's a mistake made by players. But this time, it pays off. They get their first round on the board. They push the economy to the limits on the side of Barca. Just one loss now. They will be pushed down to an eco. That's big for Go Next. For the attackers, who almost have a free pick. In fact, it's more when that goes down. Caught by a stray.
Oh, the Hunter's Fury not going to have too much of an impact, but... And actually, Zeke's gone down, planting the spike, immediately evening things back up. Prophet keeps things close, but not for long. The advantage quickly swings into the favor of an opponent. This time, Mini is expected. They know roughly where he's going to be coming from, or at least they did. They had an idea. Instead, he gets 2 for 1. Again, the double dip. I don't know how he's getting away with this.
Yeah, we got to keep an eye on that mini guy now. I don't know. He's got an invisibility shield or something. He's been talking to Harry Potter. I don't know how he got away with that one.
Do you want something funny?
Oh,
Isn't
man.
that your nickname? That mini guy.
One enemy remaining.
I don't appreciate that, Tom. I just want to go on record and say I don't appreciate that.
Yes.
No, that's not my nickname, okay? Nobody calls me that.
It will now.
Son of a... All right, 5-2. Barca in prime position, but their economy's being wrecked. They have the lead. But for how long? Go Next are hot on their heels. There's pistols ×4 with a stinger for Guardi. But, you know, the difference is there's 4 players on the A side. There's a big gamble from Barca, and it seems like it might pay off, at least based on the positions of the attackers right now.
Got the right read. It's just whether or not this is where the push goes in. The fact that they've seen nothing, I think, is alarm bells for Go Next. Why has there been no resistance, no information searched for? And I think Mini, why by all accounts, he's somehow going to get 2. That's now my logic. Is he should die immediately, but somehow he's going to walk into a crossfire of 4 players, and he's going to come out with 2 kills.
He's overheated. He's up against pistols. They're going to throw everything at him. They're all going to come into that fight. And he's found one. His teammates got another, and he's out. He's not overheated. I'd like to take back my words and apologize.
Let's wait for the second one. I'm just saying. I'm ready for
He's
it.
flanking
He's
again.
He's somehow gonna get a second kill here, even though he is nowhere near the action. It makes no sense for him to. But the rest of the players over on Barca, getting anything here is gonna be tough. Like, you're walking into what is a crossfire, and he's not peeking, so there's no way. Okay, it didn't happen this time, but he should have died.
Oh, luckily he didn't. I mean, the fact that he was stunned
he very
as well.
nearly got the one that Prophet got.
Yeah. The 140 Outlaw came in to take it, but the thing is, though, like, I think it's very ballsy of them, even up against the pistols, to send that one player to A. They wait at the start. It's an eco. They have traps outside C, cam for mid, and they're sat back. Nobody pushes. Nobody pushes on an eco. What does that tell you? Well, they could have pushed down C long to the trap and gone back. They didn't go mid. They didn't even look mid. And no presence anywhere on A after a minute. They're stacked, right? Like, maybe they're stacked C and just hooked on sight and counting their seconds, but probably they're stacked A. It was the right read. And then you're going to make noise on the other side of the map, maybe kill the guy who pushed up C in your mind and cause the rotations, and that's when Mini's going to win you the round. Problem is, if he dies, they have a rifle, and all of a sudden, they're going to do decent on the retake or have a chance of some legs to stand on. Didn't happen, but that's why I thought he kind of overheated a little. He took a big risk, and this time didn't get punished. And if anything, found success from it.
I feel like I'm getting flashbacks to about 4 different maps we've seen so far. A team with a 5-0 or a 6-0 or a 4-0 half or start, and it's slowly dwindling. It seems like these solid starts don't really mean too much, but already Mini tagged. He's had so much impact in the last couple of rounds that him being low definitely has value. 4 players ready and waiting, but 1 left so blind it doesn't matter. Size has done well. 2 quick kills, 30 seconds. There's no way to double back out of this, and there may just be a question of, do Go Next hold on to the guns? The answer, seemingly, is still unknown, because they are still pressuring this. Even Mini, with 3 HP, is risking, gambling, but for now, it seems like they will just hold on to the guns.
10 seconds left.
To be honest, finding a kill there might have been the opposite of what they wanted, because there's a part of me that thinks it would have spurred them on to rush the site into the stack, into the meat grinder. Luckily, the passive play is what emerges. These players go back. Rifles carried forward to the next. Round victory for Barca, and that's all they need at this point. You know, just a couple to sprinkle in to cement their lead as they finish this one off. They get to 8 rounds, they'll be pretty happy. Go next economy, not down and out just yet. Ult-wise, it's not like Barca are in a massive deficit. They've got 2 ults online. Neither one really massively impactful, as can be said for Go Next. But 100's Fury just one away. Strong post-plan potential for Vorwin, and if he's anything like Davey, they better stop him from getting that orb.
Oh, Lexic. Seen him light up the server yesterday. Been decent so far, but not quite to the same standard that I'm sure he and the Go Next guys will be hoping for. An aggressive push already deep down C long from Maniac. Operator in hand. This is such an absurd amount of control that they can even start gambling players back in the other direction. Even if they were to take the C site, he would be able to stop the majority of powerful post plants without them clearing him. But now at least Go Next seemingly happy to take a much slower account. And this is the spike. Oh, that's a good jiggle. I thought for a second Bo been trying. Now just the swing back. He's got an idea there's someone there. He hits the stun and removes Mini. Alrighty then.
He gets the job done, I'll tell you that. Barca, advantage now with Mini down and out. Plant to be found by Go Next. Size has the opportunity to use the neural theft, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Over towards Garage. That hat was off his head. Now they have the intel. They can see them. Even caught the TP towards long. That's one long, the rest sight. All the info to work with. The spray is good for Guardi, and the op shot closes it out before you even get to register that the retake had started. That was a quick one for Barca. Very little growing pains, and 7 already cemented.
Yeah, that was a really solid retake and just a fantastic round already from Maniac. As I said, he's someone that we've seen in the past playing on the likes of 10 Star, Anonymous. Like, these are teams that we've witnessed but not quite had the success that maybe they should have done, but he always shone as an individual. And that was just an impressive round. Not only the fact that he held that control for so long, but when giving it up, just had the realization of how much ground had gone. Good communication. And then the retake was just stellar. Flash left the majority of the opponents blind and made it very difficult. A much more direct approach in this round. Alexic leading the charge. You can see that Size is just waiting. If someone walks into that trip, he's hoping for a freebie. Jesse already went through. In fact, it's basically just a laser beam fight on the site. And it's Profek doing the work. 2 kills. Leaving it all onto Vorven. He had an impressive retake, almost solo on the pistol, but this one would have to be solo completely. He's got to be careful. That box is not the strongest. I think, yeah, he's screwed here.
Yeah, I don't know what I could have expected him to do, really. Another round for the attack, chipping away. Trying to deny that 8-round scoreline, and I think that's certainly a reasonable goal at this point. Rolling Thunder 2 away for Zeke. In the side of Go Next. They've certainly managed to find some legs to stand on. It was looking a little bit too dominant at the 5-0 for Barca, but like you said, Tom, we've seen this story before. Somehow, I think this is Go Next math. With what's been going down on both streams, I suppose. I think it's just following us. Lexic. Nice op shot. That was a leg. 30 HP left on Maniac. He's back towards the site.
He goes back for more. The confidence 30? Is definitely there. Mini's also been caught. Puts things back even once again. I guess the ebb and flow of the round is going to continue. Vorven's position is almost certainly going to be revealed. He tries to fight off the back of it. And again, there's 3 players ready and waiting. The reads have been sublime. Last or penultimate bullet for Vorven is going to take down Alexic, trying to take the fight alone. This is very disjointed from both teams, in fact. I feel like a lot of this has come down to just who's winning the firefight in this round at least. But with the defenders still having this stack up, it's going to be difficult to break apart. And even though Jesse is so desperately low, he's managing to land every shot in front of him. He's even going for some style points, and you know what? He's going to get him. Another 4K for the new man signed to the Barca squad. And they're going to close out this half 8-4.
One enemy remaining.
Welcome back to the 8-4 scoreline. Barca moving to their attack side on Haven, and this is where they're going to be tested yet again. Go Next managed to find a couple of rounds towards the end of that previous half. We'll see if they're able to string together a few more. A pistol would certainly help out the cause here, Tom. A pistol for Barca, the nail in the coffin of the defenders.
Yeah, definitely looking like a fantastic debut for Jesse already. I think, but it was sort of said, if you're going to make a change going into Ascension after already winning your league, it had to be for someone who's going to make a difference. And it's safe to say Jesse has been making a difference. 8-4 up. We're needing a response from the side of Go Next. Bear in mind, this is their map choice. Up next, Icebox, chosen by Barca. Lexic's going to be the point of contact, or at least you thought. He's managed to be completely bypassed, and he's been wrecked by the looks of it. Straight through the smoke. They didn't check for Mini. He's at least managed to keep things even.
Plant down. Now the favor towards the side of Barca. Damage has been done. Gold spotted, sneaking his way up behind, but there's no one to really fear that inside garage. Only buying a little bit more time. Its size, and Maniac very low. Orwin on the 100, and my goodness, what a clean shot! Neon sliding around and hitting everything that's thrown out towards Go Next. That is exactly what we warned about. A potential nail in the coffin. They can still kick that door open, but it's only going to get harder and harder from here. Barca 9-4, looking for double digits against an eco.
Yeah, I think already witnessing the difference of when your superstar isn't like having those same performances. Don't get me wrong, Alexic hasn't been bad, but last time out dropping 28 kills, it's a little bit of a difference maker. And yeah, it's something that seemingly Barca are more than capable of dealing with. They have looked very comfortable on this map. Maniac again is going to look for those openers. Took some damage, but still manages to win the fight. And while the spray down doing so much, they didn't check for Alexic though. And here he is, the man that was mentioned, somehow managing to already get himself two. Sheriff picked up, will finally be shut down, but there's another man around the corner. Vorven is the voice of reason. Well, for size, he'll at least now get a gun into his hands.
His timing here is going to be key. Both players have just sat in position waiting for him to come to them, and it was the right call. Double digits will be locked in, and despite the fact that Go Next have managed to fight admirably under the conditions and now come into a bye round, so they've got a chance. The gap is massive. Go Next are going to have to dig deep on this defensive side and make next to no mistakes if they're going to have a chance of making this work.
Yes, this should do.
Yeah, we saw them fight back a couple of times yesterday, but this feels like quite a different scenario. Like Barca have not only been beating them in terms of some of the individual prowess from the likes of Maniac and Jesse, especially Vorven in some of the early rounds, but they've also looked like they have really solid synergy with each other. The executes on their retakes in the first half were sublime, always forcing players into awkward battles and fights. And when you have Maniac as the tip of the spear, that makes his life incredibly easy. Now on that attack side, well, Guardi, I'm guessing, is going to have a lot of that setup power here with only a Sheriff in hand. And again, seemingly Maniac actually... Oh, okay. All right. That couldn't have gone much better for Profek.
Zinx had a good run of it as well. Caught the late lurk up through mid. Profek still a problem, even though they've dropped many at this stage. And there's support coming through. Zeke now ready to take that fight. The flash is good. It's caught a few, and it's in fact caught more than enough. Zeke's already tripled it up. At this point, okay. At this point, it's already over. I thought Guardi had a chance for a second, but not quite.
It still puts a little bit of extra damage in. Of course, this was a round where there were definitely some pieces missing for
Spike down.
this is going to be a road to recovery. I think we're going to need to go next. Good round from Zeke, though. Will at least garner him some extra orbs, get him closer to having that rolling thunder, but still none of the ultimates particularly close, so everything seems to come down to this one. Is it the beginning of the comeback, or is it pretty much the end of the road?
Well, there's going to be a fight on A, that's for sure. Lexic, well, he wanted to go swing that angle, but Bold went ahead of him, found the kill, and that's all she wrote. Spike dropped on the floor, and a 5 versus 4 is the result. Barca on double digits, double the scoreline of their opponents, facing trouble here. I don't think Profek's going to help that out. It's an awkward position. He is not looking the right way for now, and in fact, the gun model might even have blocked him. That's unfortunate, but still, it doesn't get things even, and Zeke has not been spotted. That makes it even worse.
Yeah, this is all falling apart. A walk in, but definitely not expecting there to be a second player there. Understandable. Like, if you see a player boosted up on top of the back of the site and you get that kill, I don't know why you would expect the player to be close. You'd have thought they'd have to walk past him for that to happen. Barca seemingly gifting over the lifeline to the opponents. Now, the spike is in the hands of Guardi, but I don't think he's going for this. He would have to walk through the Cypher utility. He'd have to fight versus 4. And okay, maybe it gets him closer to a Rolling Thunder. It would likely lose him the gun and any chance of having something to fight with into the next round. And that's the thing. He may even opt to just drop this over into someone like Maniac's hands and still look to set him up. Left. He's got everything other than a singular flash still available for the next one. And by the looks of it, the defense, they know that their economy is not exactly stellar themselves. So they're going to sit back, not overextend, and just make sure they have the guns.
Thinking about the future, especially when you've got quite a long road ahead of you, I think that is the correct call. Certainly can't fault them for it. This early fight. You know, when I saw Alexic coming to swing, I was worried because the guy doesn't miss many shots, but Bold, bottom fragger of the server, said, nah, you know what? I'm going first. I'm going around that corner lightning fast, and certainly worked out. A little confidence builder for him. 10-6, 4-round gap. And go next on the defensive side. Have a Rolling Thunder to work with if they need to make a retake happen. They're not looking to do that on A. A lot of presence still early on short and quite aggressive. And Mini's rotated around to reinforce the quick play that may be needed. Alexix done okay, somehow surviving the onslaught of players on the other side, and the spam is beautiful.
I see this man shooting through a smoke, and I'm already getting flashbacks. Vorven still making things competitive. This is a half buy, a light buy for that attacking side, and they've realized, okay, we've got the information. We know where these players are. Let's hightail it to the other side of the map. There's no utility that they can run into either, with Mini already being down. For Size, this is an opportunity to get into an unorthodox spot, to put himself in position where he can get maybe more than one. A one and done here is not going to be enough, but you could see for Go Next, they're grouping up. They're going, okay, let's just try and trade this one out. Are they going to check the corner? The answer is no, and he gets the 2 he needed. Now down to him versus Vorven. Now, Vorven does have the ultimate. That might even sell a false idea to Profik that, okay, this guy has himself a Hunter's Fury. I wonder if he uses the ult himself almost just to check. I wouldn't mind seeing that from the shadows used as a recon just to try and find out where his opponent's going to be, because this is not the angle I would be checking. I would be looking towards long almost immediately, smoke onto the spike. It's all but a ruse. Vorven just looking for that timing to walk in. He has played the mind games to perfection, but let's be real, he was not the hero of this round.
No, maybe in the late stage, I do agree. A huge play to go and just sit in that corner, not use the Hunter's Fury, but there were some factors that led to success outside of his control. Size lurking up on mid. We've seen this very same play in a similar position from Zeke, who was able to blindside the players as they went from one side of the map to another, using mid as a transitional phase, a highway. And it certainly wasn't a pretty sight that they emerged to. This time around, it was Size. Big round. And that puts 11 on the board for the attackers. And that understandably sends a bit of panic into Go Next's camp. They're going to call a timeout and look to reassess how they're approaching what could be the last couple rounds of the map.
It's such a rough round to lose as well. Your economy is already in a bit of a weird position. You've got a Blade Storm, so I think that will likely be able to pad what will be missing. Maybe have to pull in a Bulldog or a Guardian as well, but I don't think you're going to be ecoing here. It would be a peculiar time to do it. And for the attack, that's got to be a mass confidence booster. You're able to win a round where you basically had a couple of hero guns here and there, and you're clutching it out off the back of some fantastic positioning from Size. It's his ultimate that ends up giving them the read. It's his reposition that gives them the double. You can't ask for much more from the Cypher. And here we go. Alexic, a player highlighted at the beginning. The 18-year-old to try and take things into his own hands. Even just the information he's got is going to be huge.
Hunter's Fury, early by Bold. Going out looking for connections, and it's found it. Vorwin down and out, but it's a trade. Alexic has already been gotten rid of, and that was towards A main. The aggression punished, but at least equalized. The defensive side have a chance to pull it back. A chance sits on Profik and Mini's shoulders. At least it did. I saw 3 players inside of smoke from Barca. They've gone back. They've reset. 50 seconds on the clock. They can take it where they like. It looks like revenge against Bold is the play.
Shift walking into the angle, but shot's not connected. Rolling Thunder going to be used. The dart even alongside it. They've got so much information of where these players are. Shock dart is actually going to bounce back. Definitely not ideal. And actually, there's a flank. They've blindsided completely. Somehow, it looked like for a moment Size might be able to turn that back, but thankfully, the remaining players of Go Next will hold the line. It's 11-7, an immediate response. And now, well, the same could be said for the opponents in terms of their money.
Definitely feels like Size is starting to get a read, a feel for how this map is being played by Go Next. 2 rounds in a row where he's able to find these gaps, either sneaking up behind them or otherwise. It was a shame we saw in the replay there, just about within range of that Hunter's Fury. Thought he was safe, but step back and he might have been okay. 1v2 that Size was left in. It could have went his way. This time it doesn't, but plenty more rounds to play for. Oh, this is a fast play. Hunter's Fury used, everything used. They're throwing the kitchen sink at them. The site still has 3 players on it. They've seen 2. They've seen 2, and they're still going. Bold has backed up this squad, and this is a mistake from Barca. One that they, well, in this round, don't stand too much of a chance of living to regret. Spike went out on his own, got blinded. This is a disaster. In fact, blinded, but no assist. Jesse. 1 kill, that's it, and Bold shuts him down. That was a bit of a perplexing round, I have to say, from the perspective of the attacking side. I thought they had the info, Tom, that the A site was decently stacked up, but they just go hell for leather anyways.
maybe just trying to blitz their way through, but an immediate pause makes me think that maybe there's something for the coach to have words about, not wanting to let Go Next back into this, because as we've seen already, this team, when their momentum gets going, they are a force to be reckoned with. They already have a victory under their belt versus Apex, who bounced back today just about. And that's the thing, although this might not be a mass financial investment, a couple of ultimates being utilized here by that attacking side that won't be available in that next round. It now puts them in an awkward spot. In fact, the only one remaining is that Rolling Thunder. The same could be said on the other side, only having a singular ultimate left. But with the economy in one team's favor, with 4 of the last 5 rounds going the way of Go Next, it's understandable that Barca don't want to allow them back into the game, because let's put it this way, even though the next map might be yours, that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to win it.
I'm going out on a whim here, but I think that
a whim or a limb,
either one. I think that Barca call that pause because of last round. In the replays, I see the fact that Bold has used the recon. So I think there were 3 players known to be on the A site in a 5v4, and they barreled forward anyways. I think as a coach, that would have me slapping that pause button, because I think, you know, it signifies to me that a team is just a little too what do you call it, tunnel vision, you know, in that moment. You're close to the win, that's all you're thinking about. And doesn't always work out. Big reveal, but no one to follow up on it, I thought, but the reveal still has not been destroyed, and so, well, it gives Mini 1.
Yeah, those Size has done well. Zeke puts the advantage back, and they hadn't cleared the backside. Remaining 2 players quite far away as well. It almost seems like they're playing a post plant, but there's no post plant yet. Alexic, this should be free, and it will be. And this is starting to fall apart now for Barca. Another round is going to go amiss as they are left segmented, trying to fight in towards that B site. A solid hold from Go Next as they go from strength to strength. And although the attacks seemingly still have credits to invest something into this round, again, it's walking in and just facing into a complete crossfire, not checking the back of the site. It's not been anywhere near as clean when it comes to this attack.
There have definitely been some growing pains at this point. Barca found themselves in a really advantageous position, but now it's down to just a 2-round gap. The attacking side has a big danger brewing. Bold has snuck up long. He's felt out the timing perfectly. Up against pistols, this is a risk. He's now surrounded. If they find out that he's here, he could be in trouble. He's been spotted.
Spike planted.
At least takes down the 1. He's not contained anymore, but he is challenged. And Size finds the kill early. Rolling Thunders, we saw this in the last game. Set up to try to keep them towards spawn. With that ult cancelled out, they sense this should be the play coming through. I expect Guardi to smack that left click. It's gone through. It's caught most of them. Zeke, although, has a little bit of a foothold. It's punished immediately. Guardi around the back. Oh, he was in trouble, I thought. The shorty emerging from the smoke and immediately being shut down, and Size collapsed those boys to close out the round. Well, growing pains subsided.
For a set, it took a moment for that to process, because I was sat there thinking, wait, wasn't there 2 people alive as the round ended? Size's impact cannot be understated over these last couple of rounds. Don't get me wrong, Guardi did fantastic work as well, but that is just disgusting. Closing things out in style, the Sentinel alongside the Breach have given them the round that they needed, getting them to at least a map point. We've seen plenty of OTs today, so I'm not going to count any chickens. Lexic going walkabouts. We've seen this already on the other side. The escape plan, they're waiting on the other side. It's actually going to be an operator, and while just quicker on the trigger. I want to say it would be Maniac, but I actually think Guardi hit the first shot.
I know exactly where you are.
Well, whoever fired first, there's a body on the floor. And it's most certainly Alexic. That hasn't worked out. Obviously, the shock dart for the left side. We saw the right one last time. None on the B side. As we get into round 22, Hunter's Fury sent out. It's found a tag, which I thought. I mean, I didn't see the assist pop up, which is why I'm doubting myself. But irrespective, 4 versus 4. And Go Next, a little bit lost for where the hit's coming in. Barca just hit the brakes completely. Oh, that timing is horrendous for Go Next.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds remaining. They've spotted out one. Bold has done well. That's a spike on the deck. Size, again, having the impact needed. Already put themselves in that post plant. The post plant that could potentially end the map in their favor. Their opponent's choice. Go Next, needing to find something. The stun, perfect. And now Maniac, this is not a spot you want to see an operator in, somehow still standing. The drop down, they've gone right into his face, but there's no way he survives this. The time, more than enough for Go Next to get things over the line. Not expecting 2 players from heaven. And while 10 will be on the board now for the Polish squad.
You can tell this defensive side wants to go to the next map with 1 map under their belt already. And it's becoming closer and closer to being realized. Just a couple of rounds in it. Barca, no doubt, feel like they're on the home stretch. In most cases, they would be. Economy seems okay. It's not the end of the world for this squad. We're getting down to a very thin margin. The amount of rounds Go Next have been stringing together, and Barca only find 1 here or there. Go Next get that 3-round streak, that 12-12, pump into the OT. I don't think we'll have the same slow start that they did in the beginning of this map. And again, when it came down to rifle rounds, Tom, Go Next have been coming ahead. Late half is where they've thrived, and that's all you get when it comes to overtime.
A 12-10. We've already seen these breakbacks, these crumbles towards the late stages of games, and I don't know if that will be the case here. Size still seems like a serious danger in every single round, and although Go Next have been getting better and better, it really just does take one of those hero plays, and there's been so many of them, especially in that first half. Jesse maybe going a little bit quieter, but still having high impact. Already spotting out the trip. Thing is, though, Alexic's going to go for the face. Timing here is going to be everything. He almost gets 2, but instead it's 2 for Maniac. It looked like it was going to be a double one way, and instead it's a double another way. Now he's playing the bodyguard, the bouncer. For anybody trying to enter back in, they've got to be careful of this AWP. Well, they're not.
That should be it. Cemented here and now. Mini up top. The last remaining hope. 4 players to take down. A Guardian to do it. The chances, well, they are slimming by the second. There's a laser beam hunting him down. He could even fall to his death if he likes. They're giving him a choice of how he goes. Isn't that so kind? He'll drop on the box and try to fight back, but it's a one-way ticket. Barca taking the map. Labored as it was. They got there in the end. Now we're going to go off to a break, and when we come back, the potential 2-0.
I feel at home, silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life, too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. I'm chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride, I despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes.
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
Welcome back, everybody. The bangers just won't stop. Pilski and Sam, I feel like we got another treat of a map there.
100%. Yeah, honestly, Barca really impressing me. I think Go Next maybe a little bit of overconfidence after stomping Apex yesterday, and a bit more of a strugglesome map for them with Alexi not going absolutely ham this time.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate that they lose their own map pick, and that can set you up for a little bit of like a mental falter as the series goes on. But, you know, teams that have made it this far, you know, they're nothing if not tenacious. So hopefully they'll be able to kind of pull themselves towards themselves a little bit more and perhaps even steal their opponent's map.
I just want to say that Go Next did lose to Apex yesterday on their first map. So this is not a new thing for them. They have been able to come back into this game. But let's talk about the new addition, the player that we maybe had a little bit of question mark because they haven't had all that much time to integrate into this roster. But Sam, Jesse, what a player.
Yeah, honestly, not just looking at like how many kills he got, because he was up there for a while. He was top fragging on the team, just such a standout performer. But you then kind of look across a little bit and you see the assists as well, and you can see that he's playing with the team. They're playing off of one another. They're actually using the util well. I was especially impressed with how they were playing on their defensive side, because it really did feel like a well-oiled machine, at least in the first half.
Yeah, I think looking at the head-to-head between Jesse and Profek here, a few things to highlight. Both of these players like stand out in terms of fragging stats on the controller role in both of their respective leagues. Obviously, Jesse coming through from the French league, and even though he kind of got his team kind of got pummeled by Job Life in the final, he still did okay for himself, and he did pretty well in the play-ins as well, trying to play through in towards Ascension with Valiant, whereas Profek over in East Search has done pretty well for himself on that controller role as well. So it's been a pretty good head-to-head in terms of these two, but also a fantastic debut map for Barca from Jesse.
Yeah, and it was, I feel like the tech is right. We really saw the Omen tech come out on that map as well. And this is the thing, it was a close affair, and there were a few rounds, Pilski, that didn't exactly turn out the way that we thought it would.
Yeah, definitely not. I think Barca on that attacking side slowing down a little bit. Like their defense was pretty fantastic. It was pretty back and forth action across the whole game, I would say. But Barca kind of scraping it together. It was good to see. I think some kind of clutch plays, it felt like, made a bit of a difference from Barca, but also their overall approach on defense was really good. They were getting Maniac onto these deep info lines and then being able to stack towards the other side of the map map. And I think they've had a kind of strugglesome attack side in some of their games over in Spain as well. Like I think they dropped the game to UCAM in the grand final because they only got 2 rounds on their attack. Went 2-10 in the first half, but were able to have a much better time on defense. And I think you saw some of those same struggles outside of the hero plays from some individuals to get them across the line.
And the thing is, you can't really look at the Neon and not talk about kind of the double-edged sword that comes with it, because yes, you can rotate really quickly. You have amazing movement that just jukes your opponents, allows you to get out your gun or take aim or whatever the case is. You can be fantastic on that. But you look at like the particularly like attacking rounds, there were a few rounds where Maniac would like burst onto the site and then Util would come through that would disallow the rest of the team from following up, and he would just be alone on site and he would have to just die. So it can be very difficult to ensure that you are getting the full usage out of that Neon like they were on defense, because that's where he was playing that super dynamic role. The utility was on point. He could be anywhere and everywhere. You just never knew. He was behind you. He was in front of you. He was an absolute menace. And on the attacking side, as Pilsky said, you know, we had to see a lot of those clutch moments come through because he just wasn't getting as much value on that role.
Well, here is the $1 million question as we move on to Icebox, because that is map 2. Now, Jesse, great start, slotting in for the Omen. You know, great performance. But here's the thing, he has never played Clove before. And Barca, they've yoinked that FPX comp. Pilsky, what would you do if you were the coach of this team? Do you get somebody that's never played Clove before to fit into that comp you're playing? Or maybe try and make him feel a little bit more comfortable?
It's an interesting question for sure. I think the thing is that KPZ was playing the Viper, and that's something that Jesse does play. So I think he's more likely to play the Viper, and Vorwen's going to play on the Clove. So they'll probably keep the comp pretty much the same, I would imagine, if they do want to stick through with that Clove comp. It's just interesting that they picked the Icebox overall because they've only got the 1 rep on it, which, to be fair, is a win over KPI in the semis over in Spain. But this is kind of a similar story to Go Next picking Haven, which Barca's got a couple of reps on, where you're looking at Go Next and their run over in E-Surge just in stage 2, played Icebox 7 times and won a fair few of them. And in the games they did lose, they lost in pretty close fashion. So I think this is another case of like, Go Next, you know, they're going to have a pretty good crack at winning Icebox here and trying to make this a 3-mapper.
Yeah, that was my bad. I entered. I misread. I thought, yeah, long day, been here for a long time. But yeah, I mean, I like the FPX comp, but what do you think, Sam, about this?
Do we really want to know my opinion about Clove on Icebox?
Yes, that's why I asked you.
Don't love it. Don't love it. I feel like you don't have as much plant isolation. I'm a big Sage fan. I feel like Harbor is not quite as good as the Sage, but at least you've got that Cove to try and work with. Whereas with the Clove, you have no isolation, so you are playing very, very kind of out in the open, very little that you can work off of to give yourself that little bit of extra defensive line. I feel like her vulnerable doesn't get as much value. It can work really well on the A site because it is so like enclosed, but there's all that verticality. So you throw it up and people are there, but they're like elevated, so you're not really getting that full value. The post-mortem smokes are always great, but if you die on the wrong side of the map, that's just an overall issue of Clove, not necessarily an Icebox thing. I don't love it. But again, I'm always happy to be proven wrong.
Yeah, I quite like it. You know, it's something different because on the other side, which I'm going to triple check that I have not entered this time. Yes, it is the basic B comp. We've seen this like 1 million times. So, you know, it's not too much that we can really expect them to do differently.
Yeah, I don't think so. You know, they're just going to play the pretty standard comp where, you know, you have the Sage contesting the map control with the slow orbs and more so used for the wall classically. Point out that Go Next, they did kind of dismantle Diamant in the finals there over in East Surge, so they are riding a little bit of momentum on Icebox, probably feeling somewhat confident coming into this game. The Clove one's definitely an interesting one. Love me some FPX because it's pretty much the only chance I get to be biased about being Australian.
Oh, of course. I was like, where are you going with this? Yeah. No, you claim it. You can claim Autumn, 100%. Why not?
What do you mean? I claim it the whole team. What do you mean Autumn?
Oh.
FPX is from Australia.
Okay. Yeah. I'll let you have that. I mean,
in that case, RRQ is from South Africa because their coach is Ewok. Can I do that too?
You could also claim that.
Awesome.
You could also claim that. I mean, I've been claiming Sentinels as the EMEA team this whole time, so I think you guys can. But let's take a look at the agent select and see if there's going to be any changes.
There you go.
Yeah.
Look at that. Yeah, go next. They're mixing in the KO.
Spicy.
So a bit more of an active comp, right? As opposed to the Sage, they're going to be wanting to fight things. They're going to be wanting to, you know, you could do things like contest A main really hard. You can have these little setups on yellow where on defense you get little KO flashes going and things like that. But of course, the knife's so fantastic at finding info and informing your decision making.
Yeah, I can't wait to see this in action and send this back to your casters and see if we're going to get a map 3. Spoilers, we will. Here's Mitch and Tom.
Yeah, we've sort of got the memo by now, Sue. That's how this goes down. Third map expected. You didn't get the memo? Tom, we're going OT and all the maps. That's what's scheduled for today. So we can't go off script, unfortunately. That means, Tom, you have to sing Baby Shark now. Go ahead. It's in the script. Jen did it.
Good for her. Pistol round underway. Alexic is already going to be kicking things off with a kill onto Size if the script is correct. That's already the first kill of many, it would seem. And already having a lot of pressure. Another collat. Why not? Sheriff collats galore are going to be in so far in this matchup. I've already witnessed 2 of them. Maybe we can add a little bit more. Maniac alongside Jesse. Spike down. Rotation is only just starting. Prophet's like, I will leave now. It's just starting to make his way over, and it means there's some isolated fights. Bold is still going strong, though, and he's going to finish things off with a 4K. A huge pistol round for the pole as they will get off the block.
Well, 1-0. Indeed, off the block for Go Next. And Barca made me left in a little bit of recovery mode for a bit. Pistols round the clock for them. I see one Sheriff. There's a chance they could invest a little bit more, but I'm expecting it to just be Maniac who goes out hungry for some kills. All 5 grouped up. Going to be a quick round at least. We'll find the conclusion fairly soon. There's Barca. They've been red. Go Next are on the way. 4 players will be here waiting for this push.
Zeke's just looking to try and delay them. That extra utility of that KO, and yeah, that was pretty quick. That's about as quick as that could go. And that's the thing. I feel like there's always the argument for like the cookie cutter basic B comp, as Sue was saying, where you could just Sage wall stuff up, you can have the slows, but I do prefer seeing the initiators. I think Gecko also has a solid place in a lot of the compositions now. I also don't mind the Clove. I think having the additional smokes, even when we saw teams do it with Brimstone, was quite fun. Having the like vulnerable as well is always going to bring through extra value. And of course, it sort of adds in, like, I know there's some people who are going to physically flinch when I say this, but the sort of brawl ability of someone like a Reyna used to bring, because it's such a popular choice on this map in the past. I feel like Clove is sort of the gateway. It's like you're not taking the full thing, you're not going full crazy, but you could still have that element.
Oh yeah, you're going crazy, just not full crazy. I understand. Good damage already. Really big third round for the side of Go Next. They want that third map, they're hungry for it. They might just find the reward. Mini even catching Jesse out on mid. There is nothing going the way of Barca right now, and that is not changing as time goes on. At least I didn't think it was. Like, that was a quick 2K. That is all there is to write home about. Big upgrades for the Go Next side, and a successful third round sends Icebox way into their favor.
It definitely seems like one of the more sort of like interesting choices coming out for the side of Barca. It's a map that, okay, we saw them beat KPI on in fairly solid fashion, but it's not one that I feel like they've put an awful lot in terms of reps into, whereas on the other side, you're talking about plenty of different combinations in terms of how many times they played this. Sure, they don't have the greatest results, but I also think that this just reminds me of picking like a 50-50 map. I think there's a few teams that I would consider to be experts in this map who a lot of the time will be running like a harbor or something a little bit more deep in terms of the composition. Whereas here it's a little bit more, what I want to say, basic from the side of Barca. And I don't think that it's that difficult right now, at least, for Go Next to read what they're doing. This has just come down to firefights in the last few rounds. And well, if you're going to try and fight Go Next in individual duels, you better be on point.
Yeah, well, I think we've learned that lesson, as I'm sure many more have. Some going by the name of Jesse, Size, Vorlan, and we can keep going. Guardy got added to that list for sure. Barca 4-0 down. A great start to the first map, but, well, the shoe keeps swapping foots. God damn it, I was so close. I almost had it. But the point still stands. The shoes, they're swapping foots and all that stuff. 4-0 with the early lead going the way of the other team, what we saw in the last map. And Barca desperate to recover on it. The Rifles are making their way to the B site, which is very lightly defended. Go Next have stacked 4 players on A. This could be a big mistake with Mini left to do it all, to stop this full rifle push. He's got the whole squad coming his way, and Mini stands strong for 2, even lights Jesse down to 45. Hey, look, he hasn't held the site, but he's done enough.
It's still even a bit tentative for Barca to try and go for a post plant. They don't know that the rest of the team is still rotating on the other side. Knife is available. The Viper screen even going to be going down. It seems like Jesse just wants to play an off angle, hoping for at least a trade. With how low he is on HP, anything here would be valuable. Now, Ball does have utility. The drone's going to be used, and actually it gives him a fight. He's going to take down a couple. And then there's a lurk from Size. I don't know how Jesse has come out again with a mass multi-frag, but this guy has just been putting up numbers throughout the day. Now left onto Profek. Again, a man who was promised by the Polish scene as a superstar, someone to watch, someone to keep an eye on. But right now, Guardi and Size are just playing with that timer. They're using that clock to their advantage. Profek, I think at this point, has just tried to bait them into the spike, escape with the gun, bring something through to the next round. Financially, he didn't really need to do that, but not wanting to just waste that economy early. And Barca, well, they'll have a round, but again, it's going in the Jesse highlight reel.
I really thought Mini had done enough. Not just 2 players, but the fact that Jesse goes down to 45 health. Surely he's out of the round as well. And even as he goes to 5, he's still playing his part, grabbing the info on Profek and leading the squad to close it. 4-1. That's the round they step up in. And Mini's got to be disappointed. That's his first death. And it leads to a round loss. Got to do better than that, Mini. Lightstorm used. And yet, oh, he had a chance. Barely missed the head. And oh, they're offering up a couple more opportunities.
Profek again, aggressively positioned. It's only going to be the 1-for-1. And considering he's the solo B defender, not the ideal start. Maniac as well, maybe hoping that Mini on the other side will get overzealous somewhere else, that the turret will go offline, but it isn't to be the case. He's just waiting now to try and catch any rotations as his team look to try and take that space. The problem, though, is with no utility, and, well, I guess for Maniac, no weapon, he now has to just sit and wait.
Kind of his job right now anyways, with the Killjoy utility just keeping him in position. If he drops down, he's into the alarm bot. And if he goes straight ahead, that turret is going to see him. Waiting for hopefully a pick onto Mini. Or for him to step just outside of the range. Allow that walk through. He did that. Mini getting hit up, but still, despite his utility falling, able to land the shots. Guardi returns it onto Zeke. We're back to the 3v3, and the push from Jesse gets the advantage. Bladestorm popped on the other side. This time it's Go Next. Zalak, sick, who's got 2. He's picked them off. The spam through the wall was ambitious. It was brave. It was bold, but it certainly worked out. Size, though, has the afterplan. Play this on time, pulling his alarm bot back. I mean, it ain't gonna help you nowadays. It's all about the straight up aim duels up against a Bladestorm and Op as well on that player's back, but it's the knives that are leading the charge, and the rifle that's keeping up the tail. Easy shot on size. And a round for Go Next that puts them back in, well, extends their lead.
Definitely looking stellar, and Alexic being back in the sort of form that we wanted to see from him. This guy was lights out yesterday, and just seeing him thrive with the Blade Storm. Mini as well, it seemed like he was going to get caught out by the timing, but wasn't to be. Back on their opponent's choice. Go Next to looking stellar. This is where, yeah, Barca are going to have to take themselves a moment. Running away with it on the defensive side. A map where a lot of the time you're going to struggle, especially up against this amount of utility. That's always been the thing with this map, is there's a reason why we see a lot of A-site leans, and it's because of just the amount of Molotovs and, well, pretty much grenades and everything that you can just throw into corners and clear that A-site with relative ease. Thus far, Barca have been trying to make their way into the B site, but it's been a lot more difficult to find the fights that they want, and a lot of plant denial has put them into scrambles quite a lot of the time. They're going to give them, the coach, an opportunity to try and talk this one through, because as we've seen throughout the day, having a 5-something lead doesn't mean jack.
Well, realistically, Barca were almost on the receiving end of that lesson. They're 5-0 up last map and 13-10. That's not a comfortable close. Sitting at 5-1. As much as we've seen that you shouldn't necessarily feel safe, I do think a lot of teams will start to feel that comfort creep in. See if Go Next are in that same boat. A recent round loss might shake them a little bit, keep them awake. And for Barca, economy luckily not in a horrendous position. They still have some weaknesses. You can see there's a Sheriff in play for Vorwin. That might be backed up by the fact that they have a Viper's Pit. If Jesse can get that in position, they'll have a much easier time with holding down that post plant that's evaded them so far.
You can see the lockdown. Not really in position. Guardi already dropped. Alexic is waiting for the fall back, and it's going to be handed to him for free. In fact, they're being torn a new one. Every single player dropping to the deck. Size, Maniac trying to fight this one back. Lockdown even going to be utilized, playing this safe on the Go Next side, not wanting to give these players anything. Size has had so many high impact plays to give them that last map. He's going to try and play ahead of that lockdown, but there was nowhere to go. Zeke was so prepared, and actually Maniac got detained anyway. Right.
Yeah. he's ran, but not quite far enough, I suppose. Tried to get back in the action a little too early. That's 6 on the board. 5-round lead once again for the Go Next side. A return to form, but I mean, this round didn't have that many weaknesses. They had Viper's Pit, had 4 rifles. Pistol that was in play got opt, so
it's also
really like
if you're running a double controller and I'm watching an operator player just have free roam to just snipe you multiple rounds, I feel like that util is not being properly placed. Like, that's the whole point of having the second controller in the first place, especially on attack, is that you want to be shutting down those angles. And right now, Alexic has been having a field day. Like, he's just been having fun.
Barca also had their wall up and then pushed when it was down, I'm pretty sure. So, I mean, well, I pushed towards the end of the cycle. That was a bit of a mistake. Profec, well, you can't even go through that nano. Got to be careful of it. Tag down to 30. Teammate Mini came in to help and lost his life, and Jesse out with a vengeance. A double kill that completely opens the B site. There's still a player having thread the needle back through kitchen and made it up top. I don't think they had seen him, but right there before the wall went up, there's a chance they got a glimpse of the big gun, and it looks like they did. Barca waiting in a firing squad for that re-peak leaves just bold. 1 versus 4, an idea on where one of these players is at least. That's about it.
Now them having I think that this is the debut for Jesse on Barca, and he is looking like arguably their best player. This is going to be the second round where he has got a 3K that has won them the round. Unless, of course, they make catastrophic errors. And I'll be very upset. And you know what? It might not even be a 3K. No, he's going to close it as well. Huge impact for Jesse. The reason that they have anything to show for these last 8 rounds is currently within his pocket. Well, you're kind of looking at the rest of the team. Vorven was fantastic in the last map, but it seems like moving over to that Clove so far, not having that extra util. Because I think he was on the Sova, right? Played fantastic.
Yeah. There's been struggles. Certainly no struggles for young old Jesse. Like you said, stealing the show for the side of Barca. Certainly on this map and just in general. Putting up those numbers. Viper's Pit still available. They are moving towards B. The AWP will be blocked out by the Viper wall, but not up this aggressive. And that's one pick already. Dash cancelled out by the knife, and a flash on its way will force him back. But Go Next have the advantage, and the stack up on B is now reinforced. There's 4 players here.
It's been the B site hits again and again for Barca. I guess that's where the practice has gone in for this execution. Again, there's been problems in the majority of rounds. Now, they found space on A. Size has been able to get quite far. He's made noise, but he has the lockdown, so that's going to give the space. And actually, Bold is so far away, there's not really anything he can do to deny this. May just opt to try and rotate over and deny the plant instead, which, to be honest, they haven't actually got that far up, considering they've used a lockdown. They've only just made their way onto the site. Counter utility, solid with a snakebite, looking to try and combine that with the Hunter's Fury, but actually it gets nothing. But even still, they haven't got the plant. They haven't gone into the post positions that they would have wanted, and there's only 20 seconds for them to do so.
Toxin screen down.
Screen's gone down. At least got to walk in for free, but they need to start planting very, very soon. Indeed. Go Next thought that the site was abandoned, so they haven't quite got the cavalry here to respond. Maybe some isolated duels. Vorwin jumps up, but just about misses the shots, and now they know exactly where he is. Another round for the defensive side as they push up to 7. The gap back to 5 rounds. And Barca, with more pressure on their shoulders, they've had a couple of big rounds from Jesse. But what else do they have on Icebox?
Yeah, I think that right now, that considering this is the choice of Barca, I'm sort of wondering what they saw. Or maybe it was just the fact that their opponents had a weaker map pool. Maybe they put work in behind the scenes, but right now it's looking really messy. Like using that lockdown, but not being anywhere near enough to take the space. Then you just had immediate counters. Like you had to know there was going to be a counter to that plant with a Hunter's Fury not used for the lockdown. Maybe that's what they were expecting, that it would be used to destroy it. Facing off against this operator for the most part has been a nightmare. And now they're coming in with a pistol. Still a couple of ultimates, but it's not going to be easy to get back into this one.
It's going to be even harder to get into the A side, which is where they're looking to take things straight into the Viper's Pit. Ult is gonna be used here. I guess they've invested economy, but you still gotta fight through the pit. I'm really not sure about that decision, and you end up going down to a snake bite too. I think that kind of proves the point. 8-2 for Go Next, and a bit of a head scratcher of a round from Barca, if I'm being honest, Tom.
I think we've had a few. I think they've not found the success that they were hoping for, and then it's just been.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Okay, no, actually, I'll give you a little bit of wiggle room. Ult is running out of time. You're a little panicked. You know you need to get a kill very soon or you're dead. All right. Fair enough.
Yeah, this... Even still, I don't think that was the crux of the round. It went from bad to worse. And again, they're taking more and more risks. This time, just back to basics. Maniac leading the charge, the rest of the team following behind him. Again, I feel like this is one of the first, like, sort of normal A takes we've actually seen. Like, a lot of it has just been, again, those B-site takes without really much success, facing an operator, going back to basics, hitting the pacey push, and not aware at all that somebody had already managed to get past the turret.
Now the punish is there, but still the pit to play inside of. This is the real advantage for Barca. They immediately just retreat to it. Vorwin's not been having a good time. That's a straight spray through the smoke that's picked up to Maniek. Position known, emerging from the pit, and it's Profek who takes the third as well. Clearing that backside by his lonesome. Plenty of time left for the defuse. 9 rounds on the board, and well, after a 13-10 start for Barca on map 1, their opponent's pick, moving on to Icebox that they chose, Tom. I didn't expect to see this dominant scoreline, and if I did, it certainly was not for Go Next.
Yeah, are we sure we got the veto the right way around?
Is it backwards?
Because like they looked, especially on their retakes on that first map, they looked impeccable. Right now, again, it's like even when they get the advantage in the post, sorry, I'm going to interrupt myself. There's 3 ops for the defensive side, so let's just pick one of those. Let's see where they're sitting or watch if they can get the opener, because this is how much cash they've got in the bank. That's operator number 1, please, has found the first kill, and I guess they had a pact. Whoever got the first kill gets to keep the op. The rest of the players have to throw it away, because even Alexic, who's been opping the whole game, fair enough. You know what? I respect Bold. He gets 2, and he goes, that's enough. Oh. Limbo.
The spike still needs to be retrieved. Just picked up now by Jesse, but Science has just been picked up by Mini. So you got the spike, you got one less teammate to work with. Jesse tries to even the odds, but he's got quite a ways to go before that's a reality. Oh, the nano's going to cause some damage, delay them as well, and getting the plant down 40 seconds. Maniek up top, backing off, missing the angle, and Alexic in the back has stabbed them, taking it. Double digits on the board for the defensive side by the time we end the half.
Yeah, absolute domination from GoNext. They definitely didn't get broken by what happened in that previous map, and honestly, unless there is one of the best defensive sides we've ever seen, this is gonna have to be a crazy turnaround in the second half.
Welcome back, folks. Double digits for Go Next, and well, they want to do exactly that. Go on to the next map, which will be Abyss if we end up there, and that if it's starting to look more and more likely, Tom. Double digits before we even got to the second half, and showing no signs of slowing down.
Yeah, they've been blasted. It has been a performance across the board. Like, you're looking at 4 players on 12 kills with half or less deaths. It doesn't get much cleaner than that. Vorwin has gone from being one of the top performers to 1 and 12, and I have to say the Clove, for him at least, has been a big miss. It didn't have the impact where it was desired, and he didn't die every single round, technically. He just died twice in one of them, so it's not quite as bad as it seems.
Oh, a couple shots traded back each way, but it's Mini trying to put in the work for Go Next to close this map out here and now. He's got a double, and Profek follows suit. Just the one. Vor went around the side, and he's grabbed himself the spike planter. Profek, now the last man standing. Just 70 HP, tagged up, Sheriff to work with, no idea on where Says is, and it's the long con that's being played by the Killjoy, wrapping all the way around and drawing the eye of Profek so Vorwin could land those kill shots. That will not be 11 rounds for Go Next. Barca have a comeback in mind.
Yeah, you know what? It was a solid start to the round. Maybe the defensive side is where they truly feel a little bit more comfortable. I will say that, again, we haven't got a mass amount of data, but when they played it versus KPI, they had a 10 to attack. So take that as you will. Again, not mass amounts of data, so maybe it will be a different story. That's where the work has been put in. Vorwin as well, already having a bit of a step up. But again, it is a insanely long road for Barca to turn this one. Maniac, again, going to be putting that Outlaw into play. He enjoyed it in the last and looks like he's going to enjoy it just as much in this map.
It's like shooting fish in a barrel. When they come towards B main, only thing that can make it better is if you've got a Killjoy turret there to just pepper him up. You'll have to see it. Oh, that was close. Give us another. Quick reload with just one bullet gone, and quick enough as he's able to get the shot off onto Mini. Now they know exactly where Profek is, and they'll deal with him as well. Nicely done. Another round for Barca, and they're going to be on the way back in, but it's 10-4 and a long road to recovery for Go Next. You have to imagine the round is coming. It at least gets one on the board, two, and they've got an OT locked in. There's plenty of runway to get that third up.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I think if after the last half they let this lead slip, we'll be talking about one of the greatest chokes of all time, because they have looked so confident coming back into this map. Considering the last was their choice, it really doesn't look that way. Now, the purchase coming in here is not bad, and you can assume that Maniac is going to be fighting for the orb. Wants to get that Blade Storm online, it would pretty much completely fill the gap of what they have going in this round. It doesn't seem like there's going to be much to deny it. It was a pop flash and a dart thrown in, but hey, Maniac will take that all day long.
I have the spike.
Oh, there's a big push up from Vorwin. It looks like he's found some confidence in the last couple of rounds. The heal popped through, but, well, that's about all there is to write home about. Tag leaving him down to 10 HP. Guard, he takes his time to finish him. Now wrapping around, yellow for damage, peppering them up, but despite the low health, that's not going to be enough. Even still, needing 2 knives onto the weakest players to take them down. Unless it's the headshot, it won't be. Oh no, down to just 3 knives total. We really need to see a connection by Maniac if this is going to happen, and Profek puts it to bed right away.
Yeah, it seemed like the initial aggressive stance from Barca was going to be rewarding. Like they get the Blade Storm online, Vorwin was in a solid position, even landing the initial shot with the Outlaw to leave a player low. Even from the point of where Alexic goes pushing, didn't realize there was another player. It seemed like there were moments for 1v1 fights, but Go Next are just running around confident at this stage, winning those battles back. Every single player level on KD or positive. It always becomes tough at that point. But the defense, they're now going to invest back in tenfold. Operator for Maniac. The rest with rifles and a small amount of light shields. But if they let this one slip, the map is done.
Yeah, no, there's going to have to be a monumental comeback. Very passive play from Profek, expecting that flank to come through. Very passive play on A from the rest of the squad, expecting the push to come in. They're spreading a pretty thick blanket across this round. And for Barca, well, they can at least be thankful that they're not an aggressive squad in this one. Playing it passive, sitting back, have your utility to deny plants whenever the push comes in towards A. Make no mistake, push will come in towards A, at least from what we can see. Already of the rotation of Profek, it'll be a 5-man focused hit.
Utility expended. Some of these angles. Wadi, fragment in hand. Utility available, but quickly dismissed But those fights are going their way, at least the initial ones, and the hold from Guardi is perfect. A quick cleanup on the backside of A. The response immediate from the side of Barca, and now you have to start looking again at the economy of Go Next. Is it an investment for this round by the looks of it? No.
One enemy remaining.
No, there'll be problems. Rocky waters that we've entered. I like the setup that Barca are going for. We haven't talked much about that, but I think Killjoy in particular, like just leaving your traps there, always having players close by. You know that whenever that push comes down, Go Next are going to be using utility to clear it out. Minimum you're going to see is the knife going through. Once those players that are playing a bit more passive spot them cross, Nano's activated, buys time for the rotates. In some cases denies the plant. Up against Gecko, it's going to drop the wingman as well, leave Spike in the open. It's a nice setup. The test will be towards B though. And that setup relies on the op hitting their shot, which hasn't happened to start this out. So the pistols will get a plant.
Spike planted.
That's a winnable position, especially with the Viper's Pit. Although no SMGs, no real spam, it will leave everybody desperately low. A couple of ultimates also pretty damn close, so maybe a kill or two, but the backline has already been cleared. Pop flash out. They're actually going to go aggressive off the back of it. Not going to use the Viper's Pit at all. And now it's just left all onto one. Profek dead and buried. I don't mind the idea, but with a Viper's Pit in play, it almost felt like it was left worthless in the end. And while Barca end up making that retake, wow, look a lot easier than it probably should have been.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if you have rifles, doing that would be okay. Like, flashing out of the pit, you know that they're probably grouped up. They probably heard steps around yellow, so there's like really good information, but there's your problem. Look at the time to kill for Alexic onto Vorwin. And then for Zeke, he misses his shots. And that's the problem. If you miss the first two, it just goes to panic. You're just tapping as quick as you can. You don't know when that bullet's going to hit you in the head. And yeah, if you got a rifle, you're probably getting away with that. You can just start running and spraying. They're blind as hell. Irrespective, I'd rather you play in the pit, but you know, we all got to have different ideas on how to play the game. Right here, that hasn't worked out. Barca 6 to 11, 5-round gap. We've seen that before. That didn't stop them, but we're very late in the game. Very little room for error.
Last pace hit.
My ultimate is ready.
Or at least it seemed quelled by the null command of Guardi. With a lot locked down on the other side of the map. Deep control in mid from Size. Barrel being spotted by Maniac, and he's going to swing in. Wanted to try and deny the player off the back of the lockdown. A further swing from Guardi. He looks to do it alone. It's 1v1 fights, all on individual positions. But Vorven's going to try and play this one smart. Gets the advantage back. He has his ultimate as well, so the thing is he could go facing in and still have another chance at this, another bite at the cherry. That's the plan. And he'll get that done. Put things into a 3v2, but he's got to get a move on. He's got to get running, or at least try and make some space for his team, and that's exactly what he's done. Gets the kill, makes the space, Jesse to close it. Barca still on that climb.
Oh, they're not going anywhere by the looks of things, and a Viper's Pit going to be active for the next round. If you remember the last time that Viper's Pit was on for the defense, well, it was Barca that just ran straight into it, gifted a round away. This time, I don't expect them to do that because they don't need to push. And they're the defenders now. It'll be their pit. Yeah, I think at this point, it's starting to feel like the game is actually recoverable. And I think Vorwin as well. My guy was on like 1 kill for the longest time. He has had a couple of big rounds, a couple of big kills, some aggressive stances as well that I've liked seeing him take, despite the fact that this has not felt like a good map for Vorwin. And now as a result, well, right back in the pack, not even at the bottom anymore. It's good to see. Go Next call a timeout here as they will assess their current position. Credits are in the bin a little bit, so I expect a pretty light buy.
They definitely seem to be struggling with just how aggressive some of these plays are. Like the Maniac swing, the consistent refrag attempts, and it was only really the fact that Vorven was able to do that with his ult and get out of there without too much trouble. And then fight back in with the rest of the crew. That was what ended up taking this round over the line, but it seems like both teams have had sort of similar struggles. Like getting those openers, even getting into the post plant has been a lot more of an issue than maybe you would expect, especially on that A side. That's the thing. When you are running comps that don't necessarily have that util to get you into the post easily, you are going to lean in this direction, and GoNext are constantly trying to pressure. But I feel like Guardi especially has been fantastic. Like, he has been someone that has caused them so many issues, delayed timings just off his util, be it the fragment, the knife, or his ultimate, which he's had a couple of times. Now you look at the purchase in this round. Okay, a couple of ultimates again to try and bring them a little closer. And again, we look at Alexic as the man to watch.
He's made it up close with the Blade Storm. He's going up and over as well. They didn't see him. Not up first, and that gave a real opportunity. He will be forced back and shut down. Mini, the only one stepping up for the attacking side here. This was a blink and you miss it round. A flurry of frags across the map. The A side completely shut down on the push. Mini found 2. The other 3 are grouped up. Jesse and Maniac up top, and it's only Size who was on his own.
No.
Isolating another base on it. All 5 in the back pocket, and that's 12 rounds locked in as a result. A sensational clutch by Mini.
We've got the new best play. I feel like it's being upgraded as the days go by. I think it was started off by Alexic yesterday with his ace with 4 kills coming through a smoke. I feel like it was upgraded by Davey earlier in the day with a 1v5 3k. And while, yeah, you know what, Bus? You know what? I think I'd also take a pause, because Mini has just pulled off a 1v5 clutch to close out a round with a Bulldog. Like, I feel like it has to be said, most of the time the Bulldog in multi-frag scenarios is hot trash, and somehow he has managed to pull off a round that is going to haunt the nightmares of Barca for the next millennia.
What I would pay money for, you see, like the whole, I feel like everyone these days is familiar with the whole multiverse theory and all that sort of stuff. I mean, there's a world out there where everything about this Barca team has been the exact same. Even that round played out the same. The only difference is that maybe we have coach cams and the coach is Pipson. And that, for me, that would be the highest level of entertainment for Barca. If I got to see Pipson as Barca's coach in that moment, that is...
You understand that coach cam wouldn't exist anymore.
Oh, I'm not sure half the players would. If I'm being honest with you, it was...
I think the wall would be gone. Like, the room would just... He would detonate like a nuclear bomb. Like, it would just... you just see, like... and everything would disappear.
It was... That's one of those rounds I'm gonna confidently say you should not lose. And even down in the 3v1, individual peaks, Size gets picked off, Maniac goes wide, his teammate doesn't. They're just not on the same page. And that's a hiccup that you can't allow to go. Yeah, the pause is the right call. Even if you're not going to win the map, 5 rounds in a row is a big task. You still want to set yourself up to play every round, the best of your abilities, and that's a good start.
Oh, it almost gets a little bit better. In fact, it will. The danger seemingly gone. Alexic now the last man standing. Maniac still wants to give this one a go. For the love of God, don't give this man any more fights. Please. You've got yourself the spike on the deck. I don't know if it's the same for you, but Alexic is moving in slow motion. He'll get the last kill anyway.
You know, you asked for the slow-mo earlier, Tom. We're incorporating live slow-mo now. I feel like it's the next step forward. Whenever I think something... It's actually me. I have a foot pedal here. Whenever I think something cool is going to happen, I just tap that bad boy. It's quite helpful. I'm expecting something really cool right now, as you can tell, Tom.
Well, I don't know if this is on our end or if this is live. So, oh. Oh, wow. We have gone forward quite a bit. Obviously, this is a scenario where for GoNext, financially not in the best position. Few pistols, a rifle for Alexic, an opportunity to be a hero, but with the Viper's Pit, lockdown, operator, rifles, like, you'd have to be surprised if they're able to take this one over the line. Nonetheless, there's confidence in that duelist. He's going to go down, though, and that's the gun gone. That should be round over.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it from what I think I can see, Tom. I think that Go Next about to be a bit of hot water.
Oh my god, Maniac's got a kill. Now it's only left to the pistols, but they managed to get a couple of kills very quickly. Unfortunately, it seems like the spike has been defused.
Tom, you have no idea how much I wanted to hear you cast a winning moment like that. They've actually clutched it. Like, that would have been legendary. Oh my god. Well, it looks like we've hit that time of night. Myself and Tom are having collective aneurysms. It's been too long.
What do you mean?
Oh god. Someone's out there like checking their Twitch playback, like, oh, have I got it on like 0.5? What's going on? Well, Go Next in a bit of trouble. From what I can see, Vorwin's on a tear. I talked about his aggressive stances and how time after time we had seen him start to heat up, start to feel some of those early battles, and there it is, the double followed up by Maniac's kill. Now it's Zeke and Profek with the world on their shoulders, trying to carry forward at least some semblance of a win, at least do damage, make this one look competitive, and they've done that with Vorwin down.
2 versus 4. It seems like for... Maybe it's just when I talk. It was fine the whole time. Go Next trying to turn this one back. Slow-mo pop flash and left onto Profek. He does have the spike, but any opportunity to plant. He doesn't know what angles are clear. If he is going to put it anywhere, it almost needs to be safe, and he's hoping to try and find a gap, find an angle, find a spot where there isn't multiple players watching. That would have been a pretty bold play. Like, I respect it if he had stuck that one all the way through. Instead, though, he's going to get taken out. Maniac will be there to close another round. Barca, from a 10-2 deficit, are somehow making this competitive. And the only round they've lost of the last 7 was a 1v5 ace.
I have to say, my favorite part about this map so far is that we just got word, Tom, that the tech issues we were seeing were only on our side. So for all the people watching at home, it does seem like you have just had a mental break.
That's okay.
Which is beautiful. That's wonderful. I'm gonna go back and watch that later. It's gonna be beautiful. But yeah, in case you guys couldn't figure out, we had a little bit of slow-mo on our end. It seems like everything's back to normal now, so we should be able to give you a good and proper cast to close out this one. And at 12-10, I think that's deserved. Barca are really putting up a fight. They were 5 rounds behind, looking down and out, had to have a bit of a comeback to get into that position in the first place. And now, while Go Next are deep into the home stretch, that one extra round has evaded them. Not only that, but the one that, well, you guys just witnessed, I'll say, Go Next invested everything into. Now they don't have any cash to work with, no credits. And for Barca, that means 1 buy round, and maybe 1 round where Mini has a bulldog, stand in their way from taking this to overtime and potentially closing it 2-0 and stopping Tom from doing a fast motion voice later. I don't know what he's going to pull out next.
just don't even make sound. It'll sound like a VHS being rewound, which 98% of you won't even know what that is. Maniac under pressure. First shot connected, but he's going to get overwhelmed. The thing is, Size has already managed to drop another in the meantime. The only issue, though, is that operator has now gone into Alexic's hands. And we know that this man can take over a round.
The other issue is that you don't have a turret anymore, and although they should know that players can have already crossed up into kitchen, Mini was waiting. It looked like he had perfect timing. Now that gap is being covered, not just by Simes, but Vorwin is rotated in. Now they're going to clear it out together. Hopefully a little isolated. It's given the chances. It got me worried, but in the end, just the one kill still. One gap, one kill in between them, and it's Alexic that's landing it to equalize. Bladestorm online, up to his teammate. This is now a serious round for Go Next. They could close it out here and now. A shot from Profek on his low HP. All that's needed to cement this, and it's actually Alexic continuing on the Bladestorm. Vorwin seems to be done at this point. His chances trickling away as the seconds slip out of his hands, as does the map. 13-10, Go Next, take it in the end.
Oh, it was a fight in the end after what was a 10-2 half, but the Polish squad will get themselves the job done. We'll be back after the break to see if they can turn it completely.
See you.
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn near sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. We outside, did you hear what? I called the ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on the late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you could take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you can have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just want to have a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
Welcome back to VCT EMEA Ascension. Just wanted to take a page out of Tom and Mitch's book, you know, wanted to be involved. But yes, Pilski and Sam, I need to eat my words because I said that we're never going to get two bangers in the same day, and it seems like Pilski, we are going to get two bangers in the same day.
Yeah, 100%. Go Next. Good recovery from them, especially in the first half. But you got to give it to Barca. Even after a really, really rough first half, they really started to bring things back on defense. And the fact that it took an ace and a thrifty win for Go Next to finally win on Icebox just tells you how hard they were fighting for that one.
Genuinely, I think that if Barca get just like 2 more rounds on their attacking side, they could actually close this out. Because I remember thinking, like, yeah, their attacking side on Haven wasn't that great either, but their defense was really, really solid. So when we swap rounds, it could happen, but unfortunately, they just didn't have enough of a buffer.
Yeah, there was a lot of shenanigans going on as well. So let's take a look at a couple of rounds. We're going to start with round 10 here, guys. Break this down for me.
Yeah, so, I mean, this one was the pit incident, the infamous pit incident. There was just a couple of rounds where, like, Barca looked a little bit lost on this attacking side, and I think it goes to show you, like, why they were having such a strugglesome time. This pit, obviously, a very, very strong one, especially when you're sitting in it with a shorty like Profek is, and the rest of the boys over there on Go Next playing around it really, really well, just abusing it super hard and making Barca's life impossible.
Yeah, they just couldn't find their like way in. There was a similar round where we saw a lockdown come through and then Barca just didn't push. And then eventually the lockdown is over and then they start making their way onto site. They haven't gone at any space. They haven't managed to get a plant. And already, you know, the defense have started to swarm in and take them apart. 20 seconds left. There's no way you're getting a plant. And the whole round just kind of slips away. And it's these like small little things where it really did look like they didn't have a plan. It kind of felt YOLO for a lot of those rounds.
Yeah, and the shenanigans didn't just stop there. I mean, a 1v5 on round 19. Sam, this was crazy. I did not think Mini was going to win this.
Okay, honestly, he had no right to win this. That's what makes it even worse, right? So it starts off pretty dangerous here for GN as it is. It's just an absolute, like, slaughter fest, which for Barca on their defense is to be expected. So Mini picks up a Bulldog, finds himself in a 1 versus 3, and for some reason, Barca decide, you know what we're going to do? We're going to solo peek this guy. 1-for-1. What could go wrong? And of course, Size is the first one who gets taken out. Absolutely obliterated. Then the op shot missing is egregious. Jesse not in position to trade off of it. Swings out and also dies. It was just... That round turned everything back in favor of... I nearly said good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Not yet. Not
Go
yet. And
next.
hopefully not at all if they can replicate what they did on Abyss against Apex yesterday, because that was left in as the third. Go Next was able to win it. They were kind of doing things by committee, and they looked so promising in the first half. Like, even they touched on it on the cast that, like, everyone was on, like, 12 kills to 6 deaths or something like that. Everyone had a good KD. That's when things started to slip away from them a little bit. And you actually saw Barca as well. It was like a role reversal, right? All of Go Next, all of the players had really, really good KD. ACS were all looking good. All of the Barca players were kind of eating it a little bit. But you see them at the end of the game having pretty good stats across the board and all kind of contributing, which kind of shows you how much work they were putting in even on that defensive half.
Yeah, I mean, we've never seen a 10-2 comeback on Icebox, and I guess... we won't see that today, but let's move on to map 3 because this is where we weren't quite sure what we are going to get, but we are going to get that Abyss. How do we feel about this one, Pilski, to close out the day?
Well, this is the thing, you know, we talked about it a little bit before. Barca, we haven't seen them on it, and that's due to the fact that it wasn't in the map pool for Challengers Spain. A couple of different Challengers leagues, they have all these different formats. You know, we've talked about the Spanish league having BO1s into BO5 formats, and also now worth pointing out that they haven't had Abyss in their pool, so there's no data on them. And similar to some of the other games that we've seen, it's going to be the first time that we're going to get to see them play Abyss. Go Next, however, were happy to leave it with that veto chicken kind of approach in towards the third map against Apex, and we saw just how well they did on that map with that kind of Heretics comp against Apex. So we'll see if they can replicate that same success, because it's not looking that different, is it? Like, they lost the first map against Apex 13-11, and then they reverse swept the series in similar fashion. Wouldn't be surprising to see them do it again.
And the really cool thing is, obviously, at this point, we've had quite a bit of Abyss being played at the top international levels. So there's been quite a bit of opportunity to watch what other teams are doing, what comps are they running, what's working, what isn't working, what can we adapt, what can we, you know, take for ourselves. And I think that we could see some, because Tier 2 always has really, really interesting stuff. And I'm looking forward to seeing what crazy shenanigans Barca are going to bring onto the field. Yeah, we already have kind of an idea of what Go Next are likely to play, but you never know. They might also swap it up today because maybe they felt like there's something they can change. It's still so new for both of these two teams in terms of actual officials that it's really difficult to guess what we could actually see.
I mean, the meta that you're alluding to, right, is the Astra Cypher Jet stuff. For Barca, they've never played Astra ever in any of their comps with this roster, I don't believe, except for maybe Split. God knows when that was. But Jesse Pilski, he can play Astra. He's done it before.
Yeah, so that might be a big boon for them. I'm keen to see what comp they're going to be bringing out. You know, Astra is definitely the flavor of the month, but we definitely do know that that's what Go Next wants to be using. They're also playing the Gecko and the Sova, so you've seen a couple of teams already abuse that kind of post-plan approach and throwing in the wingman, things like that, and just trying to close out rounds in that fashion. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the exact same approach in this map.
I would be very happy to see a Harbor. I think that you can do a lot of fun shenanigans with the Harbor on this map. But of course, the Astra is so strong, especially or more specifically because of the fact that you've got that grav well and you can, you know, just throw people off of Spike or throw them off of their plants or whatever the case is. So I don't see that kind of moving out of the meta or maybe not being picked here today, because I think a lot of teams really like to rely on kind of a sure thing, right? And if Astra is alive, that's almost a sure thing. So to move off of that would be pretty strange.
I wonder though, could they lean into the Clove? I mean, they already do it on Bind. They do it on a Icebox as well. How do we feel about that one?
Could do, but why wouldn't you just run like the Omen Astra, like double controller, like you saw EDG doing so well with that, if that's the choice you're going to do, or even a Viper, like seen a lot of teams doing the Viper moved in as a double controller. We get the answer to our question. They're actually going to go in the other direction and go for the other approach, which is running this KO Sova comp that you've seen have a lot of popularity as well. I think from some of the Pacific teams running this, so yeah, you're going to see the same kind of compositional matchup you've seen at the top level. You know, this Astra approach with the Gecko post plants versus this more sort of almost reminds me of the Ascent meta comp, you know?
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely comfortable for them, comfort picks. And it's time to go into the last map and throw this over to Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much.
I think I broke the broadcast. I saw the clip back. It was slower on my feed, I swear to God.
And actually, just to be clear for y'all at home on what Tom just said, that's a complete lie. We actually didn't have any issues.
There was no lag. I'm just a dick.
It's okay. I have Tom's address. Paramedics are on the way. We'll take care of him. What is important, though, more important than Tom, is Barca versus Go Next. And right now, the third map is kicking off, Tom. Abyss barriers have already gone up, and the attackers, you can see, are pooled into middle. This is where we decide it all. And, well, it's been a hell of a series so far. Neck and neck, 13-10, trading out each other's map picks. This is where we settle it.
This is a big opportunity for both teams. For Go Next, it would be 2-0, taking down Barca and Apex. I will say if the next team they're playing begins with a C, then they're doing the ABC. We'll see. I'm just saying, if they're doing it in alphabetical order, that's impressive. But definitely going to be easier said than done. Barca have proven that they can battle and brawl, are happy to attempt comebacks. So it's already under pressure. The Gecko flash goes through, and Alexic looks to lead the charge.
Oh, so too does the wingman. Getting that spike planted. An admirable deed. As the smoke fades, it's going to be a battle. 4 players grouped up towards the spawn. They're going to try to just wrestle the control out of the hands of Go Next. Bold is the one to draw first blood in this battle. The Maniac, he's trading it out from up above, creating another angle. The Go Next need to think about as the push comes in. It's 4-1. Off to a good start in this map, but Bold, Prophet, Zeke, they all step up. Maniac's caught behind the box and easily dealt with. 1-0 for the attacking side.
A solid start. Important pistol round under their belt. And I will say, compositionally, what is being run by Go Next at the moment, it is definitely my favorite comp. I enjoy the post plants created by it. I think that they proved that they can also run that composition in a pretty decent way. And I think a lot of it will rely on Zeke and Alexi, because you're looking at Alexi to get them into the post plant. He's taking the space. Zeke is going to be planting, and then you're looking at Profek in that post plant on the Astra. I think it's one that I favor quite heavily. But I'm interested to see what's going to be run on the other side, because, again, you get a lot more information, especially starting on that defense, having the KO, being able to delay a lot of that utility, maybe even deny it in the late round as well. It could come across as more of a counter at times, but I think it's so difficult to play against on that B site post plant, and Go Next being allowed to start on the attack is only going to make things easier. It seems like the read for them, if they keep going this way, is spot on, but I don't know what was called. They're now going right back into the stack, and after getting that kill, okay. I guess they're just deciding to deny orbs.
Yep. Time to
Nobody cried. No one have a mental breakdown. They just jumped off the map.
Why are we allowing this to happen? Sorry. Lost my mind a little bit there for a second. Yeah, no, they've just decided to end the round a little early, jump down, deny the orbs from their opponents, and that's about as deep as it needs to be. Go Next, finding themselves a 2-0 lead. This one, a little bit easier than the last. Tom, do you know what's annoyed me? Almost as much as G2 annoyed everybody back in the day. You're actually right. They played Apex. Go Next are now playing Barca, for anyone that hasn't copped on to that.
And then they're going to play
CGN and then Desire. It is literally A, B, C, D. That's hilarious.
There you go.
You've annoyed me with that. Did you guess that, or did you already know that?
I guessed.
Okay.
I thought of CGN. I was like, I don't know if CGN's their next opponent, but I definitely didn't remember that Desire would be last as well. So yeah, it's beautiful. It's almost like it's planned. The journey of Go Next is to take everyone down in alphabetical order. We'll see. Barca are going to look to try and stop that trend as soon as humanly possible. But Vorvan already tagged low. Like, you have to look at what's actually in. I believe it would have been Profek. Just the fact that he's only on 10 HP makes it seem like already a damage has been done. No ultimates in play for either side. Flash throughs, always difficult to play up against. Jesse does well, but it's only the one. And Guardi was unable to find the trade. It doesn't seem like they're too aware of where he currently is. Plant will be coming in. Zeke's going to push forward again. It's just the 1-for-1. And with Northern so low, that doesn't even create an advantage. They're in a poor spot here at the moment, Barca.
I don't think they're getting back into this one. Vorvan's so low. It'll be an easy takedown. And if he's left last, that mosh pit's going to have its way with him. That's rough. I mean, he was caught off guard, but given a second chance, and well, that chance was most certainly connected. Nice shot by Vorwin, the 10 HP player. Having a good old country try of it. Reveal is good for one. No info on the second player, and that could be what cements this, what seals it in favor of the attacking side. Just about they get there in the end. Spike is chasing Mini down and will catch him. So altogether, a costly round, but considering what Barca put into it, not a success.
I saw it yesterday. I made a post about Alexi and his performance, and Mini was one of the first players to really hype up his teammate, but I'll be honest with you, today he has been that guy. Like the 1v5 ace, these late round clutches, he's such a nuisance. It's just that, like, obviously he's putting up numbers, you could talk about fragging power, call him a superstar, but nuisance just springs to mind because he's always in the right place at the right time, and even in spots where you go, that guy should be dead. That guy should get taken down. This seems like a risk, or this seems like maybe he gets one. He always seems to step up above and beyond. And wow. Already, 3-0 start for Go Next. They closed it out in the last map on their opponent's choice, lost their own.
Deploying drone.
Currently, well, have a 100% record on this map, but that is only from playing it once and versus Apex, so it's not too much of a test.
Nice shot. Yes, he's already caught bold on his way out. He's being chased. He's not getting out for free, but Alexic ends up going down to it. Now they start to wonder, is this a bit of overcommitment? Thrash going to be thrown into this round, and to be honest, even if it it didn't catch anyone. Even if it caught the one, they're not getting anything for it. There's players on the right, players on the left, players in front. They're absolutely everywhere. And now Thrash is out in the open, irretrievable. As far as fourth rounds after going 3-0 up, breaking the bye in the last round, this is, I was going to say about as bad as you'd think it would go, but this is so much worse. They've got nothing. And in fact, they're trapped in their spawn now. They don't even have the luxury of their spawn. Even going there is blocked off.
This just has to be holding on to the weapons, maybe trying to deny them from getting any of the others. Profix looked away at the worst possible moment. He's going to win that fight. And actually, so is Zeke. They're somehow eliminating all of the players, at least. They're going to make it so that no gun can be retrieved. Nothing found. For Vorven, at least. That's the only silver lining of this round. Because other than that, it was an absolute domino effect. It was that first kill went away. Immediate attempt from Alexi, a complete overextension to try and get the punish. He's met with the same doom. Then they throw in the ult, and knowing that there's two players there, Mini tries to run into the smoke and ends up meeting the same fate. Like, that is just mistake after mistake after mistake for Go Next in this round. And, well, okay, sure. Barca had to capitalize. Barca had to land their shots, but especially after those first two kills, well, at least the third one was just a mass risk to try and bring something back.
So, I assume the coaching staff heard a good call immediately after that round went down. It seems like they've got faith that Go Next have got the solution right up their sleeve, because they didn't call a pause. They ran straight into a B-side exec. That was meant to get them back in full sails. And instead, a 2 versus 5, Spike down in the open. Things just keep going from bad to worse in the early round for Go Next. At least the smoke will block off one, but now they know there's an op in play. You can't be quite as easy going on just taking these picks, or peaks, I should say, even. Smoke up. It was pulled back. Profik, okay, he gets a kill out of it. Again, that op is going to be a problem, but they've managed to cross, managed to get the spike into position, and that's when the op strikes. Mini with it all to do, and too many players wrapping around too many angles.
Good resurgence immediately. Like, winning off the back of the pistols, getting the rifles back onto the board, and what was an attempted fast-paced move in towards this site was met with severe resistance. I'm definitely glad to see Size back on that Cypher. I think it's definitely the stronger pick for him individually. I think he's someone that plays very well around his utility. And also does well on the luck. We'll be intrigued to see that in the second half. Maniac already knows that there's going to be a couple of players around this position. In fact, 4 looking to try and fight him into middle. Already going to be forced out of position. He's got to be careful. Bear in mind, this is a weaker purchase as a Marshall, Guardian, a singular full-bought rifle, and then the rest on pistols. So you don't really want to be giving away an operator.
Here.
Well, they're really content to run this clock down. There's still a minute left on it. They've taken mid control. And then split through on the back of the cage. That's got them across. It's dodged the op. Control over Heaven now in a really good position to fight from for Go Next. They make great use of it with Size down to the backstab. And Zeke, well, he might have a bit of trouble on the Marshall, but he's kept the space. He's backing off to his teammates. Jesse, well, it's fair to say they have an idea where he is after Mini used his ultimate, revealing the positions of every defender, and Jesse's flank loses almost all of its value. Paranoia is good, hasn't got the player further back. Big swing to try to provide some trades, and that's exactly what they get out of the situation. Good night and sweet dreams to you, Guardi. At least your weapon will live on in the hands of Mini.
Yeah, another round though where again you just look at Alexic, you look at the impact that this youngster is having, and finding the opener, being able to pretty much close out the round from that point onwards, using that rifle that they had. And it is an immediate pause. You sort of mentioned it, that looking to try and find responses in those positions, but it feels like both teams at the moment don't really have a handle on that economy. Like, it's going a little bit better now for Go Next after being able to win one with a lower purchase, that's obviously going to give them the boost. But the same thing happened for Barca, and now they're looking at the last limits of their finances. I think as well, just the fact that, at least in that round, Alexic was able to very easily isolate size. That can't happen too often. Like he's relied upon. We talk about this with ciphers in general. To look towards the VCT, it's like you need someone who's going to reliably, whether it doesn't necessarily mean like aggressively getting multi-frags every single round, but just staying alive, buying the time, and not allowing those post plants, because we mentioned it already. You get into the post plants, you have Zeke to get you in, and then you have that combination of Bold and Prophet to get you out in the late round, and then obviously just the disruptor of Alexic. It's going to be so hard to get back in on that B site, and they need to make sure that, well, that's not going to be a regular occurrence.
Shock dart.
Well, barriers are up. Ults are online, mainly the Hunter's Fury for both teams that we're looking at coming into round number 7. As the timer ticks away, the drone has gone through on A. That doesn't seem to be spawning a full push of the B site. They just went forward to grab themselves an orb, ended up in a fight, and Maniac Bladestorm up is down to 60. Weaker weapons. And the one rifle was looking for a challenge. She's found a few bullets coming back his way. Already down. And a full push to the A site. Wrap around from Jet as well. What a shot from Jesse. That was after a dash. The pistols have got some fight to them. The Bladestorms come in, hungry for more. Already found the one. Attack as well. Size up close on the wall. Realizes there's a player there. Emerges to take down Bolt. And the Bladestorm dealt with. Profek has one more player to find, and it's Size behind the box to bring it across the line for Barca.
Again, it just seems like there's no easy rounds being fought for at this point. Neither team really able to get a proper chokehold on this game. And again, like you get the openers. That's just like straight BS. And even when it looked like they'd managed to find the stabilization, this awkward fight between Bold and Size, both realizing that the other's on the other side of the wall. And then Size there to close it as well. A peculiar round one. I'm sure that Go Next will try their best to forget, as they will come in with a buy. They've got the Bladestorm. The op being juggled around on that defensive side, but ultimately ends up in the hands of Maniac. Not overly surprised. And with ultimates fairly even at this start, but I think for both sides here, it's much more a perspective of we need to start streaking these together. This back and forth only ends badly for one of the teams eventually.
They're really trying to get Mini out of this position. The smoke, well, it might have done. Oh, Mini's gone forward. What? The smoke went up and I thought that's Mini's retreat signal. Vorwin doing well to take that double, but has to worry about Mini coming in from behind. That's now being covered by a teammate at least. All three, in fact, moving to this position. All 4 players left alive are looking for Mini. Look at the impact this player has had on the... They've got a free B site, wide open. Hunter's Fury used from miles away. Not going to land. But the fact that this man is still undetected is the main problem. The thorn in the side, in the back, it's damn well everywhere. Bar desperately trying to find it, and Guardy's the one to land. Eventually, Hunter's Fury to hunt them down as Prophet gets an advanced position. He's tucked in the corner. They cleared this not long ago. They're not expecting another player to have already gone off.
No way!
The spot. What a play by Prophet, cleaning it up by himself.
Oh, he ran out of bullets. He ran out of bullets in the last second. Again, we talk about Mini. He somehow manages to just be the most irritating player on planet Earth. He also, I think, ran out of bullets here. And then it was like karma came immediately back because Vorvan runs out of bullets for the final fight. Oh, it's just heartbreaking. The back and forth continues. No team still able to get things over the line. The thing is, the force buy wars has kind of stopped. It seems like Barca have had enough of it. They had some extra finances here, but just want to make sure they're actually coming in with that operator, coming in with the full rifles across the board. And I think the attack always kind of comes out on top when you have these awkward battles. Speaking of awkward,
you know he's there. Well, whether Size knows or not, it simply doesn't matter. I like what Vorwin's trying. Not a position you're going to see held all too often, and if it is, probably more aggressively looking up towards heaven. But it is somewhere that's likely to be
I feel like
peaked.
he's going off the map.
Just panics, strafes right. Away he goes. It's very commonly peaked here.
Without having to enter the site. So
there we go.
Oh, he's dead. Zeke was like, okay, it's a little bit too quiet. Nice shot for Guardi. But ultimately, it's just the one. Go next. Finally managed to streak a couple of rounds. And that's the thing, they're now 6-3 in the lead. On that attack, they've got quite a few ultimates built up as well. Especially for those post plants. It's not going to get any easier. I'm starting to worry a bit here for Barca.
Yeah, I think it's fair to get worried. But we do have to keep in mind the round we just saw was the pistols. Right now, an op comes out. Seems to be Vorwin who's going to be using it. And again, Vorwin, first half of Icebox, for the majority of rounds, abysmal. Really, really rough game. Wasn't hitting shots, was getting shut down. Where's Mania going? What? Mini's down. So too is Alexic. Big picks on middle. Barca. Well, I don't think there's much reason to be worried about them after that.
We'll see. They've killed off Midi, so I guess that's the biggest danger. Eliminated from the round, but there's still plenty more that could put a thorn in their side. Maniac, he's got to be careful. Almost caught swinging. He had the advantage, but not really a need to overextend. They've got control on A. Still got the trips up on B. They were never dismantled, and with Maniac still just jiggling in that mid position. Not really a gap to be found. In fact, they're filling in over on the A side just to make sure the operator holding the angle. They have to be a pretty nice shot from one of the players over on Go Next to remove him from this position without him causing them mass amounts of damage. And well, already just a small amount given over, but it's looking like the cleanup. Great round from Vorwin. Jesse alongside him. And Barca getting themselves back in again.
Yeah, well, I think the maniacal push on middle from Maniac is filthy. I even looked up. I knew there hadn't been a recon. I didn't see a recon, but I looked up at the assists and went, was there a recon somewhere there? He's just fired. Just decided that that's probably the guy standing right there. And he's right. Vorwin picks up one with the op, and I mean, from that point, like I said, there's no reason to worry about them. They'd have to make mistakes to throw that one away. Go next, call a timeout. Again, I don't think the last round was lost because of mistakes they made. It's hard to believe that. They got opt and shot through a smoke within the first 10 seconds. At that point, it is just well, it's in the name. Go next. And that's exactly what they'll do. Still taking time to touch base with their coaching staff. That's their first timeout, bringing us to one apiece as we get towards the end of the first half.
I think Go Next wanting to make sure they try and end this one in a strong fashion. They were 7-1 on their attack when they played up against Apex. Still kept it even when it came to that first half, so I don't think they'll be panicking, but just wanting to make sure they close this one strong, especially with the way that the rounds have been going in this back and forth. Vorwin having a step up as well, though that operator goes back into Maniac's hands, clearly not expecting to have that same level of aggression once again, and no surprise for Go Next. It is a lean towards that B side. I think they've had a lot of success being able to eliminate Size from his setup, but this time it's not there.
You are divided. Monster on the loose.
Well, here we go. The monster is on the loose. Zeke has sent him out. The Knife's canceled it. No real impact to be found from it. Should be retrievable, though, on the other side of that wall. Depends if someone wants to get a little funky straight through it. Maniac goes. So too does Vorwin, but they fall almost immediately. Guardi met the same fate alongside that brutal charge. Now Jesse, okay, he's up close and they don't expect him to be. It's a free kill, but now his position's revealed. And it won't be free anymore. Has to fight for these final kills. 3 players to take down, but the smoke might buy him a bit of time. He goes immediately in for the tap, drawing out the star. No grab well to work with. The next thing up is going to be a man with a mosh pit, and he's managed to fire it out in time. No punish there! But Jesse's lined them up. 2 bullets, 2 headshots, the tap to draw out his final opponent.
My God!
And he lands every one. The precision impeccable. Another round for Barca as a result.
Oh, yeah, jumping for joy. Also, it seems like the signing of the summer. We've seen some impressive performances, but this guy has put up so many rounds for this squad that just seem to be of pure individual brilliance. A player that has been around for a little while as a potential superstar, but this is just disgusting. Like being able to hit both shots within a second, and then even taking down Mini, who, as said, he's been the man to watch so far. Moves himself up the board, puts them onto 5, and a chance to level things at the half from what was a pretty, or seemingly a damning position with how things were going. He's, okay. Got ahead of himself a little.
I know exactly where.
Okay. Seems like the information is most certainly there for the side of Barca. The reinforcements are on the way. Nades picked up 1. Borman's got another, but dropped right after, and the advantage stays to the attackers. It's Size and Maniac who have to make the play into the site. The spam actually was very close to being good. That spam, not quite so much. Maniac caught off guard by just how close those opponents were. Expecting them to maybe still be on the bridge, but they were bridging the gap in between. Now, Size is a difficult decision. Might even be worth saving this weapon at this point. 3 players tucked in, time against you. It could be a main, they could be in spawn. Oh, it is round 12, isn't it? It's probably not worth saving this weapon, to be honest. We might have complaints. Either way, the result's the same. He goes down, just with a bit more pride than if he was me.
Well, it's 7-5. Go Next are able to stabilize what has been a crazy half to at least come out with a victory, but it's definitely possible to turn it around. We'll see who's the victor in the next half.
Last player standing.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 7-5. Barca trailing by 2. A surprise in the last round, Tom. Bit of a troll from Size. He could have had a Vandal for this one if he just saved it, but down to the pistol. But no, in all seriousness, this has been a great display from both teams. A very competitive match the whole way through. But now, Tom, this is where we really get to separate the boys from the men. This is, well, we're going past midnight at this point for most of I think this is where fatigue really will start to set in.
Yeah, all the maps, all the rounds. Been what our series have delivered. It really doesn't seem like there's much to break apart the teams within this group. It's going to be a fine line between success and failure in Ascension, but of course, that's the brutality of it. Only one can make it, and Zeke is looking to take his team back to where he's been for the majority of his career, the VCT. 2 kills already to his name. 3 players remaining. Pot flash to try and get them back in. Vorben's done well. He's been having a decent game so far, but even with the 2 kills, he needs to ace it. He needs to find everything else, and no headshot to be had. A plant will give them a few extra credits for the next round, but it's a pistol for Go Next.
That it is. 8 rounds now locked in with that defuse. And this was where it all went wrong, I suppose. Zeke being able to find himself that double, lining them up, not even moving the crosshair for the second. And then the numbers, well, they tick over to a clear and concise advantage. Little tech pause. Never too late for one of those. Who's let Pansy in the stream? For Go Next, yeah, 8-5. Little injection of rounds coming into this, and I don't expect to see a big old buy from Barca. This should be a 9-5 scoreline and an opportunity to set off on the home stretch.
Yeah, they've shown their resilience, be it in their first or second series. So have Barca, though, to be fair to them. Like, from 10-2 down in the last map, I think many teams would have almost given up, but they fought it back and ended up losing to a couple of crazy hero plays. A good start to this second half, but there definitely is still time for them to fight back into it. The worry, though, is some of the big performers from prior maps going a bit quiet. Maniac definitely proved his value when it came to Haven, but hasn't quite shown that value here just yet. Of course, this is the first official we're seeing from Barca on this map, and only the second for Go Next. It really hasn't been shown too much when it comes to the tier 2.
This is a nice spot. This goes here.
The fact is, though, Go Next can win it for the second time. It might mean a few teams start to avoid them on it.
Well, we spoke about Go Next as the team that could definitely upset even the best in the league if a player like Alexic was fragging. That's what we'd seen in most of the matches that they'd won. He was at least doing very well, and sometimes extremely well. This time, he's not. He's got, you mentioned that Maniac's not doing great. Alexic has 2 more kills than him. He's on 6. But players like Zeke and Profek have filled those boots. The depth of Go Next shining through. Mini first to pick one off, and he's tripled up. Look, a lot of them don't have shields and just a few pistols, but hey, you got to respect the cleanliness of those shots. My goodness. No hand sanitizer needed, and that one is clean.
Yeah, another plant is the only real saving grace. A few extra credits, but it's not really going to be anything to write home about. And now they get to play that bonus. And that's the thing. You can now look at Alexic and say, okay, does he pull in the rifle here? Could be saving for the operator. And we've seen that in the past, Go Next are more than happy to play these as more of a raw bonus round. But with how things have been going with them, I think they won the 3rd round in the last half as well. I really wouldn't mind them investing into the rifle, or maybe at least giving him an extra outlaw or something to play with, because he's been so fantastic in this tournament so far. For now, though, it seems they're going to play it safe. I can respect it, and we'll see if they're able to maybe steal this one away anyway.
Cage triggered.
Still a push-up. They're going real close, and that cam spotted them still. Profek sticking around. He's not looking to concede the space. This is going to catch them off guard. Of course it will, but size adjusts well enough. There's another player peeking out, and it's Bold from afar, landing the shots with the outlaw, and an upgrade available now for some of his teammates. Ult used, I'm not certain about. It does buy space for Alexic to get closer. If he can hit a few shots here, maybe they're in with a chance. Unfortunately, he's caught off guard by Maniac. The trade good on the other side. The unit here, 3 players, mostly full HP, all with rifles, something to fight with. They stand a good chance of dropping this, isolating the first fights, but Jesse is winning them nonetheless. And now he's got Vorman by his side. He's even got Maniac coming in to help. No way they were letting that one slip.
It at least keeps 3 rifles up. The thing is, though, as I said, that was played as a much safer sort of bonus round. That was just kept from round 2. They didn't go for an extra investment. They wanted to make sure that they had themselves the extra weaponry from this round. And even still, there are opportunities up until Jesse again puts up another couple of high impact kills. He really has been a shining star when it comes to this Barca roster. Vorven as well. Maybe they had the best of times on the last map, but when he's on that Sova, again, I would almost say to keep him on the Sova, maybe have a different player flex, because he's looked fantastic on this agent in particular. Still, it needs to be the first of many for Barca. Go Next have got themselves that buffer. They were saving for this round, as said. They've got themselves the operator, and they're actually very reliant on it. It's a solo B hold from that defensive side. That solo player has been known to take over.
A bit more quiet on this map. We'll see if that's going to change. Barca are going towards his site, and unfortunately, as we can see, his teammates are going away. Mini's moved further into spawn, won't be able to cover once that trap is broken. And Alexic could be pushed down from heaven and right in front of him. No dash either. He's got to just swing out and hope to hit the shots. The reveal's giving him away. They know that there's an op waiting for them. Nice shot to start it. He's not going to get out of here alive. The question is, how many can he take down with him? The dash used, conceding the space. Size has picked up a lot in mid, and that collateral could have helped, but Vorwin survives it on 5 HP. The other dodging the bullet that could have taken him down. Mini left in a clutch and now all alone. Has an idea of where all these players are and has dealt with the first. A good idea. The last two were up behind. They were spotted by his teammate, by Alexic, not that long ago. This is Mini's chance now, but they're stacked up together. This should be an impossible clutch with them now wrapping around the Ringer Rosie in full effect, and they will just run this clock bit by bit. Big play needed, and it's not connected to start with. The classic comes out, and it was close, but not close enough.
Yeah, it looked like a fumble, but at the same time, he brings it down to just one player standing. And again, that was that reliance, though. The learnt from Size. I've said it about both of the Sentinel players. They've had so much impact in late round mid lurks, and that's one that's definitely going to pain Go Next a little bit. Opportunities, to say the least. That collateral, as you said, could have been an easy turning point of the round, but having that over-reliance on Alexic to pretty much do it all. He's pretty much full saving as well in this round. Definitely wants that operator as a big part of his defensive half. That leaves a lot to be desired in this low buy round. Mini now takes up the mantle of the solo hold, and with no utility on board, only a pistol to his name, you have to think he's not long for this world. Still gets rid of Vorven. It's something.
That man gets his ones every time. I don't know how he can be so consistent with it. 4v4. Go Next in with a chance. Very late play by Size on the other side of the map, so some isolation possible. Unfortunately, it's Maniac to win the opening duel, taking down Bold. Looks like Barca in a good position. Spike right in the open, easily defended. Size gave up on the flank, just reinforcing the main side of it. Okay, they've destroyed Wingman. They've destroyed Zeke after the double, and I don't think Alexic quite intended to jump there. But, well, he's at least running the clock down, Tom. They might die to the spike. Look, where's he gone?
Down.
I didn't even see him anymore.
Timber. Hey, there we go. Got there in the end. Maybe hoping he could survive a little bit longer than the spike and keep something into the next round, but in the end, it's a few extra kills. It's still the round going the way
One enemy remaining.
of Barca Esports. As expected, 2 kills from Zeke on the Spectre is somewhat impressive from that range, but it's not going to change anything. And the bigger worry for Go Next is they're coming into a buy round where their opponents have 5 ults. And you're talking about a Blade Storm for Maniac, the null command to remove a Cypher setup. More importantly, the Hunter's Fury, which we've seen so many crazy rounds from that ultimate today. On the other side, still a few pieces to talk about. Zeke's ult The Thrash for a retake could definitely play its part. And you can see how passive he's playing. He's playing that rotational player in this round. They've switched that up throughout him and Mini because him having that ultimate could potentially be enough to put them in play. He's actually going facing. He's the one looking to take the fight. I'm quite surprised considering he's the one with an ult online, but clearly feeling confident.
It would have been a beautiful way to end your point. Oh, and Zeke, and he's in the middle because of his ultimate, and so he can, and just gets one tap immediately. Turns out Zeke was there just to rip some heads. It looks like it's a good thing that he's not on the A side. His abilities wouldn't be used anyways. Well, good for one. I like the fact that he backs off. He's giving them a bit of space. He'll be swinging right around that in just a moment. Don't you worry. Unfortunately,
I know exactly.
Doesn't look like Barca were worried either. Managing to find the kill. Clear the site. Grab a plant as a result, at least you'd imagine. But in goes Thrash, and that's going to disrupt a little bit. No, it's not. It got broken just before, so never mind.
Spike planted.
Even still, it's left Wadi isolated. He's going to get stunned up, but it's Profek doing all the work. The late lurk from Jesse, though. As said, Mr. Impact, the player who's put so many frags on the board for this squad, but not this time. Alexic is ready and waiting, and now Sayers, he has to try and play through a divide. They're waiting on the other side, hoping he can deny the defusal, but there is too many bodies and too much time. Go next after a streak of Barca rounds. They're going to break the momentum. And actually, they've not been that clean for Barca, so I'm looking at the finances. I don't know if it'll be enough to get them through this round.
Well, they certainly don't have their Blade Storm to bolster the buy. Yeah, there's going to be two players on very weak weapons. Be interested to see what the decision is here. I think we'll still see some economic shuffles. They're keeping over a lot of credits for the next round just in case. And there it is, yeah, a little shuffle around. It's ended up being just 2 rifles and a stinger for Maniac in the end. They want that money for the next round. They don't want to leave Maniac with nothing to work with. And again, if there was a Blade Storm close to being online, it might change. Because, you know, if you buy a rifle and you just get shot in the head through the smoke, it ain't really worthwhile. So a good thing that he did. Zeke spotting out at least one more player on the site, and there's certainly plenty more coming. It is a clean sweep. The side of Go next, but now the real challenge, like we said, money was kept by Barca. Still, there were a couple rifles there.
Yeah, it's actually more worrying that there wasn't any damage at all. And we've spoken a lot about the sort of young squad of this Go Next team and how Zeke is that experienced player where he's showing up when needed. We've mentioned it before, going 2-0 in these groups can set you up nicely, and with CGN and Desire, the last 2 teams for them to play, a victory versus either should be enough to take them to that playoff stage, take them to the top 4. Mentioned it yesterday that them versus Apex could end up as a future grand final. Well, they are getting themselves these victories early on, putting themselves in a safe space. And for Barca, this is their first match, so a victory here would be great, but they still have plenty more to play. Barca are going to take themselves a timeout that could be the deciding factor, the last one that they have in their back pocket. They've got the ultimate online, but yeah, this is crunch time. And not doing any damage in the last round sort of sets them up in a spot where not only this round, but the next will also be facing a strong purchase. I guess the silver lining is ultimates are fairly evenly matched. The next best thing will be the Blade Storm. And well, seems like this pause might be slightly elongated.
It does appear to be the case. A little tacky for us right towards the end. 11-8, 3 rounds between them, and 2 rounds for a victory on Go Next. Economy up against... I mean, just take a look at Barca's economy, actually. Yeah, they lose this, it could well be over. Stop dead in their tracks. Be able to get a mixed buy, but this is the one that they saved for. This is where they want to make the stop, and the technical issues have subsided. It's time to get a very important round underway. One that if you're a Barca fan, you'll definitely be hoping that they take. This is the way back in. It starts here and now for the attacking side, and they've got space towards A, a lurker outside B and mid. Expect a slower round here.
Already a little bit of information, but only towards the back of mid. Alexi's looking to try and roam that mid position. He's going to get the fight. Not quite landing the shot. He goes back for a second bite of the cherry. I think he's expecting someone on the other side, and he wins that fight instead. Vorven, one of the heavy hitters. Size is trying to put the pressure on. They really want to fight for this middle control, but they have got to be careful. There is a second player there for the defense.
Well, it's right back into Zeke. In a worldie of a time when this door broke open in the pistol. He was in the same position, aiming the same way. The result was a double kill. Paranoia gets him this time, and so does Size. There's the adjustment from Barca. Up close, Shorty comes out. An interesting try by Profek, but not one that's going to work. Bold deters the aggression of Maniac. Shock dart, teed up, although it's not going to land for the damage. The disadvantage now sits with the defenders.
Definitely worried that there could be someone up close. Barca putting themselves firmly in an advantage here. Sat back in the post plant. Ready though. It's quick to be equalized. The time though works as that fourth man. The opposing side camera's been spotted, but that might actually make them think they're elsewhere. It doesn't matter though. Alexic is now all onto one, trying to clutch this out, and he found every kill. It's these Sentinel players that have just gone crazy throughout this match, and Size will keep Barca alive.
That goes there.
Oh, it's not over yet, Tom. Those who've been daydreaming, night dreaming, perhaps, I think that's just called dreaming, about going to bed, it ain't happening anytime soon. Let me tell you, we got plenty more Valorant coming your way. 11-9 at this point. The fact that Size lands not one, not two, wait for it, not three, but 4 kills in that position. He has dug deep in a lot of rounds. 12-17 right now. This map, maybe none. You know, you take out the last round, not sensational for him by any means, but this series has certainly made an impression. Moving towards the B site, dash in, good. Maniac up close. The challenge here now for Mini through the cage. He won't find anything. And the other two, surely they look to just fall back, play this retake, give the space. That's what you think. One knife left for Alexic. Op is there to play with still as a backup, but he won't get a chance to use it. Shut down as we are, and it's a 1 versus 4. Zeke, surely no chance.
Oh, I didn't expect a second player that far up on site. Barca coming alive at the dying moments of this map. It's been a long 4-out series, with each map ending in 13-10, which I guess doesn't bode well. Thing is, though, again, the economy starts to become an issue. We've seen it go back and forth all the way throughout this game. Neither team able to get a solid foothold. Even with eco wins in the early stages of the map, it didn't change that aspect. I just felt my stomach sink.
I didn't like that. I didn't like that one bit. I thought it was gonna have to be very mean. Oh god. Okay, well, let's all take a deep breath, as I'm sure Barca are. Another big round for them as they pushed over onto the site. Alexic might not have fallen down, but he has fallen at the hands of Maniac. A double before he's shut down by Mini. They'll look to retrieve that rifle. Hunter's Fury denies it at the start, but Zeke is there, backing him up, taking the space, denying anything for the side of Barca, and now it's all on to Vorwin. He's about to be double swung. The timing perfect. Dodges the first few nicely. He won't get there in the end. 12-10 and 2 chances for Go Next to close this series out. Otherwise, we are going to an overtime.
Seems to be the case here for them. Bringing things back ever so close, and then just a blip or two that ends up being the killing blow. And that might have just been it. They're still going to have a purchase. Unfortunately, it will mean Guardi is going to be left on an SMG, but here's normally the setup. It's not the end of the world. Zeke also having his ult online again. He's been having a fantastic game. This is definitely the best performance we've seen from him individually, and at a time where, as said, it really is the most important time in this series. He might be a little bit nervous to use the ult, as it did kill him yesterday. Forced him off the map. Definitely a peculiar thing to happen. The attack, though, building into this take once again. Alexic trying to find an angle around the edge of it. He's got to be careful, as he's already being pressured from both sides. Doesn't have a lot of support. In fact, Maniac's going to try and just take him down. It's a solo play that doesn't succeed and puts them a man down. Make that multiple men down, as it's all down to just 2 to try and hold on to this one. Make it just 1. Vorven, the last man standing, and in the end, it is not enough. Go Next will double up with another 13-10, and they will take this one across the line.
Well, this is without a doubt a team to watch, a team to watch closely. They've bested Apex, they've taken down Barca, and now CGN and Desire. Those are the next 2 opponents they've got, and at this point, Tom, I think this is looking like the favorite squad in the group. They have had consistent good results, and now I don't know what to think, Tom. I don't know what to think. Everybody lied to me before this event. I had my top 3, I had my top 5. Go Next were not in any of them. What did I do wrong?
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
People, I have not heard anybody be super hyped about Go Next until you told me. Other than that, it seems to be more generic. I guess going with the region. You'll hear about the Pacific from Turkey. You'll hear about Barca from Spain. Of course you will. You'll hear about Saw, about Desire, CGN, Apex. All these boys, they have a big hype around them. But Saw, that's the main reason for Saw, actually. But yeah, and then Mouse as well. Even Zeke was bringing them up as a big contender. But my goodness, this squad, they flew under the radar for a lot of us, and that won't be the case anymore.
No, they're thoroughly impressive. They've started off the A-B, and they've got the C-D still to come, because they are doing things in alphabetical order. It's almost making it even more impressive, but I'm excited to see what they have. They've got a lot of depth of experience. They've got talented youngsters. I think we saw Mini today just a true standout. Like, that 1v5 is going to sit in my memory for a long, long time.
No, it absolutely will, Tom. I mean, look, it's been a good day of Valorant here. I've certainly had a fantastic time, and I hope you have too, Tom. I know the guys in the background have, maybe the viewers at home, but it is 30 minutes past midnight. It's been a long one. Appreciate y'all for sticking with us all the way through, but I think we're done for the day now. Done for yesterday. We'll see you guys in a little bit. Let's toss this off to one more break, and we will see you tomorrow for more Ascension action.
That guy and I work rate high. They don't know how man stay lit, man. I just move quick and I stay active. They don't know how man stay boss, man. I pay that cost, long nights on the job. They don't know I'm a pro. They don't know I'm in the zone. They don't know how man stay fly, man. I just that guy and I work rate high. They don't know how man stay lit, man. I just move quick and I stay active. They don't know how man stay boss, man. I pay that cost, long nights on the job. I'm a pro. They don't know I'm in the zone. In my zone. Yeah, I feel like home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa. With my king got the blinders on, filling my stack, yeah, high and long. Time is on, I am a bomb, golden touch, got the mind is on. Man, I don't play, I'm on the way, got more King Kong coming today. Obstacles try to delay, rush that okay. Hey, run away from the cave, to make change. I'm about to engage, raise the price of my wage. They don't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. They don't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. They don't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. They don't know I'm a pro. They don't know I'm in the zone. They don't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. They don't know how man stay lit, man, I